The Resident Evil story has come a very long way, from the Ecliptic Express incident in Resident Evil 0, all the way to the Lycan attack from Resident Evil 8. This series has highlighted many deadly bioweapons, numerous Outbreak disasters, as well as some of the most iconic characters in gaming. So in this video, we will be covering the entire story of the franchise, including all mainline games, the CGI films, the mangas, and much more. So without further ado, I present to you the entire Resident Evil timeline explained. The story of Resident Evil begins on the evening of July 23rd, 1998, where an Umbrella-owned train called the Ecliptic Express travels through the Arklay Mountains, where several Umbrella facilities are located. Observed from a mountaintop by a mysterious man singing a choir song, the train is suddenly attacked by a swarm of leeches, which break through the windows and infect all the passengers with the T-virus. This virus was created by Umbrella with the goal of eliminating the need for a large-scale conventional army, and would be used to create many bioweapons planned for military use. 2 hours after this incident, STAR's Bravo team flies over the same mountains with a mission to investigate a series of unexplained cannibalistic murders and animal attacks that have been occurring in the region. However, an engine failure in the helicopter leads to an emergency landing. Upon landing, Bravo team begins to explore the surrounding woods, while RPD pilot Kevin Dooley stays behind to fix the helicopter. Upon searching the area, Rebecca Chambers points the group to a wrecked military police vehicle with 2 passengers deceased. Upon further examination, Rebecca finds a court-order document of a prisoner named Billy Cohen, who was being transported to a base to receive his death penalty. Assuming that Billy killed the 2 guards and escaped, Captain Enrico Marini quickly orders the team to search for him. While searching the Raccoon Forest, Rebecca discovers that the Ecliptic Express train from earlier has come to a halt and its lights are out. Upon further investigation, she finds bloodstains on the sheets and is suddenly approached by a zombified passenger who awakens from his slumber. More zombies soon surround her, but she manages to escape and heads towards the front of the train. While she is examining a dead corpse, prisoner Billy Cohen sneaks up behind and holds Rebecca at gunpoint with the gun he took from his transporters. Rebecca tries to arrest Billy, but he decides to be uncooperative and refuses to be detained, instead deciding to walk away upon finding out that Rebecca works for STARS. Suddenly, Bravo team member Edward Dewey jumps through the window after being seriously injured from BOWs in the surrounding forest, and he warns Rebecca to be careful shortly before passing out. Zombie dogs soon appear and attack Rebecca, but she is able to quickly take them out and proceed to the middle of the train. Here, Bravo team member Enrico Marini contacts her on radio and informs her of the new documents of Billy Cohen, suggesting that he was sentenced to death for the murder of 23 people and was taken to a psychiatric hospital. He then warns Rebecca to keep her guard up right before the radio cuts out. Shortly after, Rebecca comes across Billy again, where he now tries to reason with her to work together after realizing the true danger they are in. Rebecca declines and proceeds upstairs herself, where she encounters another man in the very back, which upon closer examination turns into a pile of leeches. These leeches quickly swarm her, but just before they can inflict damage, Billy arrives just in time to save her from harm, further emphasizing how important it is to work together if the two want any chance of surviving. Later, they witness a strange man on the mountain, surrounded by leeches, singing a choir song. The train begins to move in what is discovered to be an operation by the Umbrella Security Services Delta team. They have been tasked by Dr. Albert Wesker and Dr. William Birkin to move the train for investigation. As Rebecca further explores the train, she comes face to face with a giant mutated scorpion BOW that breaks through the top of the train and lunges at her. However, she is quickly able to eliminate the creature and progress further into the train. Shortly after, the 2 Umbrella soldiers controlling the train are attacked by leeches and quickly turned into zombies, leaving no one in control of the train. As it moves through the mountains, the train begins to pick up speed, and realizing that they might derail, Billy and Rebecca manipulate the brakes on the front and rear of the train in hopes to stop the vehicle. The train slows down, but it's too late to prevent an accident as it drives through a cliff and into an underground train station, derailing in the process. Upon exploring, the two quickly find themselves in a large facility, which used to be an Umbrella Pharmaceuticals training school. Here they learn about the T-virus and how its origins come from an ancient West African virus known as Progenitor. Once Umbrella founders Oswald E. Spencer and James Marcus discovered Progenitor's ability to repair dead cells, plans were quickly made to use this virus to create a new race of superhuman beings. After the many gruesome and disturbing experiments were completed with their test subjects, the T-virus was eventually born. As Rebecca and Billy continue to explore, Birkin and Wesker monitor their movements via CCTV, but a mysterious man quickly intercepts the feed and reveals that he was responsible for contaminating the train, claiming that it was part of his plan for getting revenge on Umbrella. He then accuses Birkin and Wesker of betraying Marcus, with both of them being involved in his murder 10 years ago. Shortly after, Rebecca and Billy continue to explore the training school until a giant centipede bioweapon sneaks up and grabs a hold of Rebecca. Luckily, Billy was there and able to defeat the creature, freeing Rebecca in the process. From there, the mysterious man spots Rebecca on the CCTV and sends out the Eliminator bioweapons to attack her. One tracks her down and bites her in the torture chamber, and during this confrontation, the floor gives way, leaving Rebecca hanging on for her life. However, Billy soon after hears her cries over radio and rushes to her aid, saving her just in time before she could fall. After this, Rebecca finally gives in and demands Billy to tell her the truth about what happened to him. He explains that his Marine unit suffered casualties due to faulty intelligence when searching for a guerrilla base in an African jungle. His leader ordered them to fire on innocent villagers in the area, but he refused to take part. He was then framed by the unit, with the court-martial finding him guilty to cover up the other scandals. Meanwhile, Birkin and Wesker begin their own plan to deal with the mysterious man, whom they believe is Marcus brought back to life. They consider him a significant threat and begin preparations to activate the facility's self-destruct device to blow up the training school and the man with it. Birkin stays behind to continue work on the G-virus strain, while Wesker begins to leave in order to pursue his next mission of luring the STARS team to the Arclay laboratory to collect combat data. Billy and Rebecca then proceed to an abandoned church, where they face off against an aggressive bat bioweapon and proceed to take an elevator down into an abandoned laboratory, which was used by Marcus for his T-virus research. Here, Billy investigates Marcus's study and discovers a photograph of him in his younger years, looking exactly like the mysterious man. He then theorizes that the man is rather Marcus's son or grandson. Ready to leave the laboratory on an underground cable car, Billy and Rebecca are attacked by one of Marcus's Eliminator bioweapons. During the fight, the creature lunges at Billy and causes him to go down a ledge and into an underground stream. While Rebecca looks over the edge to spot Billy, a leech man sneaks up behind her ready to attack. Luckily, she turns around just in time and manages to dodge the creature and flee using the cable car, leading her to the Umbrella chemical plant located downhill from the training school. Heading down a large train elevator, Rebecca reaches Nest, the site of Birkin's own bioweapons research. There, she runs into Bravo team member Enrico, who has infiltrated Nest through the Arclay Labs subway tunnel. He is confused as to why the rest of the team isn't there, and decides they should head back to find where they went. Rebecca refuses to go, as she wants to find Billy and make sure he escapes the lab. Enrico reminds her that he can't be saved either way, but he gives in and lets her stay to find him while he returns to the lab. Soon after, Rebecca is confronted by the T-001, Umbrella USA's Tyrant prototype, which has been released by the mysterious man. The creature was a formidable foe, but Rebecca manages to halt the creature and continue her search for Billy. As she delves deeper into Nest, Rebecca eventually spots him in the middle of the water, holding onto some concrete to prevent the rapids from pushing him away. However, a mysterious creature pushes Billy off the concrete, causing the rapids to take him way out of Rebecca's sight. Refusing to give up, she continues to pursue Billy and eventually finds him washed up on the floors of the water treatment plant. When he regains consciousness, he notices that the decking is covered in skeletons, which leads him to conclude that Marcus had also dumped them in the water. As they continue to explore the area, the tyrant Rebecca had previously fought returns and enters a battle with the pair. Rebecca and Billy team up to take the creature down with ease and proceed further into the treatment plant, where they eventually come face to face with a mysterious man. Here he reveals to them his true origins. It turns out that he is actually the Queen Leech, which was a mutant test subject created by Marcus in 1988. Marcus was killed by the USS on Spencer's orders, and Birkin and Wesker were sent in to steal his research data. Marcus was then dumped in the water, and the leech entered his body, consuming his brain and gaining his memories. The Queen Leech now sees itself as Marcus resurrected through divine work, and seeks to use its powers to get its revenge on Umbrella and bring hell to the world. The creature then mutates uncontrollably into a giant leech, and begins its confrontation with Billy and Rebecca. After halting the creature, the pair manage to escape up a cargo elevator that takes them back up to the area where the training school was located. Meanwhile, Wesker makes his way through the facility and is eventually confronted by the T-001, which he quickly defeats. Making his way to the underground train station, he comes face to face with Umbrella executive Sergei Vladimir. The two have a brief argument, which leads to Sergei sending one of his tyrant bodyguards after Wesker in hopes to teach him a lesson. After a quick battle, Birkin activates the self-destruct system, allowing Wesker to flee and continue on to his next mission. Elsewhere, Billy and Rebecca proceed up an elevator where they then spot the Queen Leech, now mutated even further, beginning to chase them up the elevator, ultimately facing off against the creature in a large warehouse used for helicopter cargo transport. Realizing that the creature is sensitive to light, Rebecca manipulates the controls to the warehouse's retractable roof, halting the Queen Leech in the process. Billy then fires at the creature with a magnum, causing it to fall down the elevator shaft just as the treatment plant explodes along with the training school. Seeing the explosions, the pair make a run for it and manage to flee the building just in time before it completely explodes. Making their way to a cliff edge in the Arklay Mountains, Rebecca spots the mansion Enrico told her about and now knows where to go. Knowing Billy will have to be detained and sent for execution on murders he didn't commit, Rebecca takes his dog tag and declares him dead. He agrees to faking his death and walks out into the forest alone. Rebecca then proceeds to the Spencer mansion to meet up with Bravo team. Here, she falls asleep in an uncomfortable bed resting from her last battle, and has a nightmare where she comes face to face with a massive bioweapon snake. Rebecca is eventually woken up by Bravo team member Richard Eichen and asks him why she couldn't find Bravo team at the rendezvous. Eichen then informs her that they were attacked and the others may be hiding or even deceased. The two then proceed to search for Enrico Marini, captain of Bravo team, in hopes to find some answers. On their way, the pair are attacked by spiders and zombies, causing the two to jump down a hole in a loose floorboard and stumble onto the spider's nest. After a short fight, they reach the courtyard through the underground passages below and are attacked by bees and other creatures. They eventually reach the door back to the mansion, where they then witness Sergei Vladimir exiting the mansion with a tyrant bioweapon prototype carried by one of his Ivan bodyguards. Not long after, Rebecca and Richard are attacked and pursued through the mansion by a massive snake bioweapon named Yawn. Chasing the pair to the mansion library, the creature engages in one last brawl. Richard ultimately saves Rebecca from the Yawn by jumping in front of it. He gets shaken around in the creature's jaws as he is infected with its poison, ultimately being thrown out and slammed to the ground when Rebecca fires at the creature. After the Yawn leaves the area, Rebecca examines and comforts Richard as he is badly injured and infected with the creature's poison. Soon after, STAR's Alpha team arrives to investigate the sudden disappearance of Bravo team, as well as investigate a series of cannibalistic homicides conducted by an unidentified group of people. While flying around the Arklay Mountains, Alpha team spots Bravo team's wrecked helicopter and lands nearby to begin their investigation. Alpha team member Joseph Frost is first to reach the helicopter and discovers the mutilated body of pilot Kevin Dooley, causing him to fall back in complete shock. As the group continues their search in the woods, Joseph Frost is ambushed by a pack of mutant dogs, and his body is completely ripped apart. As Joe watches in complete shock, one of the dogs turns her way and begins to dart towards her. Chris arrives just in time to fire at the creature, and the two begin to flee the area. In the commotion, pilot Brad Vickers takes off, stranding the remaining 4 members of Alpha Team behind. Once the zombie dogs quickly catch up to the two, Chris prepares for the worst, but luckily Wesker arrives just in time to fire at the creature. He then guides the two and team member Barry Burton to a nearby mansion, and they are all able to make it just in time before the creatures can reach them. Here, the 4 STARS officers split up and begin to search the building. Investigating a gunshot near the dining room, Bravo team member Kenneth J. Sullivan is found dying of a fatal throat injury, having been ripped apart by a zombie. Exploring further into the mansion, the team is ambushed by more zombies that make several attempts for their lives. Bravo team member Forrest Spire is eventually found on a balcony seemingly dead, but he quickly gets up as a zombie and is quickly eliminated by Alpha Team. Richard Eichen is found poisoned and injured from yawn, but quickly recovers once he receives a serum. However, Richard is killed shortly after when he risks his life to save Alpha Team. Chris eventually discovers Rebecca while exploring the mansion, but she is limited mostly to the medical storerooms to offer treatment for injuries. Meanwhile, Joe works with Barry in investigating the mansion and begins to suspect that something is wrong about him due to his movements. Once the team gathers 4 masks and places them accordingly, a coffin drops to reveal the Crimson Head prototype, which awakes from his slumber and makes an attempt on their lives. As time passes in the investigation, the officers become aware that the mansion is part of a base operated by Umbrella Pharmaceuticals for viral research. Once the Queen Leech arrived to the lab, it manipulated an accident, leading to the entire facility staff being infected with the T-virus, while all the bioweapons that were created began to escape into the forest. In further search, Alpha Team learns that the mansion was built by George Trevor, and how he and his family were abducted by Umbrella in the 1960s, and used as guinea pigs in the research of the progenitor virus. The daughter Lisa Trevor is still alive, having been kept as a human test subject for years, though she has been driven mad and horrifically mutated. Because of her regenerative properties from the virus, the STARS officers are forced to avoid her every encounter. Once the team reaches the nearby dormitory building, they are then attacked by a giant mutated plant. Once defeated, the team heads to the basement below, where they are met with massive bioweapon sharks lurking in the waters. Here, the team drains the water and electrocutes the mother shark in order to retrieve a key to progress further. Making it back to the dormitory, Wesker arrives and gives updates on the current situation, giving orders to explore the mansion further and hopes to uncover more about the investigation. Making it back to the mansion, a hunter bioweapon sneaks up behind the officers and engages in battle, but is quickly taken down or avoided. Not long after, the team finds Yawn and faces it in a fight one last time, finally putting down the creature for good. Eventually progressing to the courtyard's underground area, Bravo team captain Enrico Marini is discovered injured. He informs the team that there is a traitor within STARS that's responsible for their casualties, just before he is assassinated by an unknown person who quickly escapes. After running from massive boulders and defeating a giant spider bioweapon, the officers head back to the mansion. Here, Chris saves Rebecca from a hunter bioweapon just before the creature reaches her. Proceeding beneath the mansion, the officers face off with Lisa Trevor one final time, and once they push off the boulders to reveal Lisa's mother's corpse, she quickly grabs the skull and falls off the cliff edge. Moving into the laboratory, the investigation comes to a close, as the nature of the virus research is finally understood to have been part of illegal bioweapons research on behalf of the United States military. Captain Wesker is discovered to be a double agent that is working for Umbrella, and was ordered to lure the STARS members to the mansion to test the bioweapons' effectiveness against armed soldiers. He was also ordered to destroy the laboratory in order to eradicate any incriminating material that would reveal the true intentions of Umbrella. After revealing his true motives, Wesker wakes the T-002 Tyrant, with plans on using it to kill the other STARS members. However, he turns on Wesker instead and impales him with his claws. After the officers halt the Tyrant, the laboratory's self-destruct system is activated, and the 4 remaining STARS members, Barry, Rebecca, Chris, and Jill, rush to the helipad to alert pilot Brad Vickers to their need for rescue. The Tyrant confronts them again on the helipad as the helicopter arrives, but is destroyed by a direct hit from a rocket that was sent from Brad. The STARS members then fly away over the mountains and escape just as the Spencer mansion explodes. Prior to the explosion, Wesker awakes in the underground lab, having been resurrected by a special virus sample that he injected in himself earlier. Upon discovering that the Tyrant has been destroyed and the mansion's self-destruct system has been activated, Wesker attempts to get Umbrella's data, but realizes that it's been backed up to a supercomputer by Sergei Vladimir. Furthermore, his access privileges to the mainframe system have been revoked by an AI known as Red Queen. With minutes to spare, Wesker changes his plans and fights his way out of the mansion. At the very end, he finds the exit blocked by Lisa Trevor, who had survived the fall and was looking for a way out. After engaging in a battle with the creature, a chandelier above breaks free, causing it to fall down and crush Lisa. Wesker then escapes the mansion just before it explodes. A few months later, William Birkin finally completes the G-Virus and plans to betray Umbrella by selling his new virus to the US military in exchange for an asylum for him and his family. Having moles within the military, Umbrella's suspicions were confirmed and a USS squad was sent out on a race to confiscate the virus first. On the night of September 22nd, Alpha Team leader Hunk arrives at the facility with a subordinate to obtain the virus. In the standoff, Birkin is gunned down with automatic fire after attempting to resist. Alpha Team then retrieves the case containing T and G samples and begins to escape the sewers and head to their extraction point. After they leave, the injured Birkin infects himself with one remaining G sample. However, the virus doesn't properly stabilize in his body, making him unable to become a G human, and instead begin transforming into a large and powerful G mutant. Intent on vengeance, Birkin follows the USS into the sewers, and they are all either killed or seriously injured. To guarantee no more samples are at risk of theft, Birkin proceeds to eat all of the G samples. In the process, he also destroys several T samples, allowing rats to consume them and spread the virus into the city's water supply. The following day, 10 patrons in a bar are listening to news reports of increased violence in the city. The bar's cook named Will is collecting dishes when an odd-looking man walks in. Curious, Will approaches the man, only for him to suddenly bite him on the neck. Will then forces the crazy man out and locks the door as multiple zombies begin beating against the glass and door of the bar. After witnessing this bizarre occurrence, a group of survivors, including an injured cop named Bob, begin to head upstairs to escape, blocking off doorways with wooden boards in the process. Minutes later, a group of zombies break into the bar and begin to rip Will apart as he was too injured to make his way upstairs. Once the survivors make it to the rooftop, Officer Bob's situation worsens as he can now barely walk, and he also says he's developing hunger for flesh. Unable to move on, Bob shoots himself to prevent mutating into a zombie. Once the remaining survivors hear an RPD officer calling for an evacuation, the group then begins to head to the area. However, RPD quickly loses control of the situation due to the number of zombies, and with no other option, Officer Raymond Douglas leads the group into an alleyway. Sadly, a group of zombies get a hold of Raymond and begin tearing at his flesh. He uses his last moments of life to alert the survivors of a gas tanker nearby, and they proceed to leak the gas and set the area ablaze, eliminating all nearby zombies in the process. From there, the group makes their way into a storm drain and exits at the Apple Inn, where they then meet RPD officer Dorian and 2 more survivors. Dorian evacuates the survivors, but is quickly halted by barricades, causing the group to travel on foot. The survivors walk past Raccoon Mall and discover an ongoing police operation to destroy Main Street and eliminate hundreds of zombies with bombs. The police operation goes south when the RPD officers are killed, forcing the group to assemble the detonator themselves and wipe out the zombies. Soon after, police reinforcements arrive to secure the area, and the group of survivors begin to drive away with Dorian's police van. Elsewhere in the city, the Raccoon Fire Department has begun responding to multiple different fires that have broken out throughout the city, one of which being at the Apple Inn has caused multiple different rooms and hallways in the building to become engulfed in flames. 2 firefighters arrive and enter the Apple Inn to put out the fires both inside and next door to the building that threaten to consume it, and to search for any survivors. During the operation, several survivors from Jack's bar find themselves surrounded by hordes of zombies on the streets of Raccoon City. Sprinting through an alleyway, they become trapped when they find zombies blocking them in from either end. With nowhere else to go, they choose to enter a nearby door that leads them into the Apple Inn's central courtyard garden. Meanwhile, the two firefighters go in to inspect the boiler room of the Apple Inn. After noticing the boiler showed signs of malfunction, the two retreat but are too late to avoid an explosion. The survivors enter the building shortly after to find the deceased firefighters and try using their radios to call for help. However, they are unable to get through. As the survivors travel around the burning hotel, they run into various zombies, lickers, and dying hotel guests. When the group reaches the Apple Inn's front lobby, they fight a half-transformed licker known as Suspended, which appears to be a zombie-licker hybrid. Soon after the Suspended's death, a firefighter breaks open the door and helps all the remaining survivors out of the Apple Inn. Once outside, a firefighter gives the survivors updates on the current state of the city, while other firefighters begin to put out fires in the surrounding streets. Soon after, the nearby Raccoon City Zoo has been scavenged by zombies, and now the streets are filled with deceased animals. A survivor named Cindy Linux finds her way to the gates of the Raccoon Zoo, and finds a note on a sign nearby mentioning an evacuation chopper. Looking at the map, Cindy finds out that she must travel through the zoo to reach the chopper. Her and a group of survivors unlock the gate and enter the deserted park, only to be attacked by a rogue zombie elephant. After escaping it, they explore the park in search of Mr. Raccoon medals, which are required to activate the power. Throughout the zoo, the survivors encounter many zombified animals, including alligators, birds, and lions. Eventually, the group lures the zombie elephant into a big arena and traps it. This doesn't last long, however, as the elephant quickly breaks free and continues its pursuit of the survivors. Once the group finally escapes the zoo, the zombie elephant rams through the walls and confronts them on the Raccoon City streets. After defeating the creature, they make it to a tram and attempt to make their way out of the city. However, the tram stops violently as a rescue helicopter crashes nearby. Later, a group of survivors run past countless zombies roaming the streets of Raccoon City and race towards a subway entrance. While taking refuge, they realize that they can use one of the subway trains to escape, but must search deeper to unravel more clues. Eventually, the group circles back to the train, only to be greeted by a big, mutated flea that lunges into battle against them. After defeating the creature, they hear an announcement of an oncoming train. The train derails and crashes into some debris blocking the track, which causes a massive fire. Before the survivors choke, the sprinkler systems activate and hose down the raging inferno. The survivors proceed in the other functionable train and get ready to finally leave the station. However, a massive flea suddenly smashes one of the windows and kidnaps one of the survivors. The others rush to save the person, but quickly realize that the only way to get out of the subway was to kill the creature and get away by train. After a long, difficult battle, they take down the horrifying creature with pure firepower and finally escape. Unfortunately, this doesn't take them far, as the train stops at blocked tracks near the Arklay Mountains, forcing them to move on foot, still not escaping the outbreak. Soon after, a group of survivors take refuge in an old cabin in the Arklay Mountains. A mysterious man by the name of Al enters the cabin and welcomes them, warning them of the dangers outside and offering to guide them through the woods. Leading the group to an abandoned hospital, Albert suddenly disappears, leaving the group to explore on their own. Upon entering the hospital, they are chased by Albert, who is now wearing a mask and equipped with an axe. They find out that the old man has tricked them into coming there, with hopes to chop them up and feed them to a malicious plant that is consuming the hospital. The survivors begin to explore the building and destroy all the throbbing parts of the monstrous plant, leading to its main core to be activated in the basement. After a long battle with the plant core, the survivors manage to defeat it and are able to escape the hospital just before it collapses. Meanwhile, Albert arrives at the core to see his dead wife spit out of the plant. In his last moments, he holds his wife and stays with her till the end when the hospital ultimately collapses. Later, a small group of survivors take shelter at the abandoned Raccoon General Hospital. Dr. Hirsch walks in on them in room 301 by accident and suggests they leave the building immediately, claiming it's not as safe as they think and that he plans to leave as well. With power to the elevators having suddenly gone out, Hirsch leaves to turn it back on. Upon successfully activating the power, he is attacked by a new creature known as Leechman, and ultimately murdered in the process. Soon after, the survivors trap the Leechman in the safe chamber and set the controls to high, which causes the creature to die from the intense heat. Eventually, the group reaches the underground and finds a boat. The three get in and begin their escape from the hospital, but are quickly halted by something blocking their path. With no other option, the survivors abandon ship and watch as their boat crashes and explodes into what is revealed to be a leech hive. A massive creature known as Queen Leech appears ready to wipe out the group, but is ultimately unsuccessful as the survivors work together to defeat the creature and continue on foot to escape the sewers. Shortly after, an Umbrella researcher in Nest moves backwards to a large capsule before being shot by a female colleague named Monica. Meanwhile, a survivor named Yoko Suzuki leads other survivors George Hamilton and Alyssa Ashcroft to the facility's escape tunnel at the bottom of the lab. Researcher Monica opens the gate and comes face to face with Yoko, holding her at gunpoint while revealing herself to be a longtime colleague of Yoko. As they exchange words, Monica steals Yoko's ID card and flees the area with a large case. Upon reaching the elevator lift, Monica is ambushed by a G embryo that enters her body, causing her to fall to the floor and pass out. The survivors, meanwhile, begin to explore the facility and eventually defreeze the control panel to get the elevator lift working again. The group heads to the lift, and Yoko uses a key dropped by Monica into a nearby panel to activate the elevator. As the lift rises with Yoko, Alyssa, and George on the locomotive, Monica rises from the ground and her chest bursts open with a G larvae, killing her instantly. The larvae makes its way up to the lift and forces its way through by making a hole in the metal flooring. Here, the larvae mutates uncontrollably and grows to a fully formed G adult. Forced to engage the creature in battle, the survivors team up to take it out, and once defeated, they board the locomotive and escape the area. Later, the Raccoon police station has been completely overtaken by zombies, and Lieutenant Marvin Branagh and a group of survivors begin to make plans to escape through a series of tunnels under the station. They realize that Rita Phillips is the only officer small enough, making it her mission to get to the other side and send help back for the others. Marvin entrusts the survivors with finding plates to open the passage, and when done so, Rita heads out for help. Making it out of the tunnel, Rita finds Officer Harry, who is driving a van. The two begin to make their way to the front of the station, while Rita contacts Marvin to gather all remaining survivors to the entrance. Marvin then calls on the station's intercom, informing everyone of their escape plan. While the survivors are waiting at the entrance, a massive group of zombies break in and rush towards the group. After fending off the creatures for a few minutes, Harry and Rita arrive and call on everyone to board the van. Marvin is bitten by zombies during the confrontation and chooses to stay behind to save the rest of the group. Elsewhere in Raccoon City, Jill Valentine wakes up in her apartment and receives a frantic phone call from Brad Vickers. While he is warning her to leave the city, a tyrant bioweapon named Nemesis breaks through the wall and kicks her to the ground. After getting a few shots off at the creature, Jill flees her room and is pursued by Nemesis throughout the apartment. Eventually, she is forced to the bottom level and manages to escape the building just in time as Nemesis darts towards her with a massive block of concrete. Once outside, the exit is closed off by a ton of debris, allowing her to escape the creature and begin investigating the streets of Raccoon City. Making it out of the alleyway, Jill encounters Brad, who explains that while he doesn't know what the creature is, he is aware that it's after the remaining STARS members in Raccoon City. Making their way through the town, zombies break down nearby barricades and force the pair to retreat inside a bar. Brad holds the door to prevent zombies from entering, but in the process is bitten by one. He quickly realizes there's no time and tells Jill she must escape and that she mustn't screw up like he did. While Brad sacrifices his life to hold off the zombies, Jill leaves the bar and is eventually spotted by a helicopter that tells her to head to the top of the parking garage building for pickup. Making her way into a storage room, she finds a terrified man named Dario Rosso, who locks himself in a storage container for safety, and she fails to convince him to escape with her. Arriving in the parking garage, she makes her way past several zombies and takes an elevator to the roof, where the helicopter awaits. However, just before she could board, the chopper blows blows up, and Nemesis emerges from the shadows. With the creature closing in on her, she uses a nearby car to ram into it, and they end up falling off the building in the process. Jill manages to crawl out of the wreckage before the car explodes, but right after, Nemesis appears with its mask torn away from the flames, now revealing its true identity. Before the creature can reach Jill, Carlos arrives and fires a rocket at it. Here, Nemesis shows off its true strength, as it was able to catch the rocket and redirect it with its tentacles. Carlos then fires at the creature a second time, which now lands and briefly halts the creature, allowing him to take Jill to the subway station for shelter. Here, Carlos tells her that he is part of the Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service, a private military force that specializes in rescue operations. After hearing this, Jill lashes out at Carlos, saying that Umbrella was responsible for the chaos occurring in Raccoon City, but having left no choice, she decides to go with him to the bottom of the subway station. Once they arrive, he introduces her to Captain and Platoon Leader Mikhail Victor, who asks her for help in evacuating some survivors via the subway train. Jill reluctantly agrees, but only because she wishes to save the civilians and not the UBCS members. Carlos then hands her a radio, informing her that they should stay in touch, and is told to head to street level to find supplies and gear up. After this, she is instructed by Carlos to get the subway infrastructure back online, and he navigates her through the city to reach the transmission tower. Once she reaches the main road, he then tells her to go through the alley, but Jill discovers it has been set ablaze, forcing her to traverse the streets and alleys to look for a fire hose to put out the fire. After making her way through the alley, she enters a building to find an injured UBCS officer named Murphy Seeker. Before she can treat him, Nikolai appears from behind and shoots the officer in the head. Shocked and outraged, she angrily tells him that he might have not been infected, but he retaliates by taunting her, saying that all of the STARS members are soft, and suggests that she go back to the subway station, as she would only get in the way of their operation. Jill then proceeds to the transmission tower and notices a cocoon-like nest is laying on top of the cables. She goes outside to begin restoring power, but is quickly ambushed by a drained Deimos and forcefully impregnated by it, forcing her to use an herb to flush out the embryo. After fending off more drained Deimos and resetting all the circuit breakers, she re-enters the building and restores the power at the substation, destroying the nest in the process. As Jill heads back to the streets, Nemesis ambushes her by breaking through a nearby wall and pursuing her throughout the city. After narrowly avoiding the creature, Jill informs Carlos that Nemesis is still alive. Carlos tells her to come back to the station, but she refuses to return until she gets traffic control online again. Finally reaching her destination, Carlos instructs her to plot out a route from Redstone Street to Fox Park Station. After doing this, Jill then heads back to the station. Here she meets up with Carlos, Nikolai, and Tyrell, where Nikolai informs all of them that there is no chance of fighting their way out of the city, as it is filled with T-infected creatures. Nikolai notices Jill and again taunts her, telling Carlos that she is unreliable and will get him killed. Nemesis then storms into action and Jill shuts the gate, deciding to use herself as bait to draw the creature away and hopefully buy the others some time. After luring the creature deeper into the subway, Jill escapes through a ventilation duct and heads into the sewers. Attempting to contact Carlos, she gets no signal and chooses to head for the surface. She navigates through the sewers to get into the city above, and upon exploring, she encounters numerous Hunter Gamma bioweapons that were smuggled into Raccoon City by an Umbrella scientist. Eventually reaching the top, she contacts Carlos again, who is relieved to hear that she is alive and informs her that they will leave when she gets back. Jill climbs up a ladder to reach street level, but is quickly grabbed and thrown by Nemesis. It then proceeds to chase her with its brand new flamethrower, forcing her to evade its attacks by ascending the building she is in. Escaping to the rooftop, she is confronted by the creature and forced into a duel. After destroying its fuel tank and halting the creature, Jill jumps off the building to escape the explosion and lands on a lift that quickly snaps and forces her to the ground. Believing she finally killed the creature, Jill radios Carlos and informs him that it's dead. Carlos then tells her that the subway is ready to go and to hurry back so they can leave. Jill cuts through Kendo's gun shop to reach the station and is jumped by a gun-wielding Robert Kendo. She is relieved to see that he is alright and suggests that he comes with her to the station. Kendo sadly refuses, reassuring her that he will be alright and bids her goodbye. Soon after, Jill is attacked by Nemesis yet again, now wielding a rocket launcher with a laser guiding system. Carlos radios again, telling her he knows how to slow it down, and that she has to lead it back to the station. Making her way back, Nemesis fires a rocket at a massive boulder on top of a building, causing it to fall off and roll towards Jill. As she narrowly dodges the debris, she presses onto the station, still being pursued by Nemesis in the process. Jill finds Carlos in the alleyway, and he guides her and the creature to his Claymore trap. The two then quickly head into the station, and Carlos fires at the gasoline truck just before the door closes, which explodes and halts the creature. The pair move to the subway underground and meet up with the other UBCS members, where Mikhail praises Jill for her actions. Meanwhile, the captain orders Carlos and Tyrell to head back to the city and find Dr. Nathaniel Bard, whose vaccine research could save the city. Nikolai, waiting inside the train, praises Jill, saying that she is learning that all that matters is her own life. Following this, everyone boards the train and they begin their escape from the doomed city. While leaving, Nemesis storms onto the train, killing all the civilians that took shelter inside. Outraged by this, Jill attempts to attack the creature, but Mikhail stops her and instructs her to get to the back of the train. However, Nikolai locks the door, trapping Jill and the injured Mikhail with the assailant. Mikhail fires a few rounds at Nemesis, but is quickly pierced and pulled face to face with the creature. He then uses a C4 detonator in a final sacrifice to try and destroy the tyrant, separating them from the subway car Jill is in. Her car then begins derailing and she flies into the wall of the train, which ultimately knocks her unconscious. 23 minutes later, Carlos and Tyrell arrive at the RPD, where they witness Lieutenant Marvin Branagh getting bit by a zombified Brad. Marvin then runs back into the station, locking the door, and Carlos runs in to eliminate the zombie. They enter the RPD and search for Dr. Bard, who is apparently inside the STARS office according to the data they received. On his way, Carlos encounters the lickers and zombies that have overrun the station, but manages to reach the office and contact Bard, who reveals that he has escaped and is now trapped at the hospital that is filled with bioweapons and zombies. Bard reveals that Umbrella is killing all of the researchers because they are witnesses that might incriminate the company by revealing their illegal activities and its connection to the outbreak. He then urges them to get him out before ending the call. Tyrell then hacks the computer and tries to trace Bard's location, and at the same time, Carlos receives a transmission from Jill, who informs him that everyone on the train is dead and that Nikolai left them to die. Carlos then rushes to Jill's location, while Tyrell stays behind to track Bard's location. Several minutes earlier, Jill crawls out of the subway car and attempts to contact Carlos, but is out of range. She eventually reaches the city park and hears the roaring pain of Nemesis. Crossing the walkway bridge, she spots a burning Nemesis tumble his way down the riverbank, and contacts Carlos afterwards, informing him of what has transpired after he left. In the midst of the call, a mutated Nemesis emerges from the river and confronts her. Jill runs from it until she is cornered in the plaza and is forced to fight. She knocks the creature out with the explosive rounds after a long duel, but before she can leave the area, Nemesis wakes up and grabs her by the feet until she shoots the chain that is holding the metal gate, which falls and amputates the arm of the Nemesis. However, it regrows the arm in the form of a tentacle and infects Jill by impaling her arm with a bone spike, causing her to fall to the ground and lose consciousness. Nikolai appears smiling and thanks her for doing him a big favor. Meanwhile, a tired truck driver hauling oil drives through the plains of Arklay County, entirely unaware of the recent quarantine of Raccoon City, and eats a burger while listening to a talk radio program featuring an eyewitness to zombies. While distracted with the radio, the truck plows straight into what seems like a woman walking on the highway. Panicked and scared, the driver gets out of the truck to inspect the situation and examines the victim whom he believes is dead. Turning his back to the zombie, it suddenly gets up and rips him apart. Elsewhere in the plains, police rookie Leon Kennedy drives into Raccoon City to report to the police station, stopping off at a nearby gas station to fill up on gas first. Upon hearing a smashing sound inside the store, Leon enters and finds a police officer being ripped apart by a zombie. Realizing the danger he's in, Leon escapes and heads back to the front of the store, where he runs into Claire Redfield, who he tells to duck as he fires at a zombie right behind her. The two head outside and find a group of zombies flocking the surrounding area. Umbrella, forcing them to dodge the horde and rush to the deputy's car, where they then escape the area and head into the city. Driving through the ruined streets, Leon and Claire discover the only people in sight are zombies, but overhear from a pre-recorded announcement that refugees are to head to the Raccoon police station for shelter. Once the car reaches a dead end, they realize they must continue on foot, but before they can exit the vehicle, the pair is ambushed by zombies that prevent their escape. As the zombies begin to break in, the wounded truck driver from earlier drives towards them as he loses consciousness and swerves off the road to avoid a direct collision. Leon and Claire escape the burning police car shortly before it ignites the oil leaking from the wrecked truck, causing a massive explosion. Separated by the burning remains of the truck, Leon and Claire confirm their safety to each other before independently setting off for the station. Leon arrives first and views the camera footage to witness an officer fending off a nearby zombie as he shouts that he has found a way out. Leon heads to his location and hopes to save him, but is unfortunately a little too late, as the nearby zombie reaches the officer and rips him in half as Leon attempts to pull him away. He then grabs his notebook, which shows the way out, and then proceeds back to the main hall. Here, he is saved by Officer Marvin when a zombie manages to get a hold of him. After collecting themselves, Marvin reveals a secret passage they can use to escape the station, and entrusts Leon in finding 3 medals to unlock it. He then hands the rookie a knife and warns him not to hesitate firing at any infected in his path. After exploring the building and fending off some zombies, Marvin then radios Leon back to the main hall and shows him camera footage that reveals Claire is alive outside waiting. Leon begins to head that way and witnesses a police helicopter crash into a second-floor corridor. Once he makes it outside, him and Claire finally reunite and begin to catch up on each other's current situations. This doesn't last long, however, as zombies begin to flock the outside area, forcing Claire to escape and look for a key to open the gate. Eventually, Leon finds all 3 medals and uses them to open up the secret passage, allowing him to head underground and escape the station. Marvin stays behind and refuses to go, as he knows that he is about to become a zombie. Making his way through the tunnels, Leon is ambushed by a mutated William Birkin, who smashes the rookie into the floorboard, causing him to fall below and be forced into a battle with it. After dealing enough damage, the creature is halted and falls off the ledge, going deeper into the underground. Progressing to the parking garage, Leon is attacked by an aggressive zombie dog bioweapon. Ada Wong arrives just in time to save him and reveals that she is FBI just before leaving. Leon heads to the nearby prison and finds investigator Ben Bertolucci, who tries to explain to him that he was in prison for attempting to reveal Chief Iron's connections with Umbrella and their corrupt operation. He tries to bargain with Leon by opening the cell in exchange for the parking key. However, he refuses the offer as he wants to talk with Irons first. Ben is then brutally murdered by Tyrant T00, who breaks through the concrete wall and crushes his face. Ada returns, warning Leon how dangerous the situation is, and tells him to look for a way out just before disappearing yet again. Leon heads back to the station to find 2 electronic components and is confronted and pursued by T00 throughout. Returning back to the prison, he uses the electronic components to activate the power and obtain Ben's keycard. Returning back to the parking garage, the tyrant breaks through a nearby wall and confronts Leon, but Ada returns to save him again by ramming the creature into the wall with a SWAT truck. The 2 use Ben's key to escape the area, and they begin to explore the streets of Raccoon City. Making their way through a gun shop, Leon is confronted and held at gunpoint by Robert Kendo. Kendo wants nothing to do with Leon and is angry over the RPD's failure to control the situation. They are distracted by his 10-year-old daughter Emma, who is infected and close to becoming a zombie. After begging the 2 to leave him and his daughter alone, Leon expresses his frustrations to Ada that he wants to take down Umbrella and save the city from this outbreak. The 2 decide to team up and they begin to make their way into the sewers to continue their investigation. Meanwhile, Claire manages to escape the station and head to the underground tunnels. Here, she finds a young girl named Sherry, who reveals that her mother, Annette Birkin, has disappeared and asks Claire to help find her. She agrees, and the 2 begin to head to the surface. Once they reach the parking garage, Police Chief Brian Irons arrives and forces Claire to the ground while Sherry ties her hands. Irons then kidnaps Sherry and takes her to the nearby orphanage, while Claire is forced to look for another way out once the gate closes on her. She heads back to the station to look for the parking garage key, and is confronted and chased by a new tyrant in the process. Later, Irons calls Claire and demands that she head to the orphanage and bring him Sherry's pendant. She agrees and begins to head there in hopes of saving Sherry. Meanwhile, Sherry is trapped in the orphanage and begins to look for a way out. She eventually finds the key but is caught by Irons before she can grab it. Sherry throws a bottle of acid in his face and flees back to the playroom to hide from her predator. After Irons searches the area, he unlocks the door to a nearby bathroom to wash his face, allowing Sherry to sneak in and grab the keys. Chasing her through the orphanage, Irons eventually gets a hold of Sherry, but before he can do anything, William Birkin arrives and implants him with a G embryo. Shortly after, Claire arrives at the orphanage and is confronted by the now wounded Irons. After blaming Claire for what happened, the G embryo rejects his body and explodes out of his stomach, killing him instantly. Claire eventually finds Sherry in the underground, and the two are pursued by T-00. Once they reach the elevator, William Birkin arrives and impales the tyrant with his claws. Birkin then jumps on top of the elevator, and they all fall down into the sewers. Elsewhere, Leon and Ada begin to explore the sewers and are eventually confronted by a massive alligator bioweapon that chases them deeper underground. However, it's quickly eliminated by Leon once he fires at flammable gas that blows the creature's head off. The pair eventually finds Annette and demand a sample of the G-Virus. Annette denies the request and runs away while firing at the two, injuring Leon in the process. Ada goes after her and is eventually trapped in an incinerator, but is quickly able to escape after disarming 3 hidden switches. Later, she falls down a bridge and gets stabbed in the leg by debris, making her unable to walk. Leon wakes up shortly after and begins to look for Ada, eventually finding her injured and trapped in a massive waste disposal room. Leon begins to explore the sewers for a way to reach her, and after connecting 6 chest plugs to the correct circuit box and unlocking the door, Leon is confronted yet again by a mutated William Birkin that engages him in battle. After accessing a massive crane, Leon uses a shipping container to knock William off the ledge, allowing him to head back and finally reach Ada, who explains that the samples they need are located at Nest, and with that, the two begin to make their way to the nearby cable car and head down to the underground lab. On the way down, they share a kiss just before going their separate ways. Shortly after, Claire is woken up by Annette Birkin, who investigates the area just before leaving. Making her way deeper into the sewers, Claire eventually finds Sherry, who is trapped in a massive waste disposal room, and begins to explore the surrounding area for a way to reach her. After successfully returning to Sherry, Annette reveals that the child was infected by William, and informs Claire that she can be treated in the underground lab at Nest. Claire then carries the little girl to the cable car, and the two proceed to head down to Nest. On the way, Claire gives her jacket to Sherry for warmth and begins to comfort her. Meanwhile, Leon has finally begun exploring the underground lab and eventually recovers a sample of G. Shortly after, he is confronted by William yet again, who has now mutated even further. Annette arrives as well to take her husband down, but things only get more out of hand as she is quickly thrown to a wall and William begins to mutate further and further. In hopes that he can defeat the creature for good, Annette sends Leon and Birkin down to a lower level to brawl to the death. In the end, Leon emerges victorious and heads back to the floor above to find a wounded Annette, who reveals to him that Ada has been hiding the truth, that she's actually a mercenary and plans to sell the G-Virus to the highest bidder. After hearing this, Leon confronts Ada about the accusations, which causes Ada to pull a gun on him. Annette arrives and fires at Ada in hopes of preventing the G-Virus from spreading. Ada falls and is quickly grabbed by Leon in hopes of saving her, but she ultimately lets go and falls into the abyss. With the self-destruct time activated, Leon sets out to escape the facility. Prior to the lab's self-destruct activation, Claire carries Sherry to Nest and sets her down in a room to begin looking for a cure. After retrieving the antiviral agent, she returns to the room with Annette and they administer the cure to Sherry, allowing her to fully recover from the virus. Annette, however, is seriously wounded from William's attack and is unable to go on. She gives Claire a wristband that has access to the entirety of Nest and requests that she get Sherry to safety. Annette then apologizes to her daughter for everything and says her goodbyes while the lab self-destruct time is activated. Claire and Sherry then head out to escape the facility. Eventually finding a train, Claire begins searching for a means of getting it running. During this, she is called by Leon, who tells her to go on without him just before connection is lost. After reactivating the power, Claire is met by William Birkin, now mutated even further, and engages in another battle. After defeating the creature, Claire boards the train and sets off with Sherry to escape the lab. Meanwhile, after calling Claire, Leon is attacked and pursued by T-00 throughout the facility. After the creature takes massive damage from surrounding explosions, its power limiter then deactivates, causing it to mutate into the Super Tyrant form. Shortly after, it catches up to Leon and confronts him on a lift where a final battle commences. However, the fight is short-lived once Ada tosses down a rocket launcher to Leon, allowing him to fire at the creature and obliterate it. As Leon moves forward, he spots the train Claire activated and manages to jump on before it passes. He meets up with Claire and Sherry, but their conversation is quickly halted by a massive shake from the train. Claire goes to the back of the train to investigate, where William Birkin appears in his final stage ready to attack its prey. After buying Leon time to detach the back carriage, Claire stabs Birkin's eye with a sharp piece of metal and jumps to the other train carriage before separating. The group then watches as Birkin is finally destroyed for good from the nest explosion. Finally escaping the city, the group begins walking down a highway in the plains, thinking about what to do next. They spot a truck driver heading towards Raccoon City, and Leon prepares to shoot, thinking that he could be infected like the other truck driver. However, the driver simply flips him off and continues on his way. Leon and Claire both decide that they will put an end to Umbrella for what happened, and the three decide to stick together for now. Afterwards, Umbrella operative Hunk wakes up in the sewer after his entire unit is attacked and killed by the mutated William Birkin. Still in possession of the G-Virus sample, he contacts Nighthawk and requests an extraction point to be picked up. Making his way through the sewers and RPD, Hunk reaches the front gate of the station and gets picked up by a helicopter, ultimately succeeding in his mission of the G-Virus retrieval. Sometime later, Carlos finds Jill on the streets of Raccoon City and begins to carry her to the Spencer Memorial Hospital, hoping Dr. Bard could cure her. Carlos manages to reach the hospital, puts Jill down on the bed in the makeshift sick room, and begins to explore the building in search of the vaccine. He finds and enters the office of Dr. Bard and finds him dead with a gunshot wound to the head, having been assassinated by Nikolai. Carlos finds a computer that contains an old video recording of Bard, where he reveals that all of Raccoon City's suffering began with the release of the T-Virus. His employer Umbrella engineered the virus and ordered their team to develop a vaccine, but the executives wanted to destroy the vaccine in an effort to erase any evidence that the virus existed. After the tape ends, Carlos obtains the vaccine and rushes back to the front of the hospital to use on Jill. Tyrell arrives sometime later and turns on the TV to reveal an announcement that the zombie outbreak is uncontainable, and on October 1st, the US government will launch a missile strike, eradicating the virus along with the city. They urge the survivors who are still alive to get out of the city before the deadline. After the message, a horde of zombies begin to surround the hospital, and Carlos goes outside to fend off the creatures to protect Jill and give Tyrell enough time to hack into the hospital's security system to shut the doors down. Once the zombies break through the front door, Carlos uses a C4 detonator to knock down a pillar that covers the entrance and prevents the zombies from reaching them. He then goes back to the room to find Jill cured from the virus, and quickly storms out telling Tyrell to contact someone in the government to stall the missile strike while he searches for the cure. Later, Jill wakes up in a nightmare to find Carlos, who tells her that the city is now safe and it's finally over. Suddenly, he coughs up blood and nearly turns into a zombie, begging her to pull the trigger as it's the only way. Once Jill is unable to fire, a now zombified Carlos lunges at Jill and begins to rip her apart. She then wakes up from the nightmare and finds that her wound is treated. Turning her attention towards the TV, Jill finds out about the emergency missile strike, which is now just hours away. She walks outside to find Tyrell still trying to get a hold of someone with any clearance to stop the missile strike, and he informs her that Carlos is underground trying to get the stocks of vaccine. She then goes after Carlos and finds a secret complex that leads her to an underground facility. While exploring, she finds an observant Nikolai Nikolai, who quickly runs away after cutting the power. After reactivating the power, she heads up the elevator and regroups with Tyrell, who got through to the government claiming that they were willing to call off the strike if they deliver the vaccine to them. The two begin to press on and explore further, and are quickly ambushed by the mutated Nemesis again. The creature grabs Tyrell before it impales him with its tentacles. Nemesis then tosses his lifeless body, while Jill makes a run for it and manages to shut the door behind them. After exploring the Nest 2 facility and creating a vaccine, Jill is grabbed by Nemesis. She stabs the creature's tentacle until she is let free and begins to flee from the creature. Making her way to the disposal center, Nemesis follows her and smashes the stairway she's on, causing her to fall and grab onto a ledge while dropping the vaccine. Nikolai suddenly appears and makes a deal that Jill goes down to fight the Nemesis while he records the battle for combat data he can sell, and in return, she will be given back the vaccine. He then sends her down and she begins a fierce battle with the creature. During the ongoing fight, Carlos appears and assists her by spotting Nemesis, and after badly injuring it with weapons, he then drops the crane for Jill for them to regroup. As she climbs on it, Nemesis attempts to attack her again, only to get hit by the crane operated by Carlos, who then floods the center of the area with potent solvents from the tanks, dissolving Nemesis into a bloody pulp in the process. Carlos then drops Jill and tells her that he will meet her up ahead. Eventually catching up to Nikolai, she points her gun at him demanding the vaccine, but he quickly refuses. During this heated moment, Nemesis bursts into the room as a giant blob, forcing Jill to the ground. Nikolai shouts that the data on this can be worth millions, and bids her good luck before running off. Carlos appears right after, and Jill tells him to go after Nikolai while she deals with the Nemesis one last time. She then opens the compartment containing a high-powered railgun known as Finger, and fires the powerful weapon at the creature, causing massive damage and severely wounding it. However, it's not enough to defeat the creature, and Jill is forced to recharge the railgun by reactivating multiple power sources. After this, she shoves the railgun to Nemesis's mouth and fires one last shot that completely obliterates the creature and ends it for good. Jill then resumes her pursuit of Nikolai, and arriving on the roof, she finds Carlos knocked unconscious. Nikolai then knocks Jill's gun out of her hand and tosses her the vaccine canister only to shoot it, thus dooming the city. Outraged by this, she asks him if he has any idea what he had just done, but he only responds that he doesn't care, as his client asked him to reduce Umbrella to rubble. Nikolai prepares to kill Jill until Carlos tackles him and the two engage in combat. Carlos then puts him in a chokehold and shouts for Jill to shoot him. She is reluctant at first for fear of the bullet hitting Carlos, but finally complies and shoots Nikolai in the shoulder. Jill and Carlos then board a helicopter and decide to leave Nikolai on the roof. He warns her that if he dies, then she will never find out the truth. However, Jill responds that she doesn't mind a little detective work, and so her and Carlos board the helicopter, seemingly leaving Nikolai to die with the city. Sometime later, they are in the outskirts of town as Jill witnesses a missile fired by the US government that completely obliterates Raccoon City. After pondering on everything that happened, she decides that the city's ashes would be Umbrella's ashes as well, and is now determined to take down Umbrella for their unlawful actions. Prior to the explosion, scientist Greg Mueller wakes up his tyrant creation known as Thanatos, and gives it clear instructions to defend him from Umbrella troops, as he had betrayed Umbrella and used the company for his own benefits. Shortly after, survivor George Hamilton sees a note from his friend Peter Jenkins, asking for his help at the university, claiming that he has vital information about the current status of the city crisis. George takes a group of survivors with him to the university, and they quickly find Peter killed by a gunshot to the back of the head. His notes suggest that he was working on an antivirus called Daylight, which eliminates the T-virus infection from the body. A drug synthesizer is said to be located in the third floor lab, and the survivors spread out to locate the 3 components necessary to generate the antivirus. While exploring, a Hunter Gamma bioweapon breaks out of confinement and rushes towards the group where it is either killed or avoided. Meanwhile, a team of mercenaries from the UBCS encounter Thanatos. Nikolai appears and fires a capsule at the creature in an attempt to retrieve a blood sample. However, the creature resists and quickly annihilates the entire groundside UBCS team before heading back indoors. Nikolai watches the creature flee as he begins crafting new plans to take out the creature. Later, Thanatos breaks through the glass at the university and confronts the group of survivors for the first time. Eventually luring it to faulty wiring, the group electrocutes the creature, allowing them to retrieve a sample of T-blood that will be used to create the antivirus. Upon reaching the lab and finally synthesizing the vaccine, the power to the machine is cut. Looking around on the third floor, they are eventually confronted by scientist Greg. He introduces himself and reveals his plans to have them killed by Thanatos to gather data. Suddenly, Greg is shot through the head by Nikolai, allowing the survivors to escape with the antivirus as Nikolai starts the timer for a series of charges planted around the university. The survivors quickly reach the outside of the university just as it explodes, and a rescue helicopter circles around and spots the group, calling on them to meet up at the courtyard for pickup. On their way, the group is forced to deal with Thanatos, who has survived the explosion and mutated into a 12-foot tall super tyrant. Eventually halting the creature, the survivors press on and finally reach the courtyard, only to be ambushed by Thanatos one last time. After dealing massive damage, the creature ultimately falls for good. The helicopter then rescues them, and they escape the city as it is bombed. Before the explosion, a rogue USS squad operator named Captain Rodriguez is ready to abandon Raccoon City in a Chinook carrying a stolen BOW. His passenger, Linda Baldwin, an Umbrella researcher, refuses to go just yet and rushes to the Umbrella Development Center to obtain an antiretroviral drug that could prevent a global T-virus outbreak. At the center, a group of survivors arrive and save Umbrella researcher Carter from a zombie who entered the building's premises. Right after, Linda shows up, only to almost be attacked by a survivor who mistakes her for a zombie. As Linda and Carter discuss what to do, a group of experimental hunter moves escape confinement and begin to run rampant in the facility, which causes an alarm to go off and put the building into lockdown. Researcher Carter begins work on activating Tyrant R, with the intent of using it to kill the hunters to clean an escape route. He boasts about being able to kill the Tyrant if it rebels, as he is in possession of a trigger to a bomb planted on the creature's back. The Tyrant does indeed rebel soon after and attacks Carter, breaking an antivirus sample in the process. It then pushes Linda off the edge and down into the water treatment plant below, and begins to pursue the survivors throughout the facility. The group successfully escapes the area and travels into the water treatment plant, where they find an unconscious Linda lying on the floor of the drainage area, who explains to them that the virus spreading around the city was created by Umbrella. Right after, an influx of water begins to flow through the facility's tunnels, sweeping Linda down the sewers. Now injured, she crawls out of the tunnels and reaches the entrance of the Apple Inn, where she is mistaken for a zombie and shot by UBCS platoon leader Arnold, who has been ordered by Umbrella to kill Captain Rodriguez and recover the bioweapon he stole. The other survivors later escape out of the water treatment plant and reach the streets, where they are then quickly met by a now mutated Tyrant R that begins to pursue them all the way to the Apple Inn. It's here that the survivors find Linda severely wounded and begin to carry her through the city streets looking for a way to escape. Elsewhere, Captain Rodriguez starts his Chinook and begins to fly away with the experimental bioweapon. However, while leaving, a missile is fired at the aircraft, causing Rodriguez to take a sharp turn, which causes the cargo carrying the bioweapon to detach and fall to the ground. With no other option, he decides to leave it and continues his escape of the city. Shortly after, a group of UBCS soldiers cautiously approach the dropped cargo, only to be slaughtered by the bioweapon inside known as Nyx, who breaks out and begins to absorb all the soldiers. The survivors arrive right after and are greeted by Nyx, who proceeds to absorb the nearby Tyrant R and begins a battle against the group. After defeating the difficult creature, the group takes Linda to a nearby truck and they all proceed to escape the city. Elsewhere, Ada begins to traverse through the sewers after having escaped Nest, looking for a way out of the city. She exits by climbing up the manhole on the street and enters the Apple Inn to meet with her contact from the rival company, only to find him dead from suicide. A nearby computer in the room activates, allowing Albert Wesker to communicate with Ada, claiming that she has failed by betraying the agency and aiding Leon. However, after revealing she managed to recover a tissue fragment from William Birkin that contains the G virus, Wesker then informs her that Raccoon City will be obliterated by a missile at dawn, and that Ada's only chance of escape will be to hitch a ride on a helicopter carrying Umbrella executive Sergei Vladimir out of town. Ada then exits the inn and uses her grapple gun to flip over a pile of flaming wreckage that is blocking one of the streets, and after fighting her way through a building full of zombies and bioweapons, she finally reaches an overpass. Here, she fights and defeats the Tyrant R that was previously absorbed and fought by a group of survivors. After the Tyrant's death, Ada uses her grapple gun to pull herself onto the large package being carried by the Umbrella helicopter, allowing her to successfully escape the city. 1 month later, an agent by the name of Ark Thompson is called by his friend Leon to infiltrate an Umbrella facility. Upon arrival, he manages to breach security in the Umbrella-controlled Sheena Island by impersonating the leader of the Umbrella facility, Vincent Goldman. However, Ark is spotted by a young boy named Lot Klein, who reveals the real Goldman of this imposter. He eventually confronts the man who he believes to be a spy, but Ark pushes him to the ground and runs outside to escape on a helicopter. Vincent follows and grabs onto the bottom of the aircraft as it flies off. Once Ark begins to lose control, Vincent falls onto the ground while the plane crash lands, and Ark wakes up soon after with severe amnesia, which makes him forget who he is. Ark quickly finds Vincent unconscious on the ground, but can't quite remember who he is. However, he looks at the dog tags and now believes the man to be Ark Thompson. Later, he encounters a small boy named Lot and his sister Lily Klein. They at first run and attempt to attack Ark, but they slowly learn to trust him after Ark attempts to save Lot for his sister. Making his way through the city and into the Tyrant plant, Ark encounters multiple bioweapons on the island he must combat. This includes zombies, Cerberuses, Lickers, Hunters, and T-103s. In the Tyrant plant, Vincent attempts to kill Ark, but is instead killed by the experimental Tyrant Hypnos T-type. After a brief battle, Ark appears to have killed the creature and continues on. Eventually, the boy and his sister reunite and proceed to escape the island with Ark, who by now has remembered who he was and why he was on the island. They proceed to an elevator that takes them to a helipad for escape. However, the Tyrant returns now mutated even further and enters an intense battle against Ark. After supposedly defeating the creature on the helipad, Ark proceeds to the helicopter for escape. As the three fly off, the creature jumps on in an attempt to bring down the aircraft. Ark then fires 2 missiles at the creature, finally killing it for good, and the three then begin to fly off into the distance. 3 months after the Raccoon City incident, Claire Redfield is searching for her missing brother Chris at an Umbrella-owned facility in Paris, where she is discovered and met with fierce resistance. Making her way into a warehouse, she is met by dozens of armed soldiers, and she fires at nearby flammable gas to take them all out. However, before Claire can flee the area, she is captured by Umbrella military commander Rodrigo and shipped to the remote Rockford Island facility. There, Claire is placed in a cell and knocked unconscious by a guard, but she wakes up hours later to the sound of explosions. An injured Rodrigo enters the room and opens her cell, telling her that she's free to go. He explains that an air raid destroyed much of the island and eliminated most of the inhabitants. This led to the accidental release of T-virus samples and bioweapons, which began to spread quickly and wipe out most of the survivors. Claire leaves and heads to the nearby graveyard, where she is instantly met by countless zombies that begin to surround her. Claire rushes past the creatures and eventually locates fellow inmate Steve Burnside, who tells her of an airport on the island he plans to use to escape just before leaving her. She later finds him again while he is looking at data on Chris Redfield from a computer. Claire contacts Leon to get a hold of Chris, but Steve gets angered by this because he doesn't think Chris will show up to help. He then tells Claire to stop relying on others and storms off. Claire begins her investigation of the island and eventually finds the Ashford residence. There, she is attacked by Alfred Ashford, as he thinks that she is responsible for the air raid on the island. Making her way into a warehouse, she is confronted by a grotesque Bandersnatch bioweapon that grabs a hold and nearly strangles her to death. However, Steve storms in through the nearby glass and is able to save Claire and defeat the creature with his pistols. Steve saves her again once his father, now zombified, grabs a hold of Claire, ready to feast on her flesh. Later, Claire arrives at the private residence to find Alfred and his twin sister Alexia Ashford discussing their plans for the revival of the Ashford family. Claire is nearly caught eavesdropping once Alexia hears a noise, but is able to escape just in time and continue looking for a way out. Making her way back to the base, Claire finds the now zombified doctor feasting on the flesh of his patients. The creature notices Claire, and she either takes him out or escapes the area. Soon after, Wesker arrives and confronts Claire, who explains that he was the one responsible for the air raid and outbreak. He begins to fight Claire while explaining that he has unfinished business with Chris, and soon after leaves after getting an urgent message. After this, Claire is saved by Steve once they are confronted by Alexia Ashford, who is revealed to actually be Alfred in disguise suffering from a personality disorder. Alfred runs off while the island's self-destruct system is activated, and the two begin their escape of the island. During this, Alfred releases a tyrant to get his revenge on the two, and it quickly confronts Claire at the island base. After defeating the creature, Claire meets up with Steve on a plane, and the two fly off, escaping the island just before it explodes. Alfred boards a plane of his own and begins to follow them to a base in Antarctica once he hacks their plane and sets it on autopilot. During their flight, they are attacked by the same tyrant from before, and Claire is quickly able to take it out by releasing cargo containers that push the creature off the aircraft. Steve and Claire eventually crash into the Antarctic base and begin to look for a way out. While exploring, Claire encounters a creature known as Nosferatu chained in a cell, which is learned to be the father of the Ashford twins. Later, the two are ambushed by Alfred, but Steve quickly rushes in and fires at him, which causes him to fall off a cliff ledge. Once his father Nosferatu hears this, he becomes filled with rage and breaks out of his cell, now beginning to search for his son's attackers. Claire and Steve eventually use a massive truck to break through a wall and escape the facility. Once outside, they are met by Nosferatu, who nearly swats Steve off of the platform edge and afterwards begins a battle against Claire. After dealing enough damage, the creature is defeated and Claire rushes to Steve and saves him from falling. The two then get back into the truck and continue their escape from the facility. Meanwhile, a wounded Alfred Ashford crawls to awaken the real Alexia Ashford, who has been in a cryogenic sleep for 15 years in order to harness the full power of her T. Veronica virus that she discovered many years prior. She begins to comfort her now deceased brother while gaining control of a massive tentacle under the base that she uses to attack Claire and Steve to prevent their escape. The two are later captured by Alexia and imprisoned with hopes to use them as test subjects for her virus. Later, Chris Redfield arrives at Rockford Island in search of his sister Claire after getting a message from Leon. Walking into a cave, he hears a loud shriek and finds Rodrigo severely injured, who informs Chris that Claire has already escaped the island with one of the planes. Rodrigo is then ambushed by a gulpworm bioweapon and swallowed whole. However, Chris defeats the creature after an intense battle and is able to save the man. Rodrigo says his goodbyes, hands Chris a lighter, and ultimately passes away. Elsewhere, Wesker is monitoring camera footage on the island and spots Alexia alive and Chris exploring the area. Wesker then releases drones and hunters to attack Chris so he won't interrupt his plans. The two eventually come face to face in a lab where Wesker reveals that he was hired by a new organization to capture Alexia and retrieve a sample of T. Veronica. He also reveals that Claire is located in the Antarctic while the two begin to brawl. Before Wesker can choke Chris to death, Alexia appears and distracts him. Wesker then throws Chris and opens a chamber holding a Bandersnatch and escapes to pursue Alexia. Now that Chris knows where to go, he later boards a plane and heads to Antarctica to rescue Claire. After arriving to the base and fending off dozens of zombies and other bioweapons, Chris eventually finds Claire trapped in some webbing, which he uses a knife to cut her free. Claire wakes up and explains to Chris that they need to find Steve. She begins to feel sick and realizes that she has been poisoned, so Chris leaves and begins to look for an antidote. While backtracking, he finds Alexia, who disposes of her father Nosferatu and releases a massive spider bioweapon on Chris. After this, he retrieves the antidote out and rushes back to Claire to cure her. The two are met by Alexia, who toys with them just before leaving. They decide to pursue her in hopes to find out where Steve is, but are quickly attacked by a massive tentacle that injures Chris and separates the two. Claire hears Steve screaming in the distance and heads off to look for him. Eventually he is found trapped in a chamber and starts to mutate uncontrollably from the T. Veronica virus injected in him. Losing all control of his body, he begins to chase after Claire and attack her. Claire separates the two with a cell gate, but is quickly grabbed by one of Alexia's tentacles. Steve breaks through a bar and closes in, but is able to fight the virus inside of him and chop through the tentacle to save Claire. He then mutates back to normal and is comforted by Claire, but sadly passes away from the infection. Meanwhile, Chris is hiding behind a pillar in the mansion as he watches Wesker confront Alexia. Wesker demands a sample of T. Veronica, but Alexia refuses, and she begins to mutate into a new form and start a battle against Wesker. Chris is eventually spotted during the fight, and Wesker decides to flee the area and leave Chris to deal with the chaos. After halting the creature, he presses on and finds Claire trapped in a room, but is unable to open it due to the electronic lock. However, once he activates the self-destruct system, the door is opened and the two finally regroup, only to be halted by Alexia again, now mutated even further. After firing the linear launcher at the creature, they finally defeat the creature for good and begin to escape the facility. Claire is quickly kidnapped by Wesker, and Chris is forced to chase after them. Once caught up, Wesker reveals to them that his team captured Steve, and will be able to retrieve a T. Veronica sample from his body. Chris then tells Claire to leave, and he begins a brawl against him. Wesker has the upper hand with his superhuman abilities. However, further into the fight, Chris manages to drop a bundle of steel beams on him. Wesker survives, but with the base beginning to fall apart, the two make an agreement to end the fight and settle things the next time they meet. Chris then runs out and meets Claire on a plane, and the two of them escape the base just before it explodes. 2 years later, the US government sends a group of soldiers to the ongoing war in Panamstan. One of the helicopters is shot down, stranding Team Alpha 2 in the city as the insurgents quickly swarm them. Despite clear orders to stand back, Team Mad Dogs drop down to secure the crash site and rescue survivors. Upon landing, the group finds an injured soldier named Junshi and drags him out of the wrecked helicopter. However, they are quickly met by more insurgents and forced to take cover and retreat into a nearby building. The team remains in hiding throughout the day while trying to contact headquarters. However, they are met with no communications, and after many hours pass by, the group plans to make a break for their army base carrying Junshi. Suddenly, they hear a commotion outside and witness a mob of civilians brutally attacking the insurgents. The mob soon breaks into the building and are quickly wiped out, but only after biting the nearby soldiers. Junshi, who is now barely conscious, begs the injured soldiers to use a medication known as the inhibitor, stored in one of his bags, claiming that it's used to stop people from turning into zombies. This reveals to Team Mad Dogs that Army General Wilson was aware of such a disease, and that the soldiers infected by it were sent out on the mission deliberately to test the effectiveness of the virus. Later that night, the unrescued corpses of Team Alpha 2 are hung up by rope and soaked in gasoline to be scorched. Suddenly, one of the soldiers reanimates as a zombie and begins to rip the nearby insurgents apart, all while a young boy watches from afar. Elsewhere, Mad Dogs return to the base with a now zombified Junshi sealed in a body bag. Here they talk about how they narrowly escaped the city as it was destroyed by explosives, and suspect that they interfered in a classified operation involving augmented soldiers, and might be murdered to cover it up. Suddenly, they are interrupted by Warrant Officer Shen Mei, who inquires about their radio communications made during the mission, revealing that they were deliberately ignored when trapped in the city. Once Shen Mei discovers the zombie to be none other than her brother, Mad Dog's leader Jason reveals that Junshi gave up his share of the inhibitor to prevent the soldiers from turning. After thinking it over, Jason decides not to tell HQ about Junshi, and instead contacts his grandfather to have him smuggled out. Afterwards, Team Mad Dogs is used by Wilson for personal covert operations in exchange for doses of the inhibitor. In 2002, Leon and his partner Jack Krauser head to a small village in South Africa in search of ex-drug lord Javier Hidalgo, who was reported to be in connection with Umbrella. Upon arrival, they discover that the residents there have been turned into zombies, with some having sacred snakes tattoos, meaning that they have worked alongside Javier. After progressing deeper into the village, the two find their guide now injured, who ultimately succumbs to his injuries after claiming that a certain girl named Manuela brought devils to the village. Finding their way past more bioweapons, Leon and Krauser eventually find the girl that their guide was talking about, but before they could reach her, a massive creature emerges from the water and begins a fierce battle with the two. After dropping the bell tower on the creature, it quickly flees back into the murky waters. The two then return back to the girl, and they all begin to set off on the river while Krauser asks Leon to tell him everything about his encounters with bioweapons. Sometime later, the girl they rescued wakes up on the boat and agrees to help guide them to Javier's location. On the way, the group travels through underground tunnels, fending off dozens of bioweapons in the process, until they finally come face to face with Javier, where he then reveals that Manuela is his daughter and that he had been experimenting on her with the Code Veronica virus in an attempt to contain her illness. Suddenly, water begins to fill the area, pushing Krauser and Leon away, with Manuela jumping in shortly after to follow them. After regrouping with the girl, the three escape and make their way outside in front of the dam, where Manuela reveals that she has been infected by a local virus since she was 15 and had been receiving frequent doses of the Veronica virus to treat the infection. The three then continue the search of Javier to find out how he has prevented Manuela's mutation from the Veronica virus. After clearing through Javier's zombified security and making their way inside his building, they discover that the reason Javier was kidnapping young girls was to extract their organs and perform transplants in an attempt to cure Manuela. Suddenly, Leon and Krauser are confronted by the gigantic monster that ambushed them back at the church, who they soon learn is actually Manuela's mother, Hilda. Having the same illness as Manuela, she mutated due to the failure to keep the virus in check. Right before they defeat her, she shoots spikes from her body, one of which pierces into the arm of Krauser, wounding him in the process. Elsewhere, Javier arrives at his botanical garden and begins to merge himself with the Veronica plant, allowing him to mutate into a monstrous creature known as the V-Complex. Eventually, Leon and Krauser confront Javier outside his facility and begin a fierce battle against him. With the help of Manuela's superhuman abilities from Code Veronica, the three are ultimately successful in defeating Javier for good and are rescued by a helicopter shortly after. Manuela is taken in by the US government, and Krauser is taken out of active commission from the US military due to his injured arm, causing him to spiral further into darkness as he begins to seek out more power. Elsewhere, Wesker arrives at Javier's facility and begins to examine the aftermath from afar. Sometime later, ex-Umbrella employee Morpheus Duval boards a cruiser known as the Spencer Rain and releases the ship's secret bioweapon cargo and infects all the crew members. Once in control, Morpheus holds the world hostage, with the US and China at ransom for $1 billion. If they refuse to pay the money, his henchmen will proceed to launch T-virus missiles at these countries to further spread the virus. Shortly after, Agent Bruce McGivern is sent in by a US government task force with the sole purpose of taking down Umbrella. Another agent named Fong Ling is sent in by a different government organization with a common goal. During Bruce's infiltration and investigation, he is found by Morpheus and held at gunpoint on the foredeck. A surprise attack by Fong Ling with a grenade allows Bruce to escape into the ship, with Morpheus being severely injured in the explosion, forcing him to eventually infect himself with the experimental T+G virus in order to avoid an otherwise fatal wound. While Fong Ling and Bruce continue to explore the area, they are eventually forced into a battle once Morpheus unleashes multiple hunter bioweapons to attack the pair. After defeating the creatures, the two make their way to the ship's lower levels. During this, Bruce encounters the now mutated Morpheus, which is now immune to gunfire, leaving Bruce to flee the area as the only option. After regrouping with Fong Ling, the two block the creature's path and proceed to reactivate power to parts of the ship in order to gain access to the bridge. There, the pair finds that the Spencer Rain is on a collision course with a nearby island, and that they are nearly out of time. Running outside to escape the ship, Bruce is forced to fight Tyrant 091, which had escaped containment before Bruce's encounter with Morpheus. Once it is defeated, Bruce jumps into the ocean and swims to shore as the ship crashes into the cliffs and is destroyed. After briefly exploring the island, which is shown to contain an abandoned Umbrella facility, Bruce moves down into its waterways in search of Morpheus. Making his way through a series of underwater channels, he discovers that the island was used as a waste disposal facility for failed bioweapons, until it was recently lost in a biohazardous outbreak. Elsewhere in the facility, Fongling has a run-in with a nightmarish bioweapon named Pluto, which is learned to have been a failed experiment that Umbrella lost track of. After making her way out into the open, she is nearly struck with a powerful laser. However, Bruce arrives just in time to save her, and they make their way into a nearby room for safety. Here, they discover that the Chinese have given in to Morpheus's demands and have agreed to pay up, arranging for an orbital weapon satellite to kill Fongling with a targeted laser device. Bruce correctly infers that the satellite is tracking a chip in her tattoo, and proceeds to dig it out with a knife. With the chip destroyed, the satellite ceases its attack. The two then make their way to the underwater biosphere where the missile silo is a part of. However, Bruce is forced to fight Pluto before they can reach it. After successfully defeating the creature, the two make their way down the elevator. Suddenly, Morpheus arrives and ambushes the pair, sending the elevator crashing to the seafloor below. Miraculously, Bruce and Fongling manage to survive the crash and proceed to explore the facility. Once separated, Fongling is captured by Morpheus, who uses her to bait Bruce into trying to save her. The trap ends up working, allowing Morpheus to ambush Bruce, but in the end, he's able to overcome the enemy after acquiring a prototype charged particle rifle, which he uses to bypass the creature's magnetic barrier. Bruce's attack seriously wounds Morpheus, giving him a chance to try and find a means of deactivating the missiles. However, Morpheus begins to mutate further and pursue Bruce throughout the silo. In the end, Bruce is able to emerge victorious, and after a final shot to the head, the creature's body expands more and more until finally exploding, destroying the entire facility and missiles in the process. Bruce and Fongling manage to survive with the use of an escape boat, and begin to share a kiss just as a helicopter approaches to pick them up. Sometime later, Chris and Jill drive into a small Russian village to investigate reports of a mutant wolf being captured in the area. Spotting an unconscious man lying outside one of the houses, Jill approaches to see if he is okay and finds that he is suffering from a cannibal disease. As more zombies begin to swarm the area, Chris and Jill are forced to eliminate them all. Though they are disappointed that the village appears to be lost to a T-virus outbreak, Chris starts to suspect that there is something else going on. Continuing their investigation, the two check out a nearby house and run into a young girl named Anna, who claims that a wolf attacked the village 2 nights ago, turning its victims into zombies. Once her mother began displaying symptoms, Anna's father sealed her in a closet to hide. Upon learning all of this, Chris decides to remain in the village and look for other survivors in a similar predicament as Anna. As night falls, Anna leads Chris and Jill over to a grain silo outside the village, where she heard the villagers were being evacuated to. It's here that they discover the village chief frozen to death in a refrigerator, and are right after met by dozens of zombies that begin to pursue them. The three begin running for the exit, but find that the door has become jammed. Now cornered, Chris decides to stand alone against the zombies, while Jill and Anna hide in the refrigerator. After coating the creatures with bags of flour, Chris shoots out a light bulb, causing a fire to spread across the corridor and burn all of the zombies covered in the flour. Now safe from harm, the three begin to leave the area, but are quickly met by none other than Albert Wesker. Chris accuses Wesker of being behind the T-virus outbreak in the village. However, he quickly denies involvement, claiming it to be an accident caused by a leak of the virus. He also claims that the village is cursed. Suddenly, the floor collapses and the group is approached by Hunter Delta creatures. Wesker flees the area, leaving Chris to deal with the enemies. Grabbing a grenade launcher from the nearby van, he manages to clear all the hunters. Afterwards, Anna thinks back at Wesker's curse remark, and remembers her father saying the same thing when giving her a pendant as a good luck charm. Back in the village, Wesker searches through a house and tries to open a safe. However, before he can, Chris and Jill burst into the room demanding answers. Wesker concedes and explains that Umbrella has set up warehouses for quietly storing bioweapons and T-virus vaccine samples. The villagers were willing participants in Umbrella's plans, due to the village leader being an Umbrella employee. Wesker explains that he is here to steal the employee's data and hopes that it will lead him to a laboratory complex. Anna then takes out her locket and shows it to him, revealing they are in her house. Wesker then takes the locket and uses it to open the safe. However, upon unlocking, a bomb goes off and sets the house ablaze. Chris, Jill, and Anna stand outside the burning house, where Anna recalls when her father instructed her to do exactly what she did as part of Umbrella's counterintelligence procedure. Wesker, meanwhile, walks out of the ruins in the other direction, having retrieved the data disk in spite of the explosion. Another hunter, Delta, races towards him, but he quickly eliminates it with a swift kick to the head. He then leaves the village and begins to head to the laboratory he seeks. Shortly after, a storm makes its way into the village as day breaks. Having finished their investigation of the town, Chris and Jill determine that there is a nearby Umbrella lab that is responsible for the bioweapons in the village. Chris and Jill eventually find the lab and begin to infiltrate with their biohazard containment unit. Once there, they take an elevator to the very bottom floor, where they are met by numerous laser traps and forced to evade as they progress deeper and deeper into the lab. Arriving at a bioweapon testing room, Sergei Vladimir unleashes Umbrella's strongest tyrant, codenamed Talos, to eliminate them. However, in the end, Chris and Jill manage to defeat the creature and successfully secure the facility. As Chris and Jill unintentionally cause a diversion, Albert Wesker also infiltrates Sergei's stronghold with a much more twisted mission. Sergei soon confronts Wesker and he sends two of his tyrants to kill him. However, Wesker proves to be more than a match for the Ivan guards thanks to his superhuman abilities, and continues on with his infiltration of the facility. In the end, Wesker faces Sergei one final time, who proceeds to infect himself with the T-virus. Wesker quickly eliminates him and proceeds to steal all the data Umbrella accumulated over years of research. He then erases the machine and leaves the facility with a new goal to revive the Umbrella Corporation under his command. Afterwards, Umbrella is finally found guilty on all charges of its involvement in the Raccoon City outbreak. Wesker testifies anonymously, implicating Oswald E. Spencer personally, starting a global manhunt for the Umbrella founder. Wesker then places all of the stolen Umbrella data into his computer, and promises that he will meet Spencer again. The same year, a man named Rodrigo from a small village in Valdelobos begins to journal his experiences in the town. At the start, he depicts the village as peaceful, having abandoned much of modern technology to protect their culture and maintain a simpler life. During the sowing season, the adult villagers begin work tending to crops, with men taking on the heavy labor duties while women assist with lighter tasks and provide songs to keep their spirits high in the morning sun. The older children have their chores in the barn, raising the chickens and calves. Observing a boy helping with the milking, Rodrigo writes that since most of the villagers are blood relatives, they feel a natural bond and help each other. Later into the season, Rodrigo is invited for lunch by a friend. During the meal, his friend talks about his new job assisting in excavations at the nearby castle. Rodrigo writes of the first Castellan Gregorio Salazar, a folk hero who slay evildoers and preserve the peace in the village. The story is frequently told by grandparents to their grandchildren while the parents are out working. While Rodrigo maintains respect for the first Castellan, he feels differently for Ramon Salazar. Eventually, the harvest season approaches, which is an important time for the village as they can sell their excess produce to the outlying towns for supplies. Among the things they like to purchase is gasoline for their trucks, the only shred of modern technology which also serves as their means of transport. The entire village helps in putting the harvest on the trucks ready for market. The following day is the Harvest Festival, where the villagers gather to eat, drink, and dance to celebrate one of the few days they have no work to do. One of the villagers plays his acoustic guitar for the people as they begin to recite poetry. During this, Rodrigo notices that the celebration is not going entirely according to tradition, as the village chief Bitores Mendez is nowhere to be found. With Mendez acting as their priest, Rodrigo brushes it off as important church work. After the party, the villagers quickly get get back to work, collecting chicken eggs and catching fish and nuts to bring back to the village. He describes filling up a horse-drawn wagon with supplies for the village, which is ridden by his brother, who lives with his family in the outskirts. Rodrigo reminds his brother's family to attend church service the next Sunday, as Father Mendez has an important sermon. Rodrigo and many of the other villagers attend the service, in which Father Mendez gives the stage to a mysterious man named Osman Sadler, who begins telling the congregation fantastic stories which persuade many to join his Los Illuminados cult and take part in the blood cleansing ritual. Injected with an unknown substance, they are said to be purified of their sinful blood and their souls saved. Rodrigo believes that the villagers who do not participate in the ritual will not be truly happy. After the ceremony, Rodrigo has lunch with another villager who did not join the cult. He expresses his anger of the cult's activity in the area. However, Rodrigo sees the anger in the man as proof that those outside the cult cannot be happy, and wants him to join so that he can be protected. Later, the villagers begin forcing their family members to also take part in the ritual to save them. This, Rodrigo sees as a just act, as they will all be connected again. His brother is eventually brought out and calls on Rodrigo to save him from the ritual. However, he refuses, believing it to be crucial that all villagers partake in it. Later, Rodrigo asks Father Mendez and the Prophet Sadler about converting his brother's family, to which they agree with him, claiming that it is necessary. Once all of the villagers have finished their conversion ritual, they are then told the Los Illuminados version of their folktale on the first Castellan, which depicts Gregory as being envious of the cultist righteousness and ultimately persecuting them. Ramon, the current 8th Castellan, is reinterpreted as a redeemed man, having freed the cultist. Rodrigo is disturbed by the story, as it proves to him that his family has been lied to for centuries. Following the time after their conversion, villagers begin to feel ill. Rodrigo's wife begins coughing, and their daughter is stricken at the dinner table as she begins to have a seizure. Her body contorts as her limbs shake violently, and she finally dies. Her mother feels nothing at all as she stares with a blank face, which bothers Rodrigo. Later, he begins suffering painful headaches, which feel as if his head is being split open. His blood becomes hot, and with so much pressure, he begins to bleed out and swear with words that shock himself. Eventually, Rodrigo runs to his brother's house, only to find that he has also fallen ill and is vomiting blood. In the pain, he becomes verbally aggressive, leaving Rodrigo shocked. Over the next few days, every child in the village dies. Rodrigo writes that more of the adults are becoming emotionally empty. He continues explaining that on some days he doesn't eat at all, and walks around the village for no reason, murmuring and casually swearing before going to bed. Later, he too begins vomiting blood. Father Mendez, in his capacity as village chief, eventually issues a notice to the villagers to keep outsiders away from the village in order to protect the Prophet Sadler's life, to which Rodrigo and the others interpret as an order to kill any strangers. At the end of the journal, Rodrigo notes that one villager's head has broken off, exposing a grotesque plaga parasite. He sees this as a miracle performed by the Prophet Sadler himself, and hopes to receive more instructions from him. In 2004, a massive city known as Terragrigia is attacked by an international terrorist organization known as Veltro. Not only did they release a virus into the area, but also several bioweapons to further complicate the situation. Eventually, the BSAA and the anti-bioweapon governmental organization known as FBC were sent in to contain the attack. However, after failing to do so, FBC Commissioner Morgan Lansdale issues the order to use the city's solar energy matrix on itself to wipe out the city and all the enemies that remain. The BSAA, unable to fight without support from the FBC, also makes plans to evacuate. However, their base is quickly compromised by hunters due to the lack of armed guards, forcing agents Parker and Jessica to fend off dozens of these creatures while heading to the top of the building to escape on helicopter. They eventually stumble upon another agent named Raymond Vester, who appears to be severely wounded, and begin to assist him through the building and bandage his injuries. After clearing through many more packs of hunters, the three eventually manage to find shelter in the command room, where they then meet up with Morgan Lansdale and BSAA Director Clive O'Brien. Here, Clive tries to protest the FBC's plan to destroy the city. However, Morgan doesn't budge and proceeds with the operation while beginning to make his escape. After this, Parker and Jessica begin to hold off nearby hunters while their comrades flee to the helicopter pad. Unable to hold the creatures any longer, the two FBC agents head for the elevator, where they then discover that the bioweapons are climbing the tower. Realizing they are running out of time, the two quickly eliminate the remaining hunters in their way and finally reach the heliport to escape, just as the satellite activates and obliterates the city. Several months later, in an unknown location deep within the Valdelobos village, a group of Los Illuminados cult members surround a young woman marked with sacrilegious symbols and prepare to sacrifice her on an altar while chanting mantras and prayers. The woman is then forced onto the altar, where a cult member decapitates her, allowing her blood to soak into the cult symbol. Soon after, Leon is dispatched to Valdelobos to search for the president's daughter, Ashley Graham, who has been kidnapped and last seen in the area. He is joined by two local officers from the police to assist in the search. During the car ride, Officer Mario informs Leon about the frequent disappearances in the region, including a group of hikers who went missing the previous week. Upon reaching the remote location, Officer Castano excuses himself into the forest and eventually explores further upon hearing strange sounds. Concerned about his prolonged absence, Leon ventures outside to search for Castano while Officer Mario remains in the car. Following a muddy and bloody trail, Leon comes across an old rundown hunter's lodge. Once inside, he explores the surroundings and encounters a resident who exhibits peculiar behavior and mutters to himself. Leon asks the man if he has seen the missing officer, but receives no response. While examining the room, he notices Officer Castano's bloodstained badge and is suddenly attacked by the apparently deranged man. Leon blocks an axe swing and roundhouse kicks the man to the wall, which ends up breaking his neck. Hearing Castano's screams, Leon follows the sound to the basement, where he discovers the officer's mutilated corpse and hears distress signals coming from the radio. Leon then hears a sudden noise from upstairs and encounters the villager who, despite his broken neck, approaches Leon with tentacles sprouting from his wounds. Heading upstairs to the second floor, Leon finds evidence indicating that Ashley is being held in Lake Lago and contacts support operative Ingrid Hunnigan to inform her of this discovery. With a lead in hand, Leon evades his pursuers by jumping out of a window and proceeding deeper into the village square. There, he witnesses the ritualistic burning of the remaining police officer by the villagers. After being spotted, Leon finds himself surrounded by the enemies of Valdelobos, including a crazed man wearing a sack as a mask and wielding a chainsaw. He seeks refuge in a nearby house, which the villagers and chainsaw-wielding maniac quickly break into. However, Leon manages to buy himself enough time until the church bell tolls, causing the villagers to become docile, drop their weapons, and retreat back to the town hall. Outside, Leon stands puzzled by the villagers' actions, feeling confused about the recent events. Once alone, Hunnigan contacts Leon and informs him of a path to the lake near the large windmill. Following the trail, Leon is attacked by numerous farmers and a brute ganado wearing a bull's head. Upon reaching his destination, Leon hears banging noises and discovers a ganado nailing wooden planks against a cellar door. Removing the boards, he enters the cellar and finds a captured man shaking inside a body bag. Leon releases the man named Luis Serra, and the two are quickly met by Torres Mendez, the chief of the local village. Mendez disarms Leon and throws him across the room, rendering him incapacitated. In his unconscious state, the chief approaches and injects him with the egg of Las Plagas. Leon also catches a glimpse of the cult leader Osman Sadler, who presents them with their quote most sacred body, signaling the beginning of the Plaga infection. Once Leon regains consciousness, he finds himself restrained alongside Luis, who reveals that he knows about Leon's search for Ashley and informs him that there has been talk of moving her to another location, specifically the old chapel in a different part of the village. Before they can delve further into the conversation, a ganado enters the room and attacks them. Despite the struggle, they manage to overpower the enemy by entangling it with their chains and ultimately breaking the ganado's neck. Luis retrieves the key and frees himself first, with Leon following suit. After their escape, Leon contacts Hunnigan to share his recent discovery about Ashley's new whereabouts and asks her to conduct a background check on Luis due to his suspicious demeanor. Making his way out of the confinement area, Leon encounters a character known as the Merchant, who offers upgrades and enhancements for Leon's weapons, as well as new gear and items. Continuing his journey, Leon navigates through the treacherous terrain and enters the mayor of the village chief to find a key that is is necessary for progressing to the chapel. However, his advancement is interrupted by Mendez, who quickly grabs Leon and begins to choke him. In the midst of the struggle, the chief notices that Leon's Plaga parasite is developing and declares that his blood has accepted the gift. Suddenly, an unidentified woman outside the window shoots Mendez in the head, causing him to release Leon and begin searching for her. After recovering from the attack, Hunnigan contacts Leon and sends her report on Luis, which infuriates Leon when he discovers Luis's past association with Umbrella. As evening approaches, he returns to the village square only to find the tower destroyed and blocking his path to the chapel. He ventures through the town hall and reaches a locked church surrounded by a graveyard. Leon then realizes that Ashley is being held inside, but the key to the church is hidden on the other side of Lake Lago to slow down his progress. Upon reaching the lake, Leon witnesses Ganados dumping Officer Castano's body into the water, where it is then devoured by a mutated creature known as Del Lago. After this, he retrieves fuel from the processing building near the fish farm and sets off on the lake. However, the boat malfunctions, leaving Leon stranded. He narrowly avoids attacks from Del Lago and manages to trap the creature's fin with the boat's anchor. A fierce battle then ensues, and after bombarding the creature with dozens of harpoons, the Del Lago sinks beneath the lake's surface. Exhausted and injured, Leon coughs up blood before losing consciousness on the boat. Once again, he experiences visions of the cult leader Sadler, who proudly declares that he and Ashley will join his cult and receive his holy blessing. Sadler infests Leon with more parasites, causing him intense pain before he wakes up in the same location. Leon steers his boat back to the mainland, and after 3 hours of radio silence, Hunnigan contacts him again. As night falls, Leon navigates through the area and encounters a Ganado with a parasite bursting from its head, now equipped with tentacle razor blades. After either avoiding or defeating the creature, he ventures through a cave filled with shrines and murals, including one depicting Lake Lago. Finally obtaining the key to the church, Leon begins his return journey. On his way back, Leon is forced to battle against another mutated creature known as El Gigante. During the fight, he is aided by a dog that he rescued earlier, and the two of them team up and take down the creature. After this, Leon finally reaches the church and enters the premises, where he finds Ashley's belongings scattered around. He approaches the room where Ashley is confined, and she attempts to attack him with a candlestick, but Leon quickly disarms her and assures that he intends to rescue her. However, as they step outside the room, they see hordes of Ganados approaching them, as commanded by Sadler in their vision to, quote, deliver them to salvation. Ashley expresses her concerns about their precarious situation, but Leon reassures her and asks her to trust him. Reluctantly, she agrees, and they proceed to venture outside the church. Here, Leon contacts Hunnigan to inform her of the recent success in rescuing the target, and Hunnigan arranges for a helicopter to extract them, providing coordinates for their rendezvous. Once Leon and Ashley reach the location, they find themselves surrounded by hordes of Ganados. In the distance, Luis signals for them to seek shelter inside a cabin, and they hastily enter for safety. Still angered over his discovery of Luis's past, Leon confronts and attempts to interrogate him. However, their conversation is interrupted as the Ganados start closing in on the cabin. Ashley heads upstairs to hide while Leon and Luis defend against the relentless assault from the hostiles. After surviving the attack for some time, Ashley eventually discovers an escape route and the trio flees the premises, with Leon shooting the chains off to close the wooden gate and cut off their pursuers. Taking a moment to catch their breath, Ashley begins to cough up blood. Luis approaches and explains that it's a symptom of Las Plagas, the same parasite that has infected the villagers and enslaved them. He informs the two that there is a surgical procedure that can remove the parasite, and that he has a plan that will require their trust. Luis then departs, promising to contact them again later. He begins to travel through the rainy terrain and unexpectedly encounters Ada Wong, who inquires about his progress in obtaining the amber. Luis assures her that he will retrieve the amber and mentions that he also needs to collect something else. Meanwhile, Hunnigan contacts Leon to inform him that the helicopter won't be able to reach their location due to the intense weather. She expresses a desire to provide more assistance, but Leon reassures her that they will safely make it back. The duo then presses on, venturing deeper into the region. On their journey, they are quickly ambushed by more enemies, including two frenzied female Ganados armed with chainsaws. Shortly after, the two are met and attacked by the village chief, Mendez, and find themselves being pursued throughout the area, with other villagers hindering their escape at every turn. Leon and Ashley cross a narrow and fragile wooden passage along the edge of a cliff, and Ashley's leg suddenly becomes trapped in the wooden planks. To buy her some time, Leon shoots the Ganado chasing them, causing the entire passage to collapse. Nevertheless, they both manage to reach the other side and begin to watch as the village chief walks away, continuing his relentless pursuit. Making their way through an old and decrepit slaughterhouse, Leon is unexpectedly ambushed by the village chief, who demands that they cease their struggle and submit to the cult's will. Aware that a confrontation is inevitable, Leon urges Ashley to escape from the area while he hurls a fuel tank at the chief and detonates it. However, the explosion barely phases Mendez, and he begins to mutate into his final form and fight Leon. As the battle intensifies, Leon successfully separates Mendez's body in half, but the upper body mutates even further and launches another ferocious attack. However, Leon is ultimately able to survive the intense fight and defeat him. Outside, Ashley breaks a nearby window for Leon to escape the burning building, and the two proceed toward the castle and enter the area just as the gate behind them slowly rises and locks them in. Here, Luis contacts Leon and offers a suppressant that can slow down the progression of the parasite. He suggests that the three of them meet in the castle's courtyard and sends Leon a document about the use of specific drugs in the early stages of the plaga's growth. From there, the two begin to make their way through the castle and quickly notice a heavily guarded entrance with numerous cult members and artillery. Eventually spotted by the enemies, Leon fends off the assault and uses a cannon to destroy enemy catapults and the massive door in order to proceed further into the castle. Once inside, Leon and Ashley come face to face with the Castellan Ramon Salazar, who demands that Ashley be handed over to spread the parasite worldwide according to Sadler's will. The two refuse the demand, which causes Salazar to send in a group of zealots to wipe them out. However, Leon quickly takes the creatures out and the two continue their exploration. Deep in the castle's torture chamber, Leon accidentally falls through a wooden floorboard and encounters a restrained Garrador. He realizes that the man's eyes are sewn shut, but he has developed heightened hearing abilities. Eventually, the Garrador breaks free and goes after Leon, forcing him to defend himself and defeat the creature. After escaping the chamber, Leon and Ashley continue to navigate through the castle. As they fight their way past Salazar's armed men in the water room, they eventually reach the courtyard where Ashley's symptoms worsen. She collapses in Leon's arms, and to his surprise, a puppet-controlled version of Ashley takes hold of his knife and attempts to attack him, but ultimately fails. Before Leon can react, a gate separates them, and Ashley regains control, horrified by what she had just done. Fearing that she may harm Leon again, she runs off and goes on her own. After the tense situation, Leon contacts Hunnigan to inform her of the recent events, but their signal gradually breaks up, leaving Leon in the dark. As he retraces his steps trying to locate Ashley within the castle, he unexpectedly encounters Ada, who quickly holds him at gunpoint. However, Leon manages to disarm her and gain the upper hand. Curious about the organization she now works for, Leon questions Ada, but she playfully evades his inquiries. After regaining their composure, Ada suggests that Leon abandon Ashley. However, Leon firmly rejects the proposal. Ada then suggests continuing their discussion at a later date, and proceeds to escape through a nearby window. Shortly after this, Leon encounters a new variation of the parasite that gains mobility and attaches itself to individuals, controlling them to behave erratically and launch frenzied attacks. He is also forced to battle a heavily armored El Gigante on top of the castle, which is quickly taken down once Leon discovers a cannon and fires at the creature. Continuing his progress, Leon is unexpectedly ambushed by the El Gigante one final time, but is able to evade its grasp and press on. Soon after, Leon finds Ashley in a secluded room, visibly upset. Leon comforts her, emphasizing that it's okay to be afraid, but encouraging her to keep moving forward. He assures her that they will both survive, even though Ashley is uncertain about the possibility. After an emotional moment of connection between the two, Leon is contacted by Luis again, who requests requests help in the ballroom beyond the courtyard. The two set off to reach the designated location, but upon arrival, they find the door locked, prompting them to search the castle for the necessary pieces to unlock it. Along the way, they encounter a new enemy known as armaduras, which are medieval suits of armor inhabited by Plaga. After they gather the required pieces and correctly place them, Ashley notices a group of zealots approaching, and Leon prepares to defend them. Unfortunately, one of the creatures traps Leon in a cage, leaving Ashley vulnerable to pursuit. Leon urges Ashley to flee, and while he fights off his own assailants and countless others, Ashley manages to escape and lock herself in a room. Determined not to run away, she decides to look for a way to free Leon from his enclosure. She begins to navigate through the area and encounter more Armadura in the process, but is able to stun them with a lantern that she has found. Eventually, she acquires the item needed to release Leon, but faces relentless pursuit from numerous Armaduras as she makes her way back. Despite the challenges, she successfully opens the door and finds the corpse of the zealot who had trapped Leon, as well as a key to unlock the cage, which she throws down to him. Just as Leon is about to unlock his enclosure, he hears Ashley being abducted by Salazar's servant Vertigo. Leon fires bullets at it, but the creature remains unfazed. Helplessly, Leon watches as Ashley is carried away to an unknown location. Outside the castle, Ada contacts her employer to provide an update on her progress. She informs them that she hasn't been able to secure the amber yet, but mentions that Leon is assisting her in the retrieval process. After the call ends, Ada notices Vertigo carrying Ashley towards the throne room and quickly informs Leon. On his way to the throne room, Leon encounters a new type of enemy known as Novistadors, which prove to be a formidable foe to deal with. However, Leon is able to fend off the creatures and press on to the throne room, where he is forced to face off against Garrador enemies in order to progress further. After this, Leon enters to find Ashley being held down by zealots, and before he can take any action, Vertigo tramples him. Helplessly, Leon watches as Ashley is forced to drink a black liquid and scream in pain as her symptoms worsen. Right after this, Salazar bids farewell and orders Vertigo to throw Leon into a hole below. Falling into the abyss, Leon manages to save himself by grabbing onto a chain previously used for executing zealots. As he descends further into the cave, Leon begins making his way back to the surface and eventually stumbles upon an underground laboratory. It's here that Leon becomes the target of a relentless pursuit by Vertigo, who stalks and hunts him throughout. As Leon struggles to restore power, he ultimately manages to survive his encounter with Vertigo. Finally, an elevator descends to his floor and he manages to escape the lab. While inside, Leon's Plaga symptoms worsen, and he experiences disturbing visions of a man receiving orders from Sadler to, quote, deliver these vagrant children to their salvation. Upon arriving in the mines, Leon sees Luis standing by with the suppressants, ready to provide much-needed assistance. After injecting himself with the suppressants, Luis warns Leon that the effects of it won't last long. However, Leon is determined that rescuing Ashley is still the top priority, and is willing to risk his life to complete the mission. Luis decides to accompany him with his task, and they proceed to venture deeper into the caverns. Along the way, Leon expresses his lack of trust in someone who used to work for Umbrella, but Luis assures him that the company is finished and that he is willing to help Leon to make amends. Eventually, the two discover a path that leads to the blast furnace. In this area, Leon is suddenly grabbed by another El Gigante. Luis tries to pull him back, but the strength of the giant pulls them both. Luis manages to save Leon from its clutches, and Leon warns him about the imminent attack from a second El Gigante. The two then engage in battle against the two creatures, utilizing the environment to their advantage, and with their combined efforts, they succeed in slaying the creatures. With no other viable path forward, Leon and Luis decide to ride the minecarts through the unstable mines, where they are pursued by various ganados throughout. At the end of the track, Leon and Luis are forced to jump for their safety and face off against numerous Novistadors from a nearby nest. Finally reaching the lift, the pair boards it, and upon reaching the surface, Luis is suddenly stabbed in the back by Jack Krauser, who was believed to be dead. This revelation shocks and betrays Leon, as he realizes that Krauser has been the mole responsible for Ashley's kidnapping, and he has willingly worked for the cult. Krauser retrieves the sample from Luis and engages Leon in a close quarters combat duel. Amidst the fight, Leon attempts to reason with Krauser and understand his motives. Krauser reveals that 2 years prior, he he and his unit were part of Operation Javier, which resulted in the death of all of his comrades. He believes that the government allowed their deaths to occur, and he seeks revenge for their loss. At the end of the fight, Krauser gains the upper hand. However, Luis manages to save Leon by shooting his knife away, and Krauser proceeds to leave the area. Severely injured, Luis collapses to the ground and gives Leon the key to his lab, where they can finally remove the parasites. He tells Leon that people can change, and with regret, Leon watches as Luis succumbs to his wounds and passes away. Determined to avenge Luis's death, Leon separates from him and boards the lift to the surface to confront Krauser. During this, Ada provides another tip about Ashley's location, which has been moved to the clock tower, and she informs Leon that there is still time to save her. Upon reaching the clock tower, Salazar confronts Leon and ultimately commands his zealots to stop him as he ascends to the top. After fending off all the enemies and making his way outside, Leon witnesses Salazar delivering Ashley to Krauser inside a building, and quickly follows their trail. However, before he can reach them, Krauser carries Ashley away with the drawbridge raised, leaving Salazar to confront Leon alone. He begins to taunt him, but Leon has had enough of his games and decides to shoot Salazar in the chest and head, causing him to fall below. Despite Salazar's demise, Leon continues to hear his laughter as he confronts the now mutated form of him. After a long and fierce battle against the creature, Salazar cries out for Sadler's help and eventually succumbs to the injuries inflicted by Leon. Emerging from the building, Leon spots Krauser piloting a boat with Ashley as his passenger. He hurries to the dock and Ada appears right after with the key to another boat. The two get in and head towards the island. During the boat ride, Leon opens up to Ada about how he and the world have changed since the destruction of Raccoon City. He reflects on the difficult choices he has had to make, where saving one life often comes at the cost of many others. Leon questions whether Ada has also changed, or if she continues to use him for her own agenda, as she did 6 years ago. However, Ada remains silent and leaves Leon to pilot the boat to the docking point. Arriving on the rocky shores, Leon witnesses heavily fortified defenses and sees Krauser taking Ashley inside the base. Determined to rescue her, Leon successfully infiltrates the base and fends off dozens of military ganado. As he explores further into the facility, he soon discovers that Ashley is being held in a room that requires a key card, and sets out to look for it. During this, he is met by a new creature known as the Regenerator, which proves to be quite the formidable foe. After obtaining the key card, Leon opens Ashley's cell and finds her condition worsening. With the last suppressant in hand, Leon injects Ashley with the serum, providing her with some temporary relief. Feeling the effects of his own suppressant wearing off, Leon warily sits by Ashley's side, waiting for her to regain consciousness. Shortly after, she wakes up and learns about Luis's death, and she vows to eliminate the parasites in their bodies as a tribute to him. Leon then contacts Ada to obtain the location of Luis's laboratory, and she informs them that the important facilities are usually situated at the summit. With this knowledge, the pair embark on their journey to reach the top. Once they encounter a weak wall blocking their path, Ashley takes control of a crane and attempts to demolish it with a wrecking ball. However, this attracts numerous enemies to the area, prompting Leon to buy her enough time to successfully create a hole in the wall. They then board a lift, and during the ascent, Ashley reflects on their moments of effective teamwork and expresses her desire to become an agent like Leon. However, he reminds her that their primary objective right now is to escape. Upon entering a nearby warehouse, Leon and Ashley discover the amber that contained the Plaga parasites, as mentioned by Luis. Shortly after, Sadler and his followers reveal themselves, with Sadler introducing himself as the spokesperson for the cult. In response, Leon shoots Sadler in the eye, but the wound quickly heals. Sadler then takes control of Leon and seizes Ashley, commanding her to kill Leon. She struggles to resist and narrowly misses him while eliminating the other two followers. However, her gun jams, forcing Sadler and the remaining followers to take Ashley away. Once they are far enough away, Leon regains control and begins his rescue of Ashley. He eventually finds a tent where he uncovers information about Operation Javier and listens to a tape left by Krauser, who is preparing for a final showdown against him. As Leon enters the battlefield, Krauser taunts him for his lack of judgment and mocks his inability to save anyone. Leon retaliates by questioning Krauser's own motives for working with the cult, highlighting the allure of power and how the cult granted that to him. The two eventually engage in a deadly fight as Leon strives to make his way toward the tower where Ashley is being held. Once overpowered, Krauser begins to mutate his arm and smashes the ground, causing Leon to fall. Navigating through the dark corridors, Leon reaches the entrance of the tower, but he arrives too late as the drawbridge is raised and Krauser appears behind him, now with his other arm mutated. The two engage in a fierce duel, and Leon emerges victorious, leaving Krauser incapacitated from his injuries. Leon then uses Krauser's own knife to stab him in the heart, and in his final moments, Krauser proudly acknowledges that he has trained Leon well. With the drawbridge lowered, Leon enters the tower and takes one last glance back at Krauser's lifeless body. Arriving to the top of the building, Leon gazes at their heavily fortified sanctuary, where Ashley is being escorted inside by Sadler's followers. As he navigates his way towards them, he receives assistance from Mike, who arrives in a combat chopper sent by Hunnigan. Approaching a designated landing site, Leon prepares to board the chopper, but their plans are disrupted by swarms of Novistadors surrounding the vehicle. These creatures cause significant damage, resulting in the chopper catching fire and crashing uncontrollably, tragically killing Mike in the process. Filled with rage towards Sadler, Leon becomes more determined than ever to end his reign. Later, once Leon finally reaches the sanctuary, he finds Ashley lying unconscious on a stone altar. He attempts to reach her, but is quickly confronted by Sadler, who reveals that their bodies and minds are linked through the quote holy body, and tries to persuade Leon into accepting the gift, just like Ashley. Infuriated, Leon lunges at Sadler, but the Plaga rapidly spreads through his body, threatening to take control of him. At that moment, Ada arrives and shoots at Sadler, providing Leon and Ashley with an opportunity to escape as she fends off their pursuers. With time running out, the pair stumble their way to Luis's laboratory, with Leon experiencing visions clouding his sight, but still remaining determined to reach their destination. Utilizing the key entrusted to him by Luis, they finally arrive to the laboratory, where the process of removing the Plaga from Ashley begins, despite the excruciating pain it entails. Relieved that Ashley is now safe from harm, Leon collapses onto the floor, exhausted and overwhelmed. In his incapacitated state, Ashley helps move Leon for the parasite removal procedure, which is successfully executed. Once awake, the two exit the cave and eventually find Ada being held captive, intended as bait to lure Leon out. Sensing the danger, Leon leaves Ashley behind and rushes to free Ada from her restraints. However, he is soon surrounded by swarms of Novistadors, and Sadler himself appears, attempting to strangle Leon. Ada comes to his rescue, allowing them to confront the mutated Sadler together. As they battle, Sadler reveals his plan to spread the Plaga throughout the world, uniting humanity through the holy body created by war, suffering, and death in order to create his idea of a paradise. After the long and difficult battle, Leon manages to defeat Salazar, causing him to fall into the sea below. However, the enemy mutates once again, transforming into a massive creature. Leon holds on long enough for Ada to toss him a rocket launcher, which he uses to weaken the creature. Taking advantage of the opening, Leon impales Sadler with his own staff, finally vanquishing the mutated monster. He then goes to retrieve the amber, but Ada grabs it and reveals her true intentions. She explains that she made a deal and offers Leon a ride on the helicopter, but he declines, knowing that this is where they go their separate ways. Ada then departs as the island's facilities explode, and Ashley arrives right after, questioning why the woman left them. Before they can discuss further, Leon rushes Ashley, and the two make their way to the dock and use a water bike left behind by Ada to navigate the collapsing cave and burning facilities. The two manage to escape just in time and make it a safe distance away to witness the island's destruction. Ashley offers to put Leon under her protection, however he refuses, acknowledging her capability but suggesting that she needs more training. The two then head home as Hunnigan finally establishes contact with Leon. Relieved to hear the two are safe, Hunnigan updates the report and walks away from her station, relieved and satisfied. During the events of Resident Evil 4, Ada Wong was employed by Albert Wesker to retrieve a sample of the amber and its research data after leaks of it broke out. She managed to reach out and form a deal with Luis Serra that in exchange for the amber sample and its research data, Ada was to extract him out of Valdelobos. However, before Luis can hold up his end of the deal, him and the other researchers were forcefully infected with Las Plagas. He manages to remove it before being fully taken under its control, and flees back back to Valdelobos to hide the amber. During this, he was captured and thrown into the cell of Salazar's castle, where he was set to be tortured and killed along with the other prisoners. As Luis is escorted outside the cell by zealots, they are wiped out by a female attendant who is revealed to be Ada in disguise, and the pair quickly head towards the location of the hidden amber. Before they can escape the castle, the two are confronted by zealots and Ramon Salazar's bodyguard Pacenta. Luis escapes to head off on his own to find the amber, while Ada stays behind to fend off the enemies. During the fight, Pacenta manages to infect Ada with its attack, causing her to be subjected to its illusion afflictions and attacks. However, she manages to survive the encounter and escape to the exterior of the castle, where she updates Wesker of her situation and observes her escape route, which is surrounded by heavily fortified areas. Her presence is noticed by the enemy, which forces Ada to destroy the nearby catapults in order to clear a path to escape the castle. After succeeding in this, she heads to the village, unaware that she is being pursued by Pacenta. Once Ada draws closer to the center of Valdelobos, Wesker informs her that the Ganados are riled up due to the incident with Ashley's kidnapping. She then finds a vantage point and notices that Leon is being ambushed by the Ganados in the village. As she ventures to the church, Ada learns that the bell acts as a calling of their Lord Osman Sadler to congregate at the church and listen to his preaches. Attaining this information, Ada heads to the top of the church building and rings its bell, drawing away hostiles from further attacking Leon. She then realizes that Luis is nowhere to be seen, even though they planned on meeting at the church. Unbeknownst to her, that Luis is captured and trapped in the basement of his old home. Waiting extensively at the area, Wesker informs Ada that they had lost Luis's signal in the vicinity of the forest, which is near the chief's house. With this new info, she heads towards the location and hopes to find clues of Luis's current whereabouts. Soon after, Ada is confronted by Pacenta, who strikes her with its illusion attacks and endless apparitions. However, Ada manages to survive again and fend off the creature until it flees the area. After this, Ada arrives at the chief's house, where she spots Leon being strangled by Mendez, and ends up saving him by firing at the enemy and drawing him to look for her. As dawn falls, Ada sees Leon leaving the premises, and proceeds to infiltrate the building to look for clues. On her way out, she is grabbed by Mendez, thrown across the floor, and is chased all the way back to the factory. Once there, Ada activates her iris lens to track down footprints that lead to Luis's cell, only to discover a deceased Ganado from the efforts of Leon and Luis. Once there, Ada tracks Luis's footprint to the cigar, where he writes channel numbers to communicate with on the two-way radio. Ada reaches contact with Luis, who tells her the location of a cabin outside the village. Ada then heads there, but before she can leave, a group of villagers who are alerted to her location begin to swarm the area. After dealing with the Ganados and heading outside the factory, Ada is inflicted with an illusion attack, and collapses from fatigue before being surrounded by the surviving villagers. Hours later, Ada awakens inside the chief's house, where she is treated by Wesker and threatened to complete her mission. Ada then makes her way to the cabin Luis mentioned, and as she crosses the bridge, an El Gigante appears and begins a fierce battle with her. After defeating the creature, Ada meets Luis and inquires about his progress in obtaining the amber. Luis assures her that he will retrieve it soon, and mentions that he also needs to collect something else, and with that, the pair head back to Salazar's castle. Once there, Luis informs Ada of another objective that he had to accomplish before retrieving the amber, which ultimately angers Ada as she threatens to shoot him. However, Luis manages to convince her to retrieve medicine that will suppress the growth of the Plaga parasite. Making their way through the castle, the pair discover that the lab is on fire, and Luis quickly rushes in to retrieve the suppressants despite Ada's attempt at stopping him. Ada chases after Luis and manages to bring him to safety, and suggests that Luis makes more of the medicine, which gives him hope as he remembers that all the ingredients are present at the castle. Luis prescribes the ingredients needed to make the serum and hands the note to Ada before departing to acquire the amber. In her search, Ada encounters Leon, and after catching up, she proposes continuing their discussion at a later date. She then escapes through a window to continue her search. Sometime later, Louise contacts and tells her to rendezvous at the castle's top to deliver the ingredients in exchange for the amber. Once there, Ada contacts Wesker and informs him that she hasn't been able to retrieve the amber yet, but mentions that Leon is assisting her in the retrieval process. After the call ends, Ada notices Vertigo carrying Ashley towards the throne room and quickly informs Leon. After acquiring the last ingredient, Ada meets up with Louise, who carries a box with chemical equipment, and hands over the amber to Ada, who unintentionally reacts strongly to it due to the parasite within her. Louise quickly prepares the suppressant and treats Ada with the serum, which appears to be ineffective as this draws the attention of Placenta. Ada then forces Louise to take the amber and escape the area as she distracts the creature. In a daze, Ada hides as the creature draws closer to her presence, but the suppressant works just in time, making her invisible from Placenta's radar. After the creature leaves, Ada uses her iris lens to track Louise down and discovers his note explaining that he went to the mines to regroup with Leon after overhearing Ramon Salazar on the intercom. He also directs her to head to Gregorio's waterway as an alternative entry and leaves behind red spray paints as guides. Ada makes her way through the waterway and comes across a nest infested and inhabited by Novistadors, but successfully makes her way to the mines where she is confronted by Placenta once again. Ada lures the creature over to a cliff and crushes it with the use of a metal platform, which triggers the enemy's mutation into U3. Ada begins a fierce battle with the creature and successfully incapacitates it. However, soon after, its tail detaches from the main body and flings Ada further below the mines, forcing them to battle one last time. After the long, fierce duel, she emerges victorious and coughs out the parasite within as the result of its main body being destroyed. Ada resumes her search for Louise, who she reaches contact with, informing her that Krauser now has the amber. Ada arrives at the scene to a dying Louise and Krauser making his getaway, and she begins to pursue him. She eventually spots Ashley being escorted by Salazar, and also finds Krauser running by the roof of the clock tower. Ada decides to inform Leon of Ashley's current location before resuming her objective. Later, she arrives at the scene only to see Krauser carry Ashley away and Leon begin fighting Salazar. On the lift down, Ada contacts Wesker and gives an update on the situation, much to his frustration. She then acquires the boat key, with Leon following soon after, and the pair make their way to the island. Upon arrival, Ada spies on Krauser from a distance and witnesses him deliver Ashley and the amber to Sadler. Wesker then arrives and informs Ada of another change in their plans and is handed over a briefcase, which is an override device to be connected with the main terminal to blow up the entire island. Unaware of this, Ada agrees and proceeds to head to the location. Once at the comms facility, Ada is met by a very dangerous test subject known as Martinico that begins to pursue her throughout the complex. During the last stretch, Ada makes it to the terminal and connects the override device, which initiates the countdown for the island's destruction. In hopes to keep Leon and Ashley alive, Ada plugs the USB stick to delay and minimize the explosion impact, and proceeds to escape the area. Martinico bursts in soon after, but Ada lures and kills the creature with the use of corridor lasers. Hearing Ashley's distress call from the implanted tracking chip, Ada makes her way back to the main island's dock with a jet ski. From there, she makes her way to the cave sanctuary where she assists Leon and Ashley in their escape, and begins a fierce battle against Sadler. After halting the enemy and retrieving the amber from him, Ada informs Wesker of the retrieval and has a chopper sent for evacuation. In her distraction, Ada is knocked out by the tentacle forming from Sadler's body and is used as bait to draw Leon in. Sensing danger, Leon leaves Ashley behind and rushes to free Ada from her restraints. However, he is soon surrounded by swarms of Novistadors, and Sadler himself appears, attempting to strangle Leon. Ada comes to his rescue, allowing them to confront the mutated Sadler together. The attack leaves them divided as Leon confronts Sadler while Ada retrieves a rocket launcher with a red warhead. Once she acquires the weapon and heads back to Leon, she finds a distraught Ashley who asks her to help him. Leon holds on long enough for Ada to toss him the weapon, which he uses to weaken the creature. Taking advantage of the opening, Leon impales Sadler with his own staff, finally defeating the creature for good. Leon then goes in to retrieve the amber, but Ada grabs it and reveals her true intentions. She explains that she made a deal and offers Leon a ride on the helicopter. However, he declines, knowing that this is where they go their separate ways. Ada then departs as the island's facilities explode and hands Leon over the keys to her jet ski. On the helicopter, Ada contacts Wesker, demanding to know his intentions with the sample. Wesker reveals his plan to accelerate change, sacrificing 100 lives for the benefit of one, and potentially causing casualties in the billions. Unwilling to comply with the insanity of his ambitions, Ada holds the pilot at gunpoint and orders a change in their course. Looking outside, she sees Leon and Ashley making their way back home. As the chopper departs, Wesker is revealed to have been situated on a ship nearby and has collected Krauser's corpse for dominant Plaga extraction. Wesker allows Ada to escape freely, and he goes outside on the boat dock to ponder his plans for a new age of man. A few months later, Jill and her partner Parker meet with BSAA director Clive O'Brien at a beach off the Mediterranean Sea coast to investigate mysterious carcasses that begin to wash up on shore. During this, Jill and Parker flip over one of the carcasses to find a mutagenic virus. Jill hands the vial to Clive and continues with the investigation, only to be attacked by groups of mysterious creatures known as globsters. After defeating the enemies and exploring the beach, the two head back to Clive to discuss their findings. Clive then gets an emergency phone call that reveals Chris and his partner Jessica have gone missing during their mission. Clive sends Jill their coordinates and sends her and Parker to search for them. Later in the day, FBC agents Rachel Foley and Raymond Vester are sent to the Queen Zenobia to investigate the potential reawakening of Veltro. The two eventually separate to explore different areas of the ship, with Rachel heading to the back while Raymond heads to the front. During this, Rachel finds slime coming from a nearby vent before being ambushed by a mysterious ooze creature and pursued throughout the ship. Eventually, she manages to escape from the creature with a nearby elevator, but is unfortunately met by another ooze inside that manages to cut her leg. Luckily, the elevator door quickly opens, and she begins to flee to the research room and lock herself in. Meanwhile, Jill and Parker arrive at the coordinates in the middle of the ocean, which reveal the massive ship known as the Queen Zenobia. The two quickly board the ship and find numerous rotted corpses and blood scattered everywhere. Making their way to the kitchen, they are suddenly ambushed by a bizarre creature known as Ooze and forced to take it out. Shortly after, the two split up, and Jill witnesses the brutal murder of Jessica as the Ooze finally reach the woman and begin to rip her apart. Later, the two regroup once retrieving a key that unlocks the room Chris is located in. However, upon entering, it's discovered that this Chris is actually a mannequin decoy, and they are quickly trapped and knocked unconscious by a nearby Veltro soldier who explains that it's time they learn the truth. Meanwhile, agents Chris and Jessica hunt for Veltro in a European mountain range. During their exploration, a jet carrying biohazardous material crashes nearby. After searching the wreckage, the two make their way through a cave system nearby, where they are attacked by a group of zombie dogs known as Fenrir that begin to ambush them throughout. Eventually, Chris falls down a cliff ledge and injures his legs. Jessica is then forced to protect him as multiple zombie dogs begin to swarm the area. After regrouping, Chris and Jessica make their way outside to find an airstrip, which is revealed to be Veltro's hideout. Clive then contacts Chris on his current whereabouts, and they quickly realize that they have been set up, and that Jill and Parker have fallen into Veltro's trap. Clive then orders the pair to head to the Mediterranean to save their partners, and they quickly begin to head that way. Sometime later, Jill and Parker awaken from the knockout gas and realize their weapons have been stolen. The two then contact each other to assess the situation and begin to regroup. They eventually find each other and retrieve their stolen weapons, where they then begin to head to the bridge to contact HQ. Once there, they find the tugboat destroyed, and Raymond finally confronts the two, but refuses to reveal why the FBC is there just before leaving. Later, Jill and Parker are met by the now mutated communications officer and are forced to defeat him and the creatures nearby to continue on. They then encounter Raymond again in the emergency communication room and find the radio equipment destroyed. The three then watch a nearby video that reveals Veltro's plans to infect 1/5 of the ocean's water supply with their T-Abyss virus. Clive then sends BSAA troops Quint and Keith to investigate Veltro's base at the airstrip to find out their motives. After finishing the video, Jill and Parker set off to restore power to the ship. During this, Jill runs into a now zombified Rachel and is forced to eliminate her in order to retrieve a key that activates the lift. Jill and Parker then head there and begin their descent to the ship's bilge. Meanwhile, Keith and Quint arrive at the airport and begin to investigate. Making their way inside a nearby building, the two view the security camera footage to witness a Veltro agent violently mauled to death by an invisible hunter bioweapon. They then head there to retrieve the hard drive dropped by the soldier, and then proceed to the crash site with plans to extract data from the plane. During this, Jill and Parker arrive at the bilge, only to find that the ship is beginning to sink. They begin to make their way through the area and fend off dozens of bioweapons before finally reactivating power to the ship. However, this triggers water to quickly begin flooding the room, and the two frantically begin looking for a way out. Later, Keith and Quint find the crashed plane, but are quickly met by dozens of invisible hunters that block their path. After defeating the creatures, they use the hard drive to access the airplane's computer, allowing them to report back to headquarters and reveal the coordinates of the ship that Jill and Parker are on. Clive then informs Jessica and Chris of the situation and sends them the coordinates to rescue their partners. Later, the two land on a ship that they think is the Queen Zenobia. However, further exploration reveals it to be the sister ship named the Queen Samarius. Now out of time, Jill and Parker are forced to explore underwater to begin looking for a way out of the mess they are in. After successfully escaping the engine room, they begin to head to the communications tower to contact HQ. On the way, they are attacked on the elevator by a monstrous bioweapon known as Dragon Nazo. Later, it ambushes the two on the observation deck, but is quickly taken down once Jill deals massive damage to the creature. Finally arriving at the communications tower, the two contact Clive, who informs them that the Regia Solis, the satellite used to wipe out Terragrigia, has been reactivated and is being aimed at the Queen Zenobia. Running out of time, Quint begins to lead Jill and Parker to the UAV on the ship's bow, and the two race against time to find the controls. Upon activation, they are able to successfully guide the satellite's targeting system away from the ship. However, in the process, the Regia Solis hits the UAV, causing a massive wave to strike the ship and begin sinking it. While Jill and Parker begin to make their escape, Chris contacts the two, explaining that he's on the way and tells them to rendezvous at the ship's hull. However, upon arrival, the two are met by a Veltro operative. Elsewhere, Chris and Jessica spot the ship in the distance, but are soon after met by massive tentacles that emerge from the water. After using the Gatling guns on their boat to clear a path, the two successfully board the ship and begin their search for Jill and Parker. Making their way to the ship's hull, Jessica fires at the Veltro soldier that confronted Jill and Parker, which is revealed to be Raymond. The four then split up, with Chris and Jill heading to the ship's lab, while Parker and Jessica begin looking for a way to delay the ship from sinking. Elsewhere, Quint and Keith head back to the airport and discover that Clive orchestrated Veltro's reemergence. During this, the two are detected by Veltro and forced to escape when an airstrike decimates the entire airport. Later, Chris and Jill arrive at the lab to neutralize the virus. During this, they confront Lansdale, who reveals that he worked with Veltro and the Terragrigia Panic to increase the FBC's funding and international influence. Notes left by former crew members reveal that he had dispatched a research team to create a vaccine, and then killed them off by releasing the ship's monsters after they had already sent it to him. Meanwhile, Parker holds Jessica at gunpoint after Raymond revealed that she is a spy. Raymond then appears having survived with a bulletproof vest and confirms his claims. Once distracted, Jessica shoots Parker in the shoulder and activates the ship's self-destruct system to destroy any incriminating evidence just before leaving. Raymond then chases after her, leaving an injured Parker behind. Chris and Jill eventually find Parker and begin to carry him through the ship. However, despite their attempt at saving him, Parker falls into the fire below after a floorboard breaks, and Chris is unable to pull him up. Chris and Jill then rush through the sinking ship and make their way to the helipad. However, before they could board the craft, it is quickly destroyed by a massive bioweapon. After firing and halting the creature, the two board another helicopter and begin to make their escape. However, the bioweapon reawakens and prevents them from leaving. The pair then use the Gatling guns on the helicopter to defeat the creature once and for all and finally flee the ship. Elsewhere, Raymond finds a wounded Parker and informs him that Jessica has escaped. He then grabs Parker and the two proceed to follow suit. After this, O'Brien informs Chris and Jill about the truth behind the mission, revealing that he had orchestrated the events to gather evidence of Lansdale's involvement in Terragrigia. He then informs them about the existence of the third sister ship known as the Queen Dido below the ruins of Terragrigia, which was destroyed by Lansdale to eliminate incriminating evidence of his involvement. Chris and Jill head there and eventually encounter the ship's last living survivor, being Veltro leader Jack Norman, who is revealed to have gone delusional after surviving a year underwater by injecting himself with T-Abyss and resisting mutation through his own desire for vengeance. Jill manages to retrieve a drive containing Jack's communications with Lansdale, but before they could leave, he then injects himself with an overdose of the virus after thinking Chris and Jill were FBC sent to kill him, and he proceeds to transform into a new type of tyrant known as the Ultimate Abyss. After a long battle, Chris and Jill manage to defeat Jack, and he begins to express his relief that he could finally be at peace just before succumbing to his injuries. Chris and Jill then broadcast the video to finally expose the truth about Lansdale and Terragrigia. After this, the FBC is dissolved and Lansdale is arrested. Later, it is revealed that Raymond and Jessica were actually participating in their own joint mission as spies on behalf of Tricell, who was interested in recovering the T-Abyss virus from the Queen Zenobia. The two meet in a cafe where Raymond gives Jessica a sample of T-Abyss. When she asks why he rescued Parker, he merely replies that he had his reasons just before leaving. Sometime later, Claire Redfield, now a member of the human rights agency known as TerraSave, arrives at Hartville Airport to meet with a friend and her niece Rani Chawla. During this, a passenger jet is approaching the airport for landing. As the attendant begins to check the passengers, she notices one man is looking unwell. After the woman asks if he is okay, he then requests that she reaches a contact from the company Will Pharma. Back at the airport, Claire begins to strike up a conversation with a nearby man over the news before he decides to leave for a taxi. Meanwhile, at the airport terminal, Senator Ron Davis is attempting to avoid the army of human rights demonstrators surrounding the airport, which are protesting his involvement with the support of the Will Pharma Corporation and their alleged research into the T-virus. As he attempts to sneak out of the airport, Ronnie recognizes the senator and points to him, drawing the attention of a nearby television reporter. Before she could interview him, they are suddenly interrupted by a protester wearing a zombie mask, causing Davis's bodyguard and airport security to quickly arrest the demonstrator. Just then, an actual zombie appears and quickly kills both the airport security guard and one of the senator's bodyguards. More zombies begin to swarm the terminal, and chaos begins to ensue as many civilians are ripped apart. During this, Claire bumps into a suspicious man named Curtis Miller, who is revealed to be a former Will Pharma employee. Suddenly, the passenger jet with the injured man crashes into the building, and Claire rushes in to save Davis by pushing him out of the way. Much to Claire's horror, the plane's door bangs open to reveal that all of its occupants are now zombies. Claire, Davis, Ronnie, and an airport hostess take refuge in the terminal's VIP lounge as day turns into night. During this, the US Army has locked down the airport and established a perimeter between it and the majority of the survivors, who are quarantined and being evacuated for treatment one at a time. Two Special Response Team members, Angela Miller and Gray Glenn, discuss the situation in their tent when Leon suddenly enters and introduces himself as the expert government agent that will be leading their task force. He then orders Angela and Greg to accompany him, and the trio head to the roof of the building while Leon begins to explain how the zombies can only be killed by shooting them in the head. Angela immediately disregards Leon's instructions and runs off on her own to investigate a nearby office room. After finding an injured worker, she picks him up and attempts to escort him out. However, the man is revealed to be a zombie that nearly infects Angela before Leon arrives and saves her by demonstrating the headshot technique he explained earlier. The other soldier starts to get cocky once other zombies fill the area, and he begins to fire at will. Right after, one of the zombies breaks through the glass and makes an attempt on the soldier's life. However, Leon once again saves his comrade, and the three continue to press on through the building. Claire, upon hearing the gunshots from the soldier, sets off to explore and look for help, arming herself with a red and white umbrella to defend against the enemies. Eventually, she runs into Leon and his partners, and they all regroup with the other survivors while Leon begins to formulate a plan. After listening to Davis's snarky comments, Leon decides that they will clear a path and escape through the lobby, and they begin to head that way. As they run through, Soldier Greg is bitten by a zombie while trying to carry the injured Davis, deciding to stay and fight off the nearby horde to buy the others some time. After arriving to the lobby, Davis makes a dash for the exit, knocking Ronnie to the ground below in the process. Claire rushes in to save her as zombies begin to swarm the girl, and the two are nearly ripped apart. However, Leon manages to throw a gun to Claire just in time, allowing her to fight off the nearby horde and save the girl. The group then manages to clear a path and escape outside into the arms of the waiting military. Here, Ronnie shares a touching moment with her aunt as the two regroup. Watching from afar, Davis reveals that he can't stand kids, to which Claire replies by slapping him in the face while shouting that the girl will now suffer nightmares because of him. Leon, meanwhile, reports to Hunnigan and is informed that the FBI had captured a member of General Grande's army in Los Angeles, which will hopefully lead to a connection between the attack in India and the attack at the airport. Claire then recognizes the Will Pharma Corporation trucks arriving on scene and demands to know why. The senator and Will Pharma researcher Frederick Downing reveal that the company is actually working on a vaccine for the virus and explains that every ranger employed on this mission is vaccinated against it. This news infuriates Angela, as a vaccination would have saved her comrade Greg's life. Claire too is distraught after learning that her organization TerraSave played a part in slowing down the creation and distribution of the vaccine that could have prevented the current outbreak. Suddenly, the trucks containing the vaccine explode, and the group concludes that this may be yet another bioterrorist attack. Claire, having spotted Will Pharma scientist Curtis Miller at the airport, decides that he's a potential suspect. After Angela reveals Curtis to be her brother, her and Leon set off to check his home. Claire and Frederick, meanwhile, rush to Will Pharma headquarters to check if the raw vaccine data is still safe. Upon arrival, Frederick gives Claire a tour of the facility, and the two share a cup of tea before he is called by Senator Davis and requested to not show Claire what the company is in possession of. However, Frederick disobeys the request and reveals that Will Pharma has samples of the G virus, which causes Claire to have a haunting flashback of William Birkin during Raccoon City. She then insists on telling Leon, but Frederick begs her not to for his own sake. He then notices the server has suddenly gone down and excuses himself to fix it. Meanwhile, Leon and Angela arrive to find Curtis's house in flames. Angela then finds a photo of him and his family, revealing to Leon that they were lost in the Raccoon City incident. Claire then calls Leon to inform him about the G virus, and proceeds to put him on hold to answer a call from Frederick, who warns her of a time bomb in level 4 of the facility. She then spots Curtis fleeing with a briefcase just before the bomb goes off and destroys a portion of the facility. Leon and Angela, having heard the explosion over the phone, head to the building for answers. Upon arrival, the two split up, with Leon going upstairs to find Claire, while Angela monitors the ground level. Claire informs Leon about Curtis's presence, and he sets off to find him just before directing Claire to the escape elevator. Angela, meanwhile, finds Curtis in the remains of the air garden and discovers that he has infected himself with the G virus, angrily claiming his motives to get back at the government's cover-up from Raccoon City that kept his family from being saved. Suddenly, a group of soldiers storm the room with guns drawn as Chris begins to mutate uncontrollably. Despite enduring a major weapons fire from the troops, Curtis begins to slaughter them one by one with ease. As his attention falls on Angela, Leon then arrives and uses a grenade launcher to bring a large chunk of debris down on Curtis and crush him. Moments later, the building security announces that the entire room will be sterilized via incineration, causing the pair and soldiers to rush to the emergency elevator. However, the troops fill the elevator cab, forcing Leon and Helena to stay behind and wait for the next lift. Unfortunately, Chris mutates into an even more monstrous creature and chases the elevator up the shaft, ripping it free and dropping it and the Rangers to their death. Leon and Angela then dive into a nearby pool of water to escape the incineration, and Leon shoots the water tank open, dumping them into the center of the underground labs. During this, they realize that Curtis has also survived the blast, as he quickly begins pursuing them yet again. Despite Claire's efforts to assist her comrades, the building detects Curtis and initiates a biohazard lockdown, which involves a sequence of releasing each of the labs in a freefall into the basement below. During this process, Curtis Curtis manages to separate Leon and Angela before he finally recognizes his sister after viewing a photo dropped by her. Curtis then tells Angela to escape, but she decides to stay, saying that it's time to finish things. However, Leon grabs her from behind while standing on a scaffold and manages to save her just before Chris and the last section of the lab falls below. Curtis manages to snag Angela's ankle with his tail, and though she begs Leon to let her go, he refuses and shoots the creature in the head, causing him to let go and fall to his death. Leon, Angela, and Claire then exit the building just as Senator Davis arrives, and Claire begins to accuse him of being behind everything in order to drive up Wolf Pharma's plunging stocks since he was a big stockholder. Davis denies it and Leon backs him up, revealing that the terrorist captured by the FBI finally revealed the truth that Frederick was behind everything. Elsewhere on a road overlooking the city, Frederick brags over the phone with General Miguel Grande, claiming that thanks to him, Grande is now the only man in possession of both the T-virus, the T-vaccine, and data on the G-virus. Suddenly, a car pulls up which Frederick believes to be his contact. However, Leon and Claire reveal themselves and hold him at gunpoint, while Angela sneaks up behind and arrests him, putting an end to his twisted schemes. The next day, Leon and Claire meet Angela to discuss the mission. Leon reveals that Frederick has confessed to everything, including all of the bioterrorist attacks and the airport incident, all of which was set up to be a type of sales pitch for the virus to General Grande. He also reveals that Frederick was an Umbrella researcher who stole samples of both viruses and escaped immediately prior to the Raccoon City incident, erasing his history and creating a new identity to apply to Wolf Pharma. Once there, he was able to find a list of potential customers for the virus while researching the vaccine. The three then part ways, with Leon flying away in a chopper and Claire leaving in a limousine with Ronnie and her aunt. Later, in Senator Davis's office, news talks about how he has resigned from office over insider trading allegations involving Wolf Pharma Corporation. During this, Davis is revealed to be deceased as he sits in his chair with a newspaper declaring Tricell's bid to purchase Wolf Pharma. As he sits lifelessly, his computer continues to purge all information regarding the viruses and pharmaceutical companies. Meanwhile, members of Tricell begin exploring the basement level of the Wolf Pharma compound. One of the workers discovers the severed tip of Curtis's mutant tail and begins sealing it in a biohazard container. In 2006, during closing time at an art museum in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, head of security Jamal Hawkins invites the newly hired Max Storm to look at the new overhauled security system. Once another officer named Jose spots an open vent in the display room, Jamal then radios nearby guard Monica and sends her to check the suspicious site. She removes the unscrewed vent, only to find a bomb hidden inside, which tragically kills her upon detonation. The following day, Leon Kennedy is sent in by the FBI to investigate the museum incident, as it had connections to his prior mission. Upon arrival, he meets with Jamal, along with Detective Joseph and the director of the museum, Abigail. Jamal reveals that the security system did not catch the moment the perpetrator entered. Abigail informs that the Bureau cross-referenced with other law enforcement agencies and yielded no significant results, prompting Leon to conclude that the bomb was planted with the help of an inside mole. An hour later, Leon checks the staff's personal files in the break room, only to stumble upon a new employee named Max Storm, who just so happened to be involved in Leon's past bombing incident. Wanting to further question him, Leon and Joseph leave the building and begin to head to his residential home. Upon arrival, the two enter the house, only to find that it hasn't been occupied by anyone for an extended period of time. Upon further investigation, they come across a freezer containing the corpse of a deceased man. They find his ID, revealing himself to be the real Max Storm, and suddenly hear noises coming from the front door of the house. Outside, Leon and Joseph come across the fake Max Storm from the files, who quickly shoots Joseph in the shoulder and injures him just before running off. Leon gives chase, but he gets away in a van driven by an accomplice. Leon then heads back to Joseph to check his injuries and inform him of the van's license plate. He then checks out the upstairs apartment and finds documents of the fake Mac that reveals his real name to be Frank Wright. The following morning, two doctors are working at a medical examiner's office on Penn Street and bring out the charred corpse of Monica. Once the two leave to inform their boss that the corpse is ready for examination, Monica suddenly reanimates back into a zombie and begins to wait for her prey to arrive. Once their boss arrives in the room with his partner, they find Monica sitting up in the morgue with her back to them. Shocked by this sight, the two inspect the corpse, only to get lunged at and have their throats torn out by the creature. Two security guards respond to the scene, with a female guard successfully downing the creature. However, they are both overwhelmed and killed by the reanimated corpses of the doctors. With their death, the infection soon spreads to the rest of the building. After discovering the home of Frank Wright, the house is inspected by Leon and the Pittsburgh Bureau's criminal investigation team. They discover traces of chemical residue that were used to make the bomb seen at the museum. Leon then searches through the clutter and discovers a map circling Frick Park, where Frank had gone 4 days prior to the attack. Another officer inspects the password-secured laptop, but is unable to access it through conventional means, and thus intends to bring it back to the lab to unlock it. Leon then leaves to examine Frick Park when he suddenly overhears a distress call coming from one of the officers, which reports of an outbreak occurring at the medical examiner's building. Leon rushes to the site and calls Abigail to inquire with her about any staff that were working on the night of the museum attack, but didn't show up for work today. Abigail responds that both Jamal and Jose were absent. Leon then urgently orders her to have Jamal and Jose checked into the hospital for possible T-virus infection, and contact the CDC to inform them of another potential outbreak having occurred. Leon then contacts Lieutenant Greenwald of the Pittsburgh Bureau and asks him to send officers to confirm Jamal and Jose's safety by escorting them to the hospital, while also informing him of the potential outbreak. Reinforcements arrive at the site to discover that the building has been overrun with infected staff and guards, with an officer having her throat torn out by the reanimated corpse of the male guard. Leon arrives shortly after, and the group begins to eliminate all of the nearby infected. One officer hesitates as the corpse of his fellow comrade reanimates, resulting in him getting bitten on the forearm. Nevertheless, the building is cleared shortly after. Leon urges the injured to haul back to the hospital immediately, and calls the officer inspecting Frank's house to test the residue in the building for T-virus contamination. Afterwards, Leon arrives at Frick Park and asks a nearby homeless man if he has seen Frank, from which he learns that a rally had also taken place at the park 4 days ago just before leaving. Elsewhere, Frank meets up with a man named Riley and informs him of the incident at the museum, blaming security guard Phil's out-of-date intel regarding the newly added security systems for the mishandling. Riley reprimands Frank and reminds him of their holy mission, which is revealed to be the reduction of the Earth's excess population. Frank reassures him that the other bombs are prepared to go off, to which Riley replies that this will be their debut party. Sometime later, Chief Executive Officer Lois Fount converses over the phone about the failed operation in Pittsburgh. Unfortunately, as the device was set off early, all the casualties had been processed before they had a chance to test the inhibitors. Lois informs the caller that the attack scheduled for this night will be conducted with civilians nearby, which will allow them to get a proper test. Elsewhere, in the Willie Stargell Community Center, Congressman Rasheen Washington welcomes Congresswoman Filas to the center. Another man named Hector informs Rasheen that they are running out of chairs, and makes his way downstairs to grab some more. However, upon arrival, he sets off a nearby bomb, causing a massive explosion. Shortly after, police arrive and block off the area, while the fire department contains the smoldering interior. Many people have been injured, and those with less severe injuries are helping bring the more seriously wounded to the ambulances. The local congresswoman and Rasheen confront a firefighter, who reveals that a bomb was found in the basement and that 4 people are confirmed dead. One of the dead was found in the basement, whom Rasheen assumes to be Hector. Back in the ruined building, an EMT approaches a police officer guarding the scene. Upon opening the nearby body bag, the corpse suddenly comes to life and begins to rip him apart. Elsewhere, Leon checks in on Jamal and Jose, who have been placed in isolation for what the hospital can only assume is an unusual influenza strain. Leon advises they send blood samples over to a federal lab for T-virus testing, and proceeds to go visit Detective Joseph in a nearby room. Back at the community center, the other wounded begin turning into zombies and attacking the police and EMTs. One police officer named Painter instinctively shoots, killing 4 with blows to the head. This incident is witnessed by Rasheen, who is unaware about the zombies as he begins to angrily question why they just murdered 4 civilians. The officers, unable to comment, proceed to excuse themselves and continue on with their investigation. The following day, Rasheen meets with the locals and the congresswoman outside the community center. While they begin to discuss the events that occurred yesterday, Rasheen suddenly deteriorates rapidly and falls over along with another man. Elsewhere, Leon meets with Officer Alec at the Police Technical Services office. Alec has looked through Frank Wright's computer, which reveals 2 MapQuest searches made recently, one being for the community center and the other for PNC Park. Alec also finds that Wright's emails link to a mailing list called Overgrown, which offers links to articles on population trends, birth rates, and food shortages. Leon concludes that as the museum and community center were targeted at maximum occupancy, PNC Park will be hit during the next baseball game tonight, potentially striking tens of thousands. Leon then contacts Abigail and asks to talk to the CDC leader on site and begins to warn him about the community center, asking him to send troops there. Leon then meets with his lieutenant and informs him about the next potential bombing at PNC Park. During their conversation, the chief gets a call requesting backup at the community center, and Leon begins to head that way. Meanwhile, another EMT arrives at the center and takes out a syringe to use on Rasheen in hopes to save his life. Rasheen soon wakes up, but is now revealed to be a zombie as it attacks the police. More zombies flock the area, and Leon arrives just as they begin to overrun the cops. Elsewhere, police at PNC Park have found a bomb in the area, which is revealed to go off in just 7 minutes when the baseball game is due to start. After the bomb squad is called to the park, a soldier named Rosado struggles to determine which type of explosive was hidden in the stadium storeroom. However, with the help of his team, he manages to defuse the bomb 2 minutes before detonation occurs and prevent another outbreak from happening. Meanwhile, at the community center, Leon and SWAT reinforcements clear out the remaining hostiles in the area. Leon then informs the lieutenant in charge that the bomb has the capability of reanimating dead tissue. SWAT then orders the injured people that were exposed to the bombing to be checked into the hospital for potential symptoms of the virus. Half an hour later, Leon meets with Greenwald to discuss the recent findings on the culprit's computer by Alec. Leon brings Greenwald's attention to the rally that occurred in Frick Park, to which Greenwald realizes that the culprit had a rally permit for the population correction movement. Greenwald adds that the officers in the rally kept an eye on the group, though none of their speech is related to the recent bombings, and ends with a few protesters arrested for assault charges. Leon theorizes that they could be dealing with a radicalized group that specifically targets large social gathering events. After Greenwald informs Leon that Joseph was one of the arresting officers, Leon decides to head to the hospital to speak with him on any information he might have. Elsewhere, Frank meets with Riley at a park and discusses the recent events. Riley tells him that the bomb in PNC Park did not go off and was prevented by the bomb squad. He then confronts Frank about the type of bomb that was used around Pittsburgh, as they were left with false knowledge that those near the vicinity of the explosion would only be left sick as opposed to reanimating from the dead. Riley then tells Wright about the next meeting for choosing the next target in the bombing just before leaving. Wright then calls Eloise and informs her how the park bomb never detonated and how the explosions have unexpected side effects of turning people into zombies. In her office, Eloise watches news of the bombing before calling her secretary to connect her with Wilson, the Secretary of Defense. Sometime later, Leon visits Joseph and asks him about his experience with the population correction movement. Before he could fully answer, Joseph suddenly goes into cardiac arrest. The hospital staff is alerted and tries to resuscitate him, but unfortunately fails. Leon shares a minute with him and apologizes, claiming he deserved a better partner. Suddenly, Joseph reanimates and begins to lunge at Leon, who is forced to take him out for good. Walking outside, he asks the nurse about the status of Jamal and Jose. The nurse informs him that they are still being isolated, though their condition is steadily improving as the fever dies down. Outside the hospital, Leon attempts to reach out to Abigail to let her know about the condition of the victims. However, he is informed that she had taken a sick leave. Leon then tries to contact her cell phone but is left with an automated voice message. Leon decides to leave a message warning her that she may be potentially infected with the virus and needs to seek medical attention immediately. Meanwhile, Abigail has already turned and begins to rip her husband apart. Afterwards, Greenwalt watches the broadcasted videotape from the leader of the population control movement, Riley Queen, which was sent to every radio and TV station in Pittsburgh. In the tape, Riley firmly stands in the movement's belief and declares that the attacks in Pittsburgh were only the beginning, claiming to have more bombs laid around with plans to make the world a better place. After finishing the broadcast, Leon begins to question how the bomb had T-virus embedded inside them, while Greenwalt remains frustrated at the lack of progress made on the case. Elsewhere in his hotel room, Frank becomes increasingly sick and contacts Eloise, informing her of his condition. He suggests going to the hospital to get himself treated, but is quickly warned by Eloise, who tells him to stay hidden, as going to the hospital will endanger the operation. Shortly after, Eloise contacts Wilson and informs him that several agents were embedded with EMTs, and the inhibitors were given out to half of the victims infected with the virus, but ultimately succumbed to its effects. Wilson reassures her that the operation was intended to obtain information related to the inhibitor's development, and wires the final payment to her as he had gathered all the necessary intel he needed. Sometime later at the hospital, Leon is called by an officer who tells him the department had received a 911 from Frank. The EMTs recognized the virus's symptoms and had him transported to the hospital, where he is placed in ICU and quarantined. Leon asks to interrogate Frank, to which the staff comply with his request under the condition that he wears a protection hazmat suit. Sometime later, at the Population Control Movement headquarters, Riley urges his associates to move with the plan of attacking the Three Sisters Bridge in rush hour and have it be the movement's biggest statement. During the meeting, one of the associates questions Riley's motive for sending the tape. He admits that the tape was sent before the museum's bombing and had hoped the attack on the bridges would have occurred by the time they had received the tape. Another asks why the dirty bombs are turning the victims into zombies instead of killing them, to which Riley covers up the truth and answers that it's only media propaganda. Finally, an associate questions how the cops had known about the PNC Park attack beforehand, with Riley having no answers as to how, but reassures them that they have no knowledge of the operation. As the meeting continues on, Leon leads a team of Pittsburgh SWAT and breaks into the meeting room, where a major fight occurs between the two factions. After wounding Riley, Leon confronts him and reveals that Frank had given up the location of the meeting just before he died from his infection. Leon and his team then arrest any surviving members. Shortly after, the Population Control Movement arrest and their terrorist actions are reported on the news. Wilson begins to document the report on the Pittsburgh attack, in which the inhibitor did not work as intended and required further research. In the police's press meeting, the chief recaps the movement's terrorist actions and the lives that they had taken. In addition, he reveals that the victims in close proximity are infected with the virus beyond those caught in the explosion. Greenwalt and Leon observe the meeting from above, before Leon suddenly gets called to the White House and boards a helicopter to fly to Washington, D.C. Elsewhere, TerraSave sends Claire Redfield to a refugee camp in Panamstan following the end of the civil war that took place there. Upon arrival, she meets a young boy who provides her with a drawing of what he saw during the war, which depicts masses of people eating one another. Claire is ultimately disturbed by the image and begins to question what really happened in the country. Shortly after, Leon flies to the White House to join with a group of agents, being a rookie named Patrick, Mad Dog's leader Jason, and Shen Mei. As they wait for Leon to arrive, the three meet with the president and are tasked with investigating a recent cyber attack that hacked into confidential computer files. Right as Leon arrives at the White House, the power goes out, and the Secret Service springs to action to protect the president. Once the backups fail to turn on, it becomes clear that the mole responsible for the cyber attack is still in the White House. House. The three agents leave the Oval Office to search for the mole, with Patrick running into Press Secretary Spacer, who has been mauled by an unidentified assailant. Once he goes into cardiac arrest, Patrick prepares to resuscitate him, only for Spacer to wake up and begin to attack him. Just as he is about to be ripped apart, Leon arrives and shoots the zombie dead with a bullet to the head. The team then regroups with President Graham at the Oval Office and prepares to escort him to the nearby bunker. After succeeding in this, Leon, Shenmei, and Jason begin scouring the White House for zombies, while Patrick stays in the bunker as Graham's protection. They soon find the virus has spread rapidly, infecting dozens of staff members that they are forced to eliminate. After clearing the area, the US Army arrives to collect the corpses and disinfect the White House. After consideration, Graham decides it is best to cover up the incident, and the victims are declared to have gone on leave. Claire then arrives at the White House for her scheduled appointment with the press secretary, only to be told that he is currently on leave. Right after, she spots Leon and asks him to look at the nightmarish drawing she received from the boy. Before Leon could give it any thought, he is called by Jason to continue their investigation. Later, the Defense Intelligence Agency investigation determines that the stolen files discussed a bioresearch facility in Shanghai, which Secretary Wilson insists that this confirms Chinese responsibility. President Graham then draws up a top-secret operation in which Leon, Jason, and Shenmei are to infiltrate the Shanghai facility and search for evidence regarding the hacking and the outbreak in the White House. The three board a submarine and discuss the mission before separating to get some rest. Later, Leon witnesses Jason show signs of infection as he holds a dose of the inhibitor in his hands. Meanwhile, Claire takes it upon herself to investigate Panam Stan after hearing nothing from the press secretary. Reviewing news footage and newspaper clippings, she pieces the information together on a wall and discovers the controversy surrounding the US intervention, such as allegations of it being orchestrated simply to intimidate the Chinese. She also learns that out of the 7 Mad Dogs who returned to their barracks in Texas, 5 have committed suicide recently. Back on the submarine, Jason begins to open up to Leon about his days in the army, with Leon being all too familiar dealing with zombies. They have separate views on things, however. When Jason describes the bombing of Raccoon City as a necessary operation to save the United States, Leon pushes back, still bitter over the army's cowardly withdrawal from Raccoon City. Suddenly, the submarine is rocked, and Leon and Jason head to the bridge to investigate, only to find the bridge crew has been killed. While Leon heads over to the engineering section, Jason meets up with Shenmei en route to the vessel's small submarine. Once they run into 3 surviving crewmen, the 2 agents murder them and enter the craft. Meanwhile, Leon arrives at the engineering section to find that the engineers have also been killed, finding mutant rats had burrowed into their bodies. Once the self-destruct system is triggered, Leon runs out to the small submarine, electrocuting another swarm of rats on the way. Upon arrival, Shenmei puts a gun to his head, but is ordered by Jason not to fire. The 3 then proceed to escape just as their mothership explodes. Its destruction is quickly noticed even in Washington, and Graham is notified of both the unexplained disappearance and a Chinese fleet being redirected to its last known location. Sometime later, the small submarine reaches Shanghai, and Shenmei, Jason, and Leon head over to a safe house that was set up for their mission. Leon suspects the 2 are traitors who are working for the Chinese, and though Jason instead tells him he is working to expose a conspiracy within the government, he still doesn't believe him. The discussion turns violent, with both men reaching for their guns. However, Leon comes out the victor, with Jason sustaining a gunshot wound to the neck, and their fight gives Shenmei time to escape the area. Elsewhere, Claire continues her investigation and tracks down one of the remaining survivors from Team Mad Dogs. However, after exploring the house, Claire finds that she is too late, as the man is found dead with a suicide note nearby. Meanwhile, Shenmei has abandoned all pretense of continuing her mission and decides to visit her family's mansion outside Shanghai. There, she meets her grandfather Yuen, who has been taking care of her brother in his decrepit state. Leon, however, has tracked her down and burst into Junshi's room, having taken their butler Haoran hostage. Now at gunpoint, Shenmei explains the situation Jason was warning him about. Explained through another flashback, Shenmei was handling radio communications between Wilson and the other soldiers in the city. However, she was not permitted to respond to the Mad Dog's request for evacuation, even after they reported having picked up a survivor from Alpha 2. When they unexpectedly arrived at the base, Shenmei confronted them, only to find Junshi alive but afflicted with a cannibal disease. Since then, Shenmei has been working with Jason, trying to find evidence to publicly out Wilson for conspiring to deploy bioweapons in Panamstan. Though dismissive of Jason, Leon finds Shenmei more persuasive when she shows him what remains of her brother. She then explains that the Mad Dogs filed false reports about the incident, and she used her family connections to have Junshi quietly smuggled out over the Chinese border to escape the area. After 6 months of investigating, her and Jason had come no closer to exposing the conspiracy, though just recently, a breakthrough has been found with the discovery of a computer chip planted on Junshi when he was infected, which takes biometric data on behalf of the bioweapon manufacturer, who they may be able to identify. Suddenly, the mansion is destroyed in a bomb blast. The ceiling caves in, crushing Junshi, Haoran, and Yuan. Elsewhere in the Oval Office, final preparations are being made for Graham's speech for the upcoming Panamstan peace accords. The speech is planned to accuse China of a plot against the United States and call for the continued military presence in the region as a defensive wall against Chinese expansion. White House Chief Ryan is against the speech and Wilson, who co-wrote it, but Graham slides with the latter due to the evidence they have available. As they leave the White House, Claire arrives once more. Having found a suicide note at the soldier's house, Claire confronts Wilson about his involvement in the use of bioweapons, but he brushes her off and continues on. Back at the ruins of the mansion, Leon holds the computer chip while Shenmei begs him to hand it over to her so the conspiracy can be exposed to the whole world. Leon, however, is unwilling to destroy the United States' reputation in the process, and is instead more concerned about what caused the explosion. He concludes that Jason is still alive and is planning to conduct acts of terror and revenge for his experiences in Panamstan, rather than truly seeking justice. Soon after, when Claire returns to her motel, she is suddenly attacked by Wilson's Secret Service agents and is knocked unconscious with their tasers. Sometime later, President Graham sits in the Oval Office rereading the speech for their Panamstan peace accords. Satisfied with the final draft, he departs for Andrews Air Force Base where the press conference is taking place. While the stage is being prepared, Patrick gets a call from Leon warning about their recent discovery. Claire then wakes up to find herself captive by Wilson in his secret research facility located beneath Andrews Air Force Base, where they were conducting research into creating super soldiers. Wilson tries to bribe her silence with a charitable donation to TerraSave's mission in Panamstan. However, Claire refuses. Believing himself to have won regardless, Wilson reveals his true plan. By declaring China a rogue state, it would be in Panamstan's best interest for continued American presence. To protect it from China, the Panamstan military would be provided with bioweapons in the form of hundreds of super soldiers, each effectively enslaved by their dependence on regular doses of an antiretroviral drug known as the inhibitor that only he can provide. This in turn would lead him to become extremely wealthy in the process. Jason then arrives at the facility on an upper level and is immediately recognized by Claire as the last of the Mad Dogs. Meanwhile, Leon and Shenmei have returned to Washington, intent on apprehending Jason. Once they enter the facility, they find that Jason has failed to take his medication and is starting to mutate out of control. Wilson himself is seriously injured and infected after being crushed against the capsule. The facility's supercomputer determines a biohazard has taken place and begins dumping the unconscious soldiers into a vat of highly corrosive acids, where they are then killed one by one. Shenmei confronts Jason and tries to plead to his senses. However, he can no longer control his violent impulses and kills her rather than use the chip, planning instead to emerge on the surface and massacre the attendants on live TV. As Jason heads to the surface, Leon spots Claire and rushes to save her from the rising acid. Meanwhile, on the surface, the peace accords are well underway, and Graham is to give his speech. As he approaches the podium, he is stopped by Patrick, who informs him of Wilson's involvement. After learning that the conflict with China was all Wilson's idea, Graham puts aside the prepared speech, and instead talks about his adoration of the Panamstan people for laying down their arms in search of a better future, with the US only helping them with aid from now on. Back in the underground facility, Leon arms himself with a bazooka, ready to blow up Jason if necessary. Using the facility to her advantage, Claire takes control of the facility's cranes and tries to drop Jason into the acid pool. Both of their attempts fail, however, and Jason counters, with Leon almost being knocked into the acid and Claire almost crushed by debris as she is thrown into the control room. Leon recovers and catches up to destroy Jason's right arm with a high-power rifle and proceeds to pull a lever that sends their section falling into the acid, with Jason falling to his death while Leon escapes by grabbing a hold of a nearby hook. As the acid begins to subside, Leon finds Jason still alive, where Jason then warns him about the spread of true fear just before falling into the pool. Back on the surface, Leon watches from afar as the president boards a plane for takeoff. Elsewhere, Wilson, still alive, reaches a hideout with one of his allies in the Secret Service. Infected with the virus, he is now reliant on the inhibitor he created to prevent runaway mutation. A close-up shot of the case reveals that the virus and the inhibitor were in fact created by Tricell, with their logo displayed across the case. Meanwhile, Claire meets Leon outside the White House, and she requests he hand over Junshi's chip so she could expose the corruption within the government. However, because of the political ramifications, Leon refuses to do so. Claire is disappointed in his decision to support yet another cover-up, and walks away after claiming that his outfit doesn't suit him. A few months later, the BSAA received a tip-off on the whereabouts of Umbrella's founder, Oswald E. Spencer. Chris and Jill are assigned to raid his estate and arrest the elderly man, as well as look for information on the current whereabouts of Albert Wesker. Meanwhile, Wesker and Spencer are conversing in the mansion. Spencer reveals to Wesker his origins, that he was the only survivor of the Wesker Project many years ago, which sought to create an advanced race of human beings. Seeing no more use for Oswald, Wesker impales him with a stab to the chest using his bare hands. After breaking into the estate, Chris and Jill see that the entirety of Spencer's security is dead, and they are forced to relive old memories as they make their way through traps and creatures to head to Spencer's office. Once there, they are confronted by the sight of Spencer's corpse and none other than Albert Wesker standing over his body. Chris and Jill waste no time in trying to apprehend Wesker, but their efforts are of little success due to Wesker's superhuman speed and strength, and they are easily overpowered. Wesker finally prepares to deliver a blow that would end Chris's life, but before he could act, Jill without hesitation lunges at him, sending them both through a window and over the side of a cliff. Chris can do nothing but watch helplessly as his partner falls to her apparent death. 3 years later, Chris travels to Africa to investigate possible bioorganic weapon smuggling. Upon arriving in the Kijuju Autonomous Zone, he meets his partner for the investigation, Sheva Alamar, and the two attempt to rendezvous with the BSAA's Alpha team, who were attempting to intercept a bioweapon smuggler named Ricardo Irving. While exploring, they quickly discover most of the townspeople have been infected with a new type of plaga, and after witnessing a resident being forcefully implanted with the parasite, they are forced to defend themselves after the man loses control and begins to attack them. As the pair make their way deeper into the town, the situation quickly escalates as their local contact is publicly executed and the crowd's leader discovers their presence, resulting in an open confrontation between the two agents and crowds of Plaga-infected Majini. After fending off the enemies for some time, a BSAA chopper arrives to clear their path and wipe out the remaining creatures. Continuing on, the agents find a young girl named Allison being captured by a group of Majini. Unfortunately, they are too late to save the girl, as upon arrival, Allison is now infected and hostile, forcing them to take her out. From there, the two stumble upon Captain Deshawn, who is fatally wounded and appears to be the only remaining member of Alpha Team. He quickly warns them of Irving's deception before handing them a data file and succumbing to his injuries. Soon after, the two find themselves face to face with a bizarre and dangerous creature, seemingly made of leechworms, which is discovered to be responsible for the deaths of Alpha Team. They end up destroying the creature by locking it in an incinerator room and activating the flamethrowers, and they proceed to make their way to a warehouse to send the newly acquired data to headquarters. Later, the West African BSAA Delta team finds and rescues the pair from a crowd of Majini on motorcycles, and Captain Josh Stone gives Chris a memory card containing images of research material. Among these is an image of his partner Jill, who supposedly died during their mission, but is now revealed to be alive. Chris and Sheva continue their search for Irving and eventually corner him in a building beyond the mines, although he escapes with the help of a mysterious hooded figure and unleashes a bat-based bioweapon on them. After defeating the creature, BSAA soldier Dave Johnson shows up in a gambit and escorts them across the savannah to rendezvous with Delta Team. During this, the group is forced to defend themselves against a multitude of Machini that pursue them throughout. At nightfall, they finally arrive to their destination, only to find all of their comrades dead from a massive bioweapon named Indesu. Chris and Sheva use the machine guns on the back of a gambit to battle the monster, and after dealing enough damage, the creature ultimately falls. The two are then ordered to leave the area and report back to headquarters, to which Sheva initially agrees. However, Chris is determined to find Jill and elects to continue the mission anyway, prompting Sheva to change her mind and follow him. Using the data they procured from the mine revealing the real location of Irving's scheduled transaction, the two begin to head to the nearby oil field. Arriving in the marshlands, they travel through a small village inhabited by the Napaya, which is an indigenous tribe who was infected with a new type of plaga after being tricked by Irving into thinking it was a vaccine for a deadly disease. The pair are forced to defend themselves against the now hostile tribe members while traversing the area, and they even witness a BSAA member being brutally sacrificed to an alligator during a Napaya ritual. As Chris and Sheva escape the village, they soon after discover a pair of tents belonging to Tricell, along with a series of notes revealing the company's goal of spreading Las Plagas throughout the region. Making their way to the outskirts of the oil field, they spot heavily armed forces defending the area, as well as Irving making his escape. The two attempt to go after him, but are forced to face off against the group of enemies first, along with a chainsaw-wielding maniac that chases them throughout. Shortly after, they make their way forward and find Josh Stone. They begin explaining to him their motives for continuing, but are cut short once a multitude of Majini begin to infiltrate the area and pursue them. After successfully escaping the enemies, Josh reveals that Irving is planning to blow up the area and make his escape at the boat dock. He tells them to go after the man while he looks for a way out just before parting ways. The two make their way to the dock to find Irving and the mysterious masked figure making their escape. They then head to the other side of the dock to meet up with Josh, and the three of them board a small boat and begin their pursuit of Irving. Eventually catching up to Irving's boat, he is forced to inject himself with a dominant species plaga sample and begins to mutate uncontrollably into a massive bioweapon in hopes of wiping out the BSAA. Using the machine guns mounted on Irving's ship, Chris and Sheva defeat him despite his extreme makeover, and his main body is thrown back onto the boat. Irving begins to blame his predicament on Excella Gione, director of Tricell's West African Division, and tells the two agents to search in a nearby cave to find all the answers they're looking for. Chris and Sheva head for the caves and discover an underground civilization that is home to more plaga-infected Napaya, who are guarding a long abandoned grotto containing a mysterious flower known as the Stairway of the Sun, which the agents would later discover is the source of the progenitor virus. While here, the two are eventually met by a massive bat bioweapon that begins to chase after them. However, they are able to crush the enemy with nearby debris and continue their exploration. Meanwhile, Wesker and his partner Excella are discussing the development of the Ouroboros virus when the mysterious masked figure suddenly enters the room to reveal that the BSAA are nearby. Excella and the mysterious figure leave the room to go after them, while Wesker stays behind to ponder on his plans and his murder of Oswell E. Spencer. Journeying deeper into the area, Chris and Sheva find a research facility that was once used by Umbrella, but has long since been taken over by Tricell. When they come upon the pod seen in the research material they acquired earlier, Chris frantically searches a nearby computer for Jill's location. However, an enormous bioweapon named U8 appears before they are able to do so. After defeating the monster, they proceed to find Jill's name in the computer, only to discover that the pod which held her is now empty. Excella appears on the screen and tells them to leave, denying any knowledge of Jill, and ultimately revealing that she was the one who ordered the BSAA to evacuate after they defeated Indesu. Deeper into the lab, Chris and Sheva encounter Excella once again, and before they can get any answers, she unleashes a test subject that begins to mutate uncontrollably and attack them. With the use of a nearby flamethrower, the two are able to defeat the creature and press on with their mission. Later, they are ambushed by the mysterious figure in an underground cavern, and Chris fires a stray round, which knocks away the mask, prompting Wesker to finally make his appearance. The agitated Chris is quickly left speechless when Wesker reveals that the mysterious hooded woman is Jill, who has been implanted with a device on her chest that causes her to obey Wesker. Chris attempts to reason with her, but she attacks him with a flurry of hand-to-hand moves and starts an intense battle. Wesker also joins in, claiming that he can spare only 7 minutes to fight them, but eventually leaves the task to Jill. Chris again calls out to Jill, and she attempts to resist the device used to control her, but Wesker quickly reacts by activating the device, causing her to lose control and suffer great pain. Jill then attacks Chris and Sheva again, and they work together to subdue her and remove the device in order to bring her back to normal. Chris then cradles the severely weakened Jill, and she apologizes to both, stating that she was fully aware of her actions but could do nothing to stop them. She tells Chris and Sheva that she will be fine, and orders them to stop Wesker from spreading the Ouroboros virus worldwide. Chris grudgingly agrees and leaves with Sheva to begin his pursuit of Wesker. Shortly after, the two spy on Wesker and Excella from the distance as they begin to board a ship and make their escape. They follow suit and successfully sneak onto the ship before it sets off. Meanwhile, Josh enters the Monarch room to find a collapsed Jill Valentine. He helps her up and explains that he was looking for his comrades Chris and Sheva. Jill informs him that they went after Wesker on a ship, and with that, the two head off to board his helicopter and rescue Chris and Sheva. Back on the ship, Chris and Sheva quickly locate Excella in a lab. She flees with a briefcase containing various chemicals and drops a few syringes in her haste, which Sheva collects. They eventually catch up to Excella once more, although she is now infected with Ouroboros. Wesker calls out over an intercom and casually discards the heartbroken Excella. She believed that she would rule alongside Wesker in his envisioned utopia. However, in the end, he only saw her as a pawn. The Ouroboros leeches quickly burst from Excella, killing her and consuming the surrounding pile of corpses to mutate into a massive creature. After defeating it with the use of a satellite laser device, Chris and Sheva continue to pursue Wesker, and are soon after called by Jill, who informs them of Wesker's weakness being an overdose of the serum Sheva had retrieved earlier. The pair eventually catch up to Wesker, who is getting ready to board a plane carrying the Ouroboros virus. He begins to battle and quickly subdue the two. However, in the hassle, Chris manages to infect Wesker with an extra dose of the serum Excella dropped. This greatly weakens Wesker, causing him to flee and escape to his jet. Chris and Sheva follow suit and board the plane as it takes off. Meanwhile, Josh and Jill reach the ship and are forced to fend off an invasion of Magini before their helicopter arrives. Eventually, the BSAA pilot named Doug lands and assists the two in their escape. During this, a nearby Magini fires a rocket at Doug and tragically obliterates him. Josh is then forced to fly away as Jill defends the chopper from nearby enemies, and the two set off to rescue Chris and Sheva. Shortly after, Chris and Sheva confront Wesker on the jet. He explains that the aircraft is now climbing to the ideal altitude for global saturation, and that he plans to unleash the virus shortly. The agents begin to fight him, and are able to inject him with yet another dose of the serum. He is then blasted out of an airlock by Chris, but manages to grab onto Sheva before he can fall. Tortured by his memories of Jill and the Spencer estate, Chris jumps forward and catches Sheva's hand after she loses her grip, refusing to let her share Jill's fate. Sheva then shoots Wesker in the face, and he falls out of the plane near an active volcano. Right after, the aircraft crash lands, and the two agents are shocked to find that Wesker is still alive. Having finally lost all that remained of his sanity, he plunges his right arm into an Ouroboros missile and is immediately infected by a massive dose of the virus. Chris and Sheva are quickly separated during the fight. However, Chris is able to punch a massive boulder to create a path for the two of them to regroup and take down Wesker. Eventually, the heaving volcano causes the ground to crack and melt, sending Wesker tumbling into the magma. Josh, piloting a BSAA helicopter, spots the pair, and Jill kicks a ladder down, allowing them to escape just before the ground melts beneath them. Enraged, Wesker attempts one last attack, snagging the helicopter with his monstrously mutated arm. Chris and Sheva then use the RPG mounted on the rear of the chopper and fire at Wesker, finally ending him for good. The four then fly off into the sunset, and Chris decides that he must continue to fight in order to have a future without fear. The following year, Rebecca Chambers is teaching science class at Philosophy University in Western Australia, having been there a month as a temporary transfer. After class, she meets with another teacher named Bethany, who expresses concerns about students disappearing from the campus, something which has never happened before. Rebecca then heads off to meet the president of the university, Ezra Sennett, who discusses the topic of missing students, claiming that the school cannot afford damage to its reputation, and hoping the investigation will be done quietly without causing a panic. A local detective named Barrington Meyer suddenly enters the office and asks Rebecca about her hobbies after witnessing her going to the local fossil and archaeology museum during his investigation, to which she replies to be a legitimate interest of hers. Rebecca then leaves the office, promising to inform Ezra of any suspicions she has. After this, Barrington receives a bribe from Ezra to continue his investigation without getting other police involved, and he proceeds to set out and continue his work. Sometime later, Rebecca runs into a student named Mary and Dr. Liam Howard before being called to attention by students Price and Butler, who alert her of a zombie outbreak in the university. Another teacher named Bethany escapes with some of the students to a nearby room, while Rebecca coordinates the evacuation of the other students. During this, she spots a man she recognizes named Tyler, who proceeds to quickly leave her and investigate the building. Meanwhile, in the desert, Chris and his partner Piers Nivens drive in a BSAA Gambit through Western Australia, heading to the university to deal with the outbreak. Upon arrival, they fend off some nearby zombies before meeting the BSAA Oceania branch operator Sophie Home, as well as Rebecca and Barrington. Chris takes over the situation and discusses plans to exterminate all creatures on site. Barrington disagrees, as he still wants the incident to be covered up as much as possible, and insists they focus first on evacuating the survivors. Chris ultimately decides to send Sophie and Barrington to the east wing of the building to exterminate any students, while he, Piers, and Rebecca do the same on the west wing. Not trusting Barrington, Chris confiscates his revolver and has Piers hand him a new pistol, not revealing that it has no ammunition. After Barrington and Sophie are gone, Rebecca gives Chris a further update on her investigation, revealing that Barrington is taking bribes and that the president of the school, Ezra, may be involved in the outbreak. She is also suspicious of Dr. Liam Howard, the biology professor and director of the Fossil Museum. Suddenly, the three are approached by two zombie teenagers. Chris and Piers gun them down, leaving Rebecca shocked, as she has trouble accepting that they must die. The three then leave to investigate the building, completely unaware they are being watched by Tyler from afar. Meanwhile, in Ezra's office, he talks with Liam about his research and blames him for the outbreak. Secretary Matthew suddenly enters and demands to know why Ezra is so obsessed with the student's ability to learn. Ezra explains to him that not knowing creates anxiety, and he started the university to clean that away. He then admits to recruiting Liam for the purpose of creating a virus that would make people become more intelligent and ultimately lead to world peace. However, Ezra is puzzled that monsters were created instead. Liam then reveals that the university provided him with the equipment, funding, and privacy to perform any kind of research, implying that he took advantage of Ezra to perform his own bioweapon study. Shortly after, Chris, Piers, and Rebecca enter the university's fossil museum and investigate a nearby restroom to find Officer Brown, who explains he was instructed by Professor Liam to lock up the museum. Rebecca then suggests they investigate Liam's research lab and asks Brown to show them the way. Suddenly, a zombie ambushes Brown, biting him on the leg before being shot by the agents. Right after, a student named Mary is trapped in one of the building rooms with Lucas and calls Rebecca, requesting that she open the fire shutters to let her friend Olivia in. Once unlocked, zombies begin to mob the room. However, the two manage to escape, with Lucas being forced to kill classmate Bethany with an axe. Afterwards, Brown leads the others to the lab, unaware that they are still being followed by Tyler. Meanwhile, at the East Wing, Barrington speaks with Sophie about the recent events and suddenly pulls a gun on her, still unaware it has no bullets. He insists that the police will deal with the incident and admits to receiving bribes to cover up the events. Barrington is then ambushed by a zombie. Sophie tries to eliminate the creature with the weapon she had confiscated from the detective. However, she discovers it to be empty. Piers arrives just in time and kills the zombie, giving Barrington an opportunity to run and hide. Once the soldiers soldiers are distracted, Barrington returns and holds Piers at gunpoint. However, Piers manages to disarm him and the two begin to wrestle to the floor. During this, another zombie appears and is quickly killed by Tyler, who insists that Professor Liam is not at fault for the outbreak just before leaving, allowing Barrington to flee as well. Right after, Lucas and Mary run into the agents and ask for help in finding Olivia. Mary, however, falls behind and goes her own way. Elsewhere, Chris's team enters the fossil museum, and Rebecca quickly identifies an exhibit showing the Irish giant, which are the remains of a man discovered a century ago in an underground mine, which had been transported recently to Australia to take part in a research project led by Liam. Suddenly, the group is confronted by zombies and are forced to fend off the creatures until Officer Posh closes the shutter. Chris then investigates the remains more closely and discovers that it's covering a secret room. Meanwhile, student Ronnie and another classmate run from a zombie when they are suddenly saved by Tyler, who suggests that they leave and head somewhere safe. However, Ronnie decides to examine the corpse of his zombified friend, who suddenly reawakens and begins tearing at his flesh. During this, Chris and the others explore the secret room and quickly find documents relating to viral research and bioterrorism from Umbrella. In further searching, they uncover data from a modified T-virus strain. Once they learn that Liam is behind everything, Chris asks Rebecca why she started investigating him in the first place. Rebecca then tells about her meeting with Liam's son Tyler, who she believes to have died in 2005. In a flashback, Tyler is seen showing her data of incriminating Umbrella researchers in the outbreak, and expresses his anger towards the company for using his father for their own means. The two are then forced to separate as dozens of zombies begin to flock the area. Back at the prison, Barrington appears in the room and takes Rebecca hostage, threatening to kill her if the BSAA allows knowledge of the outbreak to reach the public. He then leaves with Rebecca, warning Chris to kill the zombies quietly and say nothing about the incident. Before Chris and Posh can follow them, Mary arrives and sets off a ceiling trap to block their path, forcing the two to leave in another direction. Once they arrive at Liam's lab, Tyler confronts the pair and holds Chris at gunpoint while confiscating the research data from him, revealing that he is a US government agent that has been given orders to deal with the incident without BSAA involvement. After an intense brawl between the two agents, they ultimately find common ground and agree to work with each other in finding evidence to prove his father's innocence rather than cover up the incident. In a flashback, Tyler tries to get in contact with his father soon after his death is faked, only for Liam to accuse him of being a spy impersonating the real Tyler. He recalls having seen photographs in his office of human test subjects who had been used in nightmarish experiments, along with data indicating a bioweapons research project. He also remembers a conversation he had with Mary earlier in the day, in which she mentioned Professor Liam's intent to reset the world. Just then, Piers, Sophie, and Lucas arrive at the lab and confirm Barrington's treachery. While they discuss Rebecca's abduction, Posh discovers an ID card owned by Professor Liam. Tyler uses the card to open shutters in the lab, which reveal tubes containing the missing students, who have all been transformed into zombies, one of which being Olivia. The creatures proceed to attack the group and begin an intense brawl. During the fight, Lucas begs Sophie not to shoot Olivia, giving a chance for the zombified girl and two other zombies to lunge in and begin tearing at his flesh. At the same time, Mary appears from above and witnesses Sophie kill Olivia in an attempt to protect Lucas. He begins to cradle her corpse and cry while the virus begins to take over his body. In a last-ditch effort, he pulls out a gun and tries to shoot himself while saying how much love he has for her. However, the virus takes over before he can pull the trigger, forcing Piers to take him out. The group then proceeds to exit the lab while Mary continues to watch in the shadows. Tyler arrives right after as Mary begins to mourn the deaths of her friends. Feeling betrayed by everyone, she walks away after looking at her friends for the last time. Chris and the others arrive at Tyler's location and discover that Posh has been injured from the fight. With Rebecca still missing, Sophie voluntarily stays behind so the others can go looking for her. Tyler wonders how his father could do such horrible things, but Chris reassures him that none of this is his fault. Chris then hands him the briefcase and they begin their search for Rebecca. Meanwhile, Rebecca and Liam are captured and tied in an unknown room, and she begins to question why someone like him would get involved in biological weaponry. He explains that all of this was done so that he could see Tyler again. Liam had lost his wife to an illness shortly after the birth of his son, and raised him all on his own until they ended up homeless after their research funding was cut. With no other options, he began to work with Umbrella on their bioweapon research until he heard about Tyler's supposed death in 2005. Unaware his death was falsified, Liam decided that he would resurrect him by combining the T-virus with DNA from the fossil. With the destruction and downfall of Umbrella, he took out his data and made connections with Ezra. However, after countless experiments, he ultimately failed to create a Tyler copy. Now with determination for vengeance, he wants to change the order of the world with his power and bioweapons research. Rebecca breaks free from her bindings while revealing that Tyler is still alive and makes a promise to bring him back. While Barrington and Ezra are distracted, she attempts to sneak past. However, Barrington spots her and begins to give chase. During this, Ezra tries to explain his motives of working with Liam to Matthew, that a smarter race would no longer need to find war with one another. Matthew disagrees, believing that an advanced race of humans would lead to chaos, with nobody having a purpose to better themselves. Meanwhile, Rebecca finds Sophie carrying the injured Posh to a safe place, and demands him to show his wound. She then prepares some herbs while questioning where Chris and the others have gone, with Sophie revealing that they were headed to Ezra's office. Posh's infection begins to take over, and he begs Sophie to kill him. With no other option, she pulls the trigger and eliminates the now zombified Posh. Barrington then arrives and holds the girls at gunpoint while attempting to negotiate with them, offering bribes in exchange for helping cover up the incident. His plan is to frame Matthew as a serial killer who deleted himself after slaughtering many of the school's occupants. The two reject the offer, but before he can pull the trigger, Posh reawakens and rips him apart. Sophie then eliminates both Posh and Barrington just as the infection takes over. Back at the office, Matthew has deleted himself and Ezra has been tied up, beginning to cry over the failure of his university. Liam arrives shortly after and is about to eliminate Ezra, however, Chris and his team arrive just in time to stop him. Liam reveals the contents of Chris's briefcase are that of a modified T-virus strain, which was developed from trace DNA taken from the Irish giant. Suddenly, Ezra is able to distract Liam and escape with the briefcase. Tyler confronts his father, who proceeds to activate his tyrant creation infected with the new strain. The creature proves to be quite a formidable foe, however, in the end, Piers manages to defeat the tyrant with a lethal shot from his sniper rifle. Liam, having gone completely mad, decides to inject himself with the virus in an attempt to stop Chris and the others, forcing Tyler to preemptively shoot his father to prevent him mutating into a bigger threat. Rebecca and Sophie arrive at the scene moments later, while Tyler breaks down in tears. He then picks up a dropped note from his father apologizing for his actions and warning him to kill Mary Gray if encountered. Just then, Mary arrives at the scene and holds Rebecca at gunpoint while revealing the truth about herself. As a child, she was diagnosed with an incurable blood disorder. Her father, a senior Umbrella researcher, poached Liam for a project to extend her life using the T-virus. During the study, it was found that Mary had a genetic factor which made her more resistant to the virus's deteriorating effects, but required regular injections to stay healthy. With the loss of her parents in the fall of Umbrella, she was then adopted by Liam. Because of this, she is now determined to get revenge on Tyler for killing him. She also reveals that she manipulated Liam into creating the mutants to destroy the world. Chris is able to reason with Mary and disarm her, but she still resists and begins an intense brawl against the group with her enhanced abilities. Later in the fight, Rebecca holds her up with a handgun, but is ultimately unable to pull the trigger, allowing Mary to escape back up to the rooftop. Tyler and the others follow suit, and he begins to beg that she surrender, saying that her current thoughts are the result of the T-virus warping her mind, and that she is not herself. Mary is driven to tears, thinking back to her failed love life and depression. Rather than surrender, she begins to mutate into a large, grotesque creature, still intent on getting revenge. Chris, Piers, Tyler, and Sophie all fire at the enemy, which has little effect, prompting Rebecca to retrieve an RPG and hand it to Chris, who launches the rocket to finally defeat Mary for good. Afterwards, Chris thanks Tyler and hands him his father's notes. The BSAA then leaves the scene after Sophie gives her number to Piers, and they all set out for their next mission against bioterrorism. Elsewhere, Ezra is running away with the briefcase until he suddenly notices an umbrella logo along with Mary's detached arm. He begins to sob and beg her for forgiveness and leading her astray, reassuring her that she isn't alone anymore and that together they can make a new world. The briefcase suddenly alerts, leaving Ezra's fate unknown. In 2011, Claire Redfield attends a commemoration party at TerraSave headquarters, where she meets with her new partner being none other than Barry Burton's daughter, Moira Burton. During this, TerraSave executive Neil Fisher pulls her aside to talk about a new virus that has appeared in Washington. Shortly after, the power goes out and dozens of soldiers storm into the building, kidnapping Claire, Moira, and many other TerraSave members in the process. Later, Claire awakens in a cell and notices a mysterious bracelet attached to her. The cell door then opens and she begins to explore the area and quickly regroup with Moira. The two then begin their escape from the prison, but are quickly met by dozens of infected humans known as Afflicted that they are forced to defend against. Eventually arriving at the main hall, the two are contacted by an unnamed woman who reveals that the bracelets attached to them change colors based on fear. After defeating the numerous monsters in the prison facility and successfully escaping, Claire and Moira are again contacted by the woman, who introduces herself as the Overseer and tells them to go to the Wozek just before disappearing. When they arrive at the nearby radio tower, Claire begins to fix the signal as Moira tries to contact help in an SOS. From the top of the tower, Claire can see they are trapped on an island. Later in the day, TerraSave members Pedro, Gabrielle, and Neil Fisher are being pursued by several Afflicted. Neil yells at Gabrielle and Pedro to go on without him while firing at the enemies, and the two flee and make their way to the Wozek. The two begin to hide in a bar when they are suddenly ambushed by Claire and Moira, who mistake them as monsters. The four begin to explain what they have all gone through ever since the kidnapping, right before the Overseer appears and reveals that they have all been injected with a special virus. Gabrielle is visibly dismayed by this revelation, but quickly dismisses it as taunting. The four then discuss an idea to escape the island using an abandoned helicopter nearby, with Gabrielle and Pedro staying to fix the helicopter, while Claire and Moira begin to search the town for any necessary equipment. After they deliver the fuel and battery to Gabrielle, they begin to hear a siren which the Overseer has activated in order to lure more Afflicted, forcing them to retreat into the bar and turn off the alarm. Realizing that they are surrounded by dozens of Afflicted, the chainsaw-wielding Pedro begins to panic and send his bracelet color to red. During this, the Overseer reveals that the virus injected in them reacts off fear, and Pedro begins to mutate uncontrollably into a grotesque monster that begins to attack the others with its chainsaw. Suddenly, Neil comes to the rescue right as the duo is overwhelmed by the tide of Afflicted, dropping down a ladder allowing them to climb to safety. Once regrouped, Neil asks about the creature, and Claire replies that it was Pedro, informing him of the viral injections the group was given by the Overseer and how the virus triggered on Pedro when he got too scared. Eventually, the group spots a huge tower in the distance and begins to head there. However, the Afflicted manage to catch up and break through a nearby gate. Neil gives Claire and Moira a boost up a broken ladder and tells them to leave without him, shouting that he'll lure the Afflicted away and meet up with them later. Once at the tower, the two see a little girl named Natalia just before she runs away. However, Claire and Moira quickly catch up to the girl and question why she is here. After defeating a massive creature known as Vulcan Blubber, the three then make their way outside into the front of the tower, where they then witness Gabrielle escaping the island with a helicopter. However, before he can get too far, the Overseer causes the helicopter to malfunction and lose control. During this, Pedro's bracelet activates and he begins to mutate just before crashing into a nearby building and succumbing to the injuries. In the chaos, Natalia is suddenly abducted by a mysterious assailant, and with no other options, Claire and Moira head to the tower and hope to discover Natalia's whereabouts and find the Overseer. At the entrance, Claire finds a note from Neil that directs any survivors to head to the factory. Once there, the two solve several puzzles until the Overseer sets off a massive explosion, forcing the pair to jump out a window into the waterway below and make their way to the underground sewer. There, they meet an old survivor named Yevgeny Rebik, who refuses to help them but unlocks a gate for them to pass by. After clearing the sewers, Claire and Moira finally arrive to the tower and begin their search for Natalia. They eventually eventually find a room with documents implicating Neil's involvement in the TerraSave abductions and the experiments. This confirms Moira's initial suspicions that he was never infected, having seen his bracelet colored green. Looking at a monitor, Claire sees Neil have a meeting with the Overseer, where the two confirm his involvement, revealing that Neil desired a sample of the Ouroboros virus for use in vaccine research to continue FBC Secretary Morgan Lansdale's work. But in the end, the Overseer betrays Neil by infecting him with the sample instead. After this, Claire and Moira leave the room, only to find Neil exit a nearby elevator, who apologizes for his failure, but explains he is adamant his heart was in the right place. Suddenly, the virus transforms him into a large creature, and he begins a fierce battle with the two. After some time, Claire and Moira manage to knock Neil unconscious and take the elevator upstairs. However, Neil awakens and damages the elevator, still intent on killing the two. He then pulls the two off the elevator, and all three of them crash onto the ground. A now injured Claire tries to reach Moira, but is suddenly overpowered by Neil. However, Moira is able to overcome her fear of guns and fire at Neil, finally putting the creature to rest and saving Claire. Elsewhere, the Overseer spies on Claire and Moira through a camera while looking over Natalia. She begins to explain that in 6 months, Natalia will reawaken as her just before sending the girl down an elevator to rest. Shortly after, Claire and Moira take the elevator to the top of the tower, aiming to seek answers about the Overseer, which is revealed to be none other than Alex Wesker when she finally confronts the two. Here, Alex reveals her plans to surpass both Oswald and Albert Wesker in the pursuit for immortality. She then pulls out a pistol and shoots herself in the head, which triggers the self-destruct sequence of the tower. Claire and Moira begin to escape the exploding building, but the floor above them starts to crumble. In an attempt to save Claire, Moira pushes her out of the way and is pinned by a massive debris of concrete in the process. With no other choice, Claire apologizes to Moira and jumps from the edge of the tower into the sea. Later, Claire awakens being rushed into the emergency room. Barry asks what happened to Moira, and Claire apologizes and explains that she tried to save her just before being rushed into a nearby room. Sometime later, Moira is found and rescued by Yevgeny Rebik. She asks him to help her escape the island, but he refuses, instead offering her shelter and teaching her to hunt for food. With nothing on her mind but her father Barry, Moira one day tries to secretly find a way off the island after being fed up with Yevgeny ordering her around. This, however, ends in disaster as Moira leads a number of afflicted to the sewers, forcing her and Yevgeny to fend them off so as to not compromise their hideout. Sometime later, Leon Kennedy is sent to the Eastern Slav Republic during the ongoing civil war to investigate the recent reports of bioweapon use. Upon arrival, he gets a call from Hunnigan, who informs him that the US government has sent an evacuation order to all of their soldiers. Angered by the use of bioweapons and by the US's lack of commitment, Leon decides to go rogue and sets off to find his CIA acquaintance. In an underground parking garage, he stumbles upon the man who has been badly wounded from a nearby bioweapon that suddenly returns to finish the job. Now turning its attention to Leon, he is forced to fend the creature off until a bomb goes off and knocks him to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he witnesses an unknown man being able to control the liquor to prevent his death. Later, after waking up, Leon finds himself in the basement of a house held captive by a pair of rebels named JD, Alexander, and Ivan, who appears to be unwell. While the rebels hide from the Eastern Slav army above them, Ivan begins to convulse heavily, and Leon suggests that he may be on his way towards transforming into a ganado. Suddenly, soldiers find the rebels underground and proceed to hold the group at gunpoint. During this, Ivan turns and distracts the troops, giving Alexander the opportunity to grab a gun and defend himself. Chaos then ensues, allowing the rebels to escape into the nearby caverns, with Leon following close by. As they run away, Ivan becomes too sick to move on and elects himself to be killed as he would only slow them down. With no other option, Alexander finishes Ivan off and continues his escape with JD. As Leon follows the two, he discovers that the Plaga parasites were being used by the rebels, which led to some of their men turning into savage beasts. beasts. As he continues to explore, Leon finds JD hiding in the corner and is suddenly ambushed by one of the hosts. More creatures soon flock to the area, and JD is nearly killed as he struggles to find it in him to eliminate people that were once his comrades. With the help of Leon, JD survives the onslaught, and the two continue their escape of the caverns. After climbing to the surface, Leon and JD watch as dozens of infected corner a soldier and implant him with a Plaga parasite, causing him to turn just before the pair leave to head for the church. Meanwhile, the president of the Eastern Slav Republic named Svetlana meets with Ada Wong, who is posing as a member of the BSAA. During the meeting, she provides information on the Plaga that are being used in the Eastern Slav army, explaining how those infected with it will have the ability to control lesser bioweapons. Arriving at the church, JD accuses Leon of being behind what happened to the people of the town. However, Leon informs him the truth about the Plaga, explaining that it's a parasite that attaches to the nervous system via spinal cord, and that those who are infected will never be human again unless the spinal cord is forcefully removed. At that moment, Alexander enters the church with two other members of the resistance, and a third watching Leon from above. He informs JD that Leon was telling the truth, and tells Leon that he has more questions for him as they begin to take him hostage yet again. After Alexander departs to retrieve a special Plaga that will grant him control of bioweapons, JD takes Leon outside and cuts his bindings. Leon immediately reacts upon being freed by slamming JD against the wall and criticizing the methods of the rebel group using BOWs. As Leon prepares to set off on his own, JD tells about Alexander's past, explaining how government soldiers attacked the school he used to work at with his fiancée, Irina. Learning that her and the school children were killed in the attack, Alexander decided to join the resistance. JD then pleads with Leon and begs him to save Alexander and retrieve the special Plaga before him so that he didn't have to see his friend turn into a monster. Leon ultimately agrees to help him and sets off to the marketplace to investigate. Upon arrival, he finds the case that was holding the Plaga to be empty. A sudden voice immediately catches his attention, causing him to turn swiftly and attack. The two fight briefly, with Ada easily evading Leon's attacks as she flips away and aims her gun at him. After Leon finally realizes who she was, he questions if she was responsible for releasing the Plaga. However, Ada denies involvement, claiming that she isn't interested in defective products. After speaking mysteriously about her current job, Ada makes her escape while warning Leon that the town will be purged soon. Shortly after, Leon returns to the church to find most of the rebels are now dead, with JD being the sole survivor. JD returns Leon's gear to him, and the two share a fist bump before Alexander returns and begins to blame Leon for what happened. However, JD defends him, claiming that Leon is not an enemy, just before tragically turning into a ganado, forcing Leon to put him down. Kennedy then tries to reason with Alexander and asks him to hand over the Plaga, to which he refuses. The government then begins to bomb the area, causing the church to collapse and allow Alexander an opportunity to escape and head to the presidential palace to launch his attack against the opposition. During this, Svetlana is informed that Ada was lying about being part of the BSAA and requests her to return for another visit. The next morning, Ada meets with the president once more and is confronted about her lies, which ultimately leads to a one-on-one between the two. Once Svetlana gains the upper hand, Ada tries to escape. However, the exits are blocked off and the office is revealed to be an elevator that's part of a hidden facility as it descends underground. Meanwhile, Leon makes his way to the presidential palace, which has recently been attacked by the Lickers, leaving hundreds of dead soldiers. Infiltrating the building, he is met by two Lickers who fail to detect him, until a soldier reaches for his leg and whimpers in pain. Leon runs from them, managing to locate a massive elevator shaft in the process, and he begins to explore the facility. During this, Ada wakes up being held captive beneath the presidential palace. With the use of a hidden knife in her shoe, Ada manages to break free with ease and begins her investigation of the facility. After finding Leon, the two discover a lab within the facility that is mass-producing the control Plaga. The two are then quickly surrounded by guards and confronted by Svetlana. Ada deactivates the lights to make her escape, while Leon uses the opportunity to shoot at some of the guards and take the president hostage. After she breaks free with her combat skills, a fight then ensues between Leon and the guards, which is quickly interrupted by Alexander and a horde of lickers that are under his command. As the bioweapons decimate all nearby troops, Alexander leads a charge at the president, who is revealed to be protected by bulletproof glass. As Svetlana begins to make her escape, she decides to release her own bioweapons, being two advanced tyrants, forcing Leon and Alexander to team up and face off against the formidable foes. The two attempt to make their escape in another elevator, but don't get far once the tyrants begin to force the door open to reach them. With no other option, the pair use the escape hatch and climb out of the elevator just before it breaks free and descends underground. After reaching the surface, the pair are quickly met by a third tyrant and forced into another confrontation. As Leon begins to distract the creature, Alexander gathers his army of lickers and commands them to go after the tyrant. This ultimately lures the tyrant to a nearby fuel truck, and without hesitation, Leon fires at the tank to trigger a massive explosion. However, this only makes things worse as its limiter becomes severely damaged, causing the tyrant to begin mutating uncontrollably into its super tyrant form. Alexander begins to send his remaining lickers, while Leon fires some rockets at the creature. However, their forces barely even scratch the tyrant, and it manages to reach Leon with ease and begin strangling him. Just before it can land the finishing blow, Alexander sends in more lickers to distract the creature and let Leon free. He then rams the creature with a nearby tank, giving Leon an opportunity to enter the hatch and fire at the creature, completely deleting the tyrant's head in the process. Their celebration is short-lived, however, when the other two tyrants finally reach the surface, having also becoming super tyrants. After running out of ammunition, Leon takes one final stand, arming himself with a combat knife to take on the creatures. Just as they're about to reach the pair, US air support arrives and completely obliterates the two tyrants, saving Leon and Alexander from their grasp. Meanwhile, Svetlana begins her speech to the public addressing the war, when she is suddenly interrupted and informed that the American and Russian soldiers had reoccupied the state and have launched an attack in order to stop the bioweapon warfare, which ultimately leads to her resignation. Shortly after, Leon and Alexander watch from the distance as the US and Russian forces march on the Republic to overthrow its government. Beginning to feel more overwhelmed about everything he went through during the war, Alexander starts to feel hopeless. Showing deep regret over the loss of his mentor Ivan and his friends, he proclaims that he has nothing more to fight for and begs Leon to kill him before he turns into a monster. Leon, however, denies his right to die and confiscates his handgun, telling Alexander that he owes it to the people who died to continue living, even if it means being paralyzed for the rest of his life. Leon then proceeds to fire at and kill the plaga attached to his spinal cord, so that he can live without becoming a monster. Afterwards, Leon is called by Hunnigan, who informs him that the United States knew nothing about the plaga situation. Still filled with doubt, Leon hangs up on Hunnigan and leaves his room. Elsewhere, Ada calls her employer and reveals that she was successful in retrieving a sample of the plaga. However, she is undecisive if she should hand it over. The employer offers to wipe out an international warrant for her arrest. However, Ada claims that she is not bothered by the warrant and proceeds to end the call. In the aftermath of the war, Alexander returns to Eastern Slav and finally resumes his previous occupation as a school teacher. After 6 months of survival has passed, the food supply becomes scarce due to the monsters killing off nearby wildlife. Yevgeny suggests increasing their hunts and stockpiling food before it's too late. Making their way into the nearby mines, the man finds evidence that his daughter was infected with the virus and killed on the island. Upon reading this, Yevgeny is forced to face his own reality that she is gone, causing him to give up on life and lock himself away from Moira in order to spend his last sick moments alone to be at peace with his daughter. This inspires Moira to survive on the island so that she can finally see her father once more. Sometime later, Natalia wakes up in a very strange room and meets up with Dark Natalia. Upset that she can't find her toy bear named Lottie, Dark Natalia agrees to help her in the search. After venturing through many places on the island and sneaking past dozens of monsters, Natalia eventually finds Lottie. However, it is quickly revealed that the bear is fake and that Dark Natalia is actually the Overseer's consciousness, who planned on tricking the girl to take over her body. The Dark Natalia then disappears, and Natalia Natalia finds herself on a beach watching a boat arrive, which is revealed to be driven by Barry Burton, who came to the island to find his daughter. Upon docking the boat, he finds Natalia and agrees to take her with him, and together they begin to traverse the dangerous island and make their way to the radio tower. On the way, the two find a camp nearby and watch from afar as a grotesque creature begins to rip a human apart just before leaving. Making their way into the nearby cabin, they are suddenly ambushed by the nightmarish creature and forced to take it out. Finally arriving at the radio tower, Barry listens to Moira's old transmission from 6 months ago, which reveals to him that they were heading to the Wozzeck. Natalia asks him about Moira, and after a strange headache tells him that she is dead, much to his shock. Natalia then points at a massive tower in the distance and explains that Moira was trying to reach the building when they were together. Barry asks the girl to guide him there, and the two begin to head that way. On their way, Barry finds the corpse of TerraSave member Edward Thompson, and mentions that he didn't want Moira to join TerraSave because of these dangers and consequences. Once at the Wozzeck, Barry's vision becomes blurry in the presence of an invisible creature. However, with the help of Natalia's supernatural powers, the two are able to take down the nearby enemies and press on, only to be halted again later by a mutated Pedro that they are forced to eliminate. After finally reaching the tower, they find a painting of Albert Wesker sitting next to a woman who is revealed to be Alex Wesker, the last survivor of the Wesker project from Umbrella. Suddenly, Alex ambushes Barry and disarms him, revealing herself to have survived the gunshot when immense fear consumed her before pulling the trigger. This caused the virus in her body to activate and mutate her into the grotesque creature she now is. She reveals that she buried Moira and the rest of the survivors beneath a mountain, claiming that Natalia is the last person she must kill. She then summons dozens of creatures to attack the two. However, Barry fires at a ceiling to block their escape with debris. Barry finds that Natalia was injured in the ceiling collapse and begins to carry her as they explore the sewers. Barry eventually discovers the body of Yevgeny, who has recently died from natural causes. Upon further exploration, he finds Moira's mobile phone on his desk, which contains messages for Barry expressing her love for him. She apologizes to her father at the end, believing herself to be a bad daughter. Barry then vows to kill Alex Wesker for what she did to Moira. After traversing through an abandoned mine and defeating a massive mutated creature known as Droga, the two are then confronted by Alex, who throws Barry off a ledge and begins to strangle Natalia. However, once the girl opens her eyes, Alex lets go and begins to flee in fear. Sometime later, Barry wakes up to see Natalia, who has somehow forced the mutated Alex to flee. After dealing with the horrors below the mines and making their way through an underground research facility, the pair finally find themselves face to face with Alex. Driven mad that the attempt to delete herself failed and left her horribly mutated by the virus, Alex decides she has to kill Natalia, proceeding to inject herself with the remaining Ouroboros sample and begin mutating further and further. Barry fights hard to protect Natalia and manages to seemingly incapacitate Alex, only to be knocked away and forced to watch as Natalia is grabbed and almost crushed to death by Alex. Suddenly, the creature is shot from above by Moira, who has managed to survive this whole time and has conquered her fear of guns to save the little girl. Once reunited with his daughter and Natalia, Barry leads the trio outside, with Alex following suit soon after. Here, Claire arrives in a chopper equipped with a sniper rifle for support. Moira and Natalia join her on board, while Barry stays on the ground, determined to finish off Alex himself. Together, Claire and Barry weaken Alex before Claire finishes the job by firing an RPG at the creature. Barry then boards the helicopter and they all escape the island. During this, he reveals his plans of going back to being a father, suggesting that Natalia will now become a true member of the Burton family. As the helicopter flies away, several choppers are seen going towards the island to perform a cleanup operation. In 2012, the BSAA arrives to Cobra Mart Mall after receiving info of bioterrorism activity at the location. Once inside, agents Chris Redfield, Piers Nivens, and Mara Biji quickly begin to clear the store of all bioweapons and rescue any survivors. During this, Mara runs out of ammunition while fending off a hunter, and resorts to attaching an explosive to the creature and jumping away to avoid the blast. Piers meanwhile uses his sniper skills to save Chris from an incoming spider bioweapon, while Chris begins to eliminate the remaining creatures. After successfully clearing the area, the soldiers begin to treat the wounds of all injured survivors, and proceed to set off on their next mission against bioterrorism. Meanwhile, a mysterious cloaked woman is just outside Marhawa's school after having infiltrated the building and claims that phase 2 of her plan has been initiated. Minutes later, a student enters one of the classrooms to study with one of her classmates. After hearing no response from her study partner, she moves in closer to find out what the problem is. Suddenly, the classmate turns around and is revealed to be a zombie as the creature begins to rip the girl apart and completely trash the room. Some other students quickly discover the tragedy that occurred and call on the president of the school, Mother Gracia, as well as security to handle the situation. After some discussion, Gracia concludes that they take the student to the basement and remove any evidence of the attack in order to prevent word from getting out. Sometime later, Professor Doug Wright at Bennett University in Singapore teaches his class about the increasing threat of bioterrorism from bacteria such as anthrax. At the end of the lecture, Dr. Wright heads to the staff room and is handed a letter sent to him by Mother Gracia. In the letter, he learns that a student has been murdered by a cannibalistic classmate and immediately leaves the university to investigate the matter further. Bumping into his nephew Riki Tazawa on his way out, Doug recruits him to be his assistant in the investigation. Riki agrees, and the two board a jet now flying to the isolated school. After landing, the two take a jeep through the rugged terrain while Doug finally talks about the cannibalistic murder and how he was once a partner of Gracia, so he feels obligated to personally help out. When the two arrive at the school, they are greeted by Bindi Bergara and Elisa Lin, the president and vice president of the local student union, who have been briefed on Dr. Wright's visit and begin escorting the two through campus. Doug and Riki are introduced to Mother Gracia in her office, and she leads the two down a staircase to an underground room where the zombified student is being held chained to the walls. Doug quickly concludes the student has fallen victim to T-virus infection. He recommends everyone on campus be vaccinated with a special vaccine known as Daylight, and that a BSAA force take part in containing any potential spread of the disease. However, Gracia insists he handle the investigation entirely on his own to cover up the incident, which he agrees to. Doug then has Riki search the campus for any sign of how the student got infected, which leads to little success. During the search, Riki is easily distracted by the female students, which leads to a group of jealous male students to attack him. Fortunately, a girl named Lynn steps in and saves him from the assault. That evening, Riki reports his failure to find a source to his uncle and expresses his concern that there is something suspicious going on at the school that goes beyond the murder. Meanwhile, BSAA operators fire upon bioweapon mutants caused by a T-virus outbreak. Alpha Team's leader Chris Redfield fights lickers and zombie dogs with soldiers Piers Nivens and Mura Biji. After the outbreak is contained, Mara tells the others she is to report the incident to Dr. Wright. Chris is familiar with the man who previously offered assistance several years ago and insists on joining her. That night, Doug searches the school on his own for anything Riki may have missed during his investigation. During this, he is watched by a mysterious cloaked woman with a cube-shaped device. Back at his room, Riki is suddenly woken up by Lynn, who begins climbing on top of him in the bed. She reveals herself to be a zombie and begins to attack the boy. Riki tries to escape, but she ultimately succeeds in biting him in the shoulder. Meanwhile, Mara Biji drives Chris and Piers in a gambit down the highway, while Chris is on the phone trying to get through to Dr. Wright, who ultimately fails to answer. Suddenly, Mara gets information through her earpiece that Doug took a sudden leave of absence from Bennett University, though did not say where he was going. Chris becomes concerned, and they proceed to head to the university where they expect to find clues as to his whereabouts. Back at Marhawa's school, the security team has entered Riki's room and restrained Alyssa. Doug runs to his nephew and applies bandages to him while demanding that the BSAA be notified of the outbreak. Mother Gracia declines his request as it will ruin their reputation and orders a guard to stay at the scene in case Riki mutates into a zombie. Doug also stays behind at his nephew's bedside as the night progresses. Riki begins to sweat profusely and begs to be killed if he were to turn. Meanwhile, Mother Gracia consults with one of the teachers about the situation and concludes that the boy's zombification will serve as proof that the infection spreads by biting. Shortly after, a student named Bindi heads over to Mother Gracia's office to ask about Alyssa's whereabouts, as she was not in her room. Mother Gracia tells her she may be taking a moonlight stroll, to which Bindi suggests they call the cops over the recent disappearances of students. However, Gracia quickly dismisses her suggestion, telling her to go back to bed and that she will handle the situation herself. During this, it is revealed that Alicia has been taken to an underground room and chained against a wall, where a security guard begins to chop her to death with an axe. The next morning, Ricky awakens without any sign of mutation, which causes Doug to become confused, as Alyssa appeared to have mutated within hours as they saw her yesterday. Still left with many unanswered questions, the two continue their search in hopes to find an explanation for the outbreak. The pair start by attempting to capture a rat, as Doug believes that these animals could be spreading the virus. After many failed attempts, Bindi walks up to Ricky and asks him where Alyssa is. However, he is unable to respond due to Mother Gracia's request of keeping the situation a secret. Elsewhere, Alyssa, still alive, is covered in gasoline by several staff members and incinerated, watched over from the rooftop by Mother Gracia. As the shed burns, Ricky gets a strange feeling that Alyssa was screaming "help me" in the distance. Meanwhile, Chris, Piers, and Mara are eating at a restaurant out of uniform, revealing that they have checked Dr. Wright's house and found no one there, and that his requested leave has expired as of yesterday, meaning he is now missing. Hearing his nephew Ricky left with him, Piers suggests asking people at Bennett University. Back at Marhawa school, Bindi asks a younger student to call the fire department to put out the fire at a nearby building. Mother Gracia overhears this conversation and reiterates her rule that no contact be made with the outside. She goes on to explain that the building is an old clubhouse that was set for demolition, which prematurely caught fire. After realizing that she is trying to destroy the evidence, Ricky and Doug rush towards the burning clubhouse. Ricky quickly recognizes the pendant on one of the corpses as belonging to Alyssa. Bindi follows the two in, but passes out from the flames just as she sees the corpses. Sometime later, she wakes up in Marhawa School infirmary to see Ricky standing over her, and she quickly demands to know what happened to Alyssa, who she saw dead in the fire. Meanwhile, Doug meets with Mother Gracia to discuss recent developments. She begins to explain her reasoning for starting the fire, claiming that removing the evidence of zombies was to prevent a student panic, though Doug insists it was merely to keep the school's reputation high. He quickly becomes agitated and moves towards her, forcing an older male student to fend him off in a fight. Mother Gracia quickly ends the fight and asks him to explain why he is letting his nephew walk around the school after having been bitten the other night. Doug then claims that he will take full responsibility if he turns into a zombie just before leaving. Meeting back up with his nephew, he tells them that they are both leaving the school in order to contact the BSAA. As they head to the car, a zombified student enters Mother Gracia's office and is impaled through the mouth with a weapon before it can attack. After realizing the creature is still alive, Gracia pulls out her self-defense pistol and shoots it in the head, claiming that this is her sanctuary and that she will not tolerate anyone that dares to defile it. Meanwhile, Ricky and Doug arrive at their car, only to find it wrecked and set ablaze. They conclude that this was Mother Gracia's doing to prevent him calling the BSAA, and they decide to head back to the school and solve the case themselves. Elsewhere, Mother Gracia takes off her bloodstained clothes and steps into a shower while reflecting on the death of her uncle, who was the former headmaster of the school. In the flashback, the young Gracia is shocked to discover that she will be the new president following the predecessor president's will. She never knew her uncle thought highly of her in any regards, certainly not enough to make her his successor. She nonetheless thought highly of the school as a sanctuary and made a promise to herself to preserve her uncle's legacy by keeping it a sanctuary. Back to the present, Ricky and Doug ultimately agree that they will not follow Mother Gracia's way of thinking anymore, and will do what they can to keep the recent events from being covered up. Sometime later, after being let out of the school's infirmary, Bindi heads over to the ruined clubhouse to see what is left, ultimately finding Alyssa's locket in the debris. From the distance, a mysterious cloaked woman keeps watch, but suddenly disappears just as Bindi turns around. Ricky then arrives with a bouquet of flowers to lay where Alyssa died. After sharing a moment of grief with Bindi, he decides that it's finally time to reveal the truth to her. Meanwhile, in Mother Gracia's office, Doug confronts the woman, explaining that he refuses to work for her and her goals. However, he still intends to investigate the outbreak as he promised. Mother Gracia pleads that Doug finish his research soon, just before he exits the room. Suddenly, both Doug and Ricky notice men in work uniforms gathered around a doorway, which Bindi explains is a routine monthly inspection of the underground. She then insists on helping the investigation, and is overheard by Doug, who is looking out of the nearby window. Ricky then heads back to his room, where he is chastised by Doug for getting Bindi involved. Meanwhile, the school administrator heads underground to check on the workers' progress after running out of patients, only to find that they have become zombies as they begin to rip him apart. Later, Ricky and Doug are called out to investigate the area, learning there are 5 zombies inside. The two enter the underground with teacher Ray Su and security guard Tahir Kapoor, all armed with various weapons to defend themselves against the dangers that await them. Doug, Ricky, Ray, and Tahir are ready to head into the school's basement to take out the zombies, when they are suddenly stopped by Bindi, who is armed with a crossbow. Having learnt of the incident, she insists on helping them directly. After a brief argument, the group ultimately agrees to have the girl tag along, and they all proceed to the basement and begin their investigation. During this, they quickly find a hand that has been ripped out of its arm by the zombies and discarded on the ground. As Doug analyzes the current situation, a zombie suddenly lunges towards him from behind. However, before the creature reaches him, Tahir manages to bash the zombie's head with the hammer and knocks it to the ground. Doug is caught off guard by the zombies running and concludes it must be a new viral strain that he is unaware of. Though the attack from Tahir causes severe damage, the creature manages to get back up and make a second attempt on their lives, managing to successfully bite Tahir in the arm. Ray then steps in and slices the creature apart with his sword, finally defeating it for good. Before they could recover from the encounter, 3 more zombies appear and charge at the group, forcing them to flee into the control room. Inside, they find the 5th worker dying from severe wounds inflicted by the zombies, and begins to warn them about a hooded woman who was responsible for the outbreak. He begins to explain how she was watching them work, not saying a word. They tried to question her, but she just continued to stare with her soulless eyes. It was then that his co-workers began choking before suddenly mutating into zombies and mauling him, all while the woman watched and smiled from the distance. After finishing his story, the worker succumbs to his injuries and dies, leaving the group filled with many questions. Intrigued by the hooded woman, Ray asks Tahir if anyone has recently moved onto the campus, though Tahir only knows of Doug and Ricky. With the information he has received, Doug now believes that the recent outbreaks are intentional acts from a third party using a virus to cause deaths at the school. Meanwhile, at her office, Gracia begins to look through Doug's belongings that have been stolen from his room. She begins to glance at a folder labeled the Raccoon City Incident, which contains photographs of mutilated people and animals. Back at the basement, the team decides to leave the control room and eliminate the remaining zombies. Tahir steps up and manages to defeat one of them with his hammer, leaving only 2 to go. Doug then takes out a device for extracting blood samples and uses it on the creature in hopes to analyze the virus within it further. Just then, the lights suddenly go out, leaving the group in the dark. Tahir uses his flashlight to see a zombie tearing into Ray, and without hesitation, he and Doug begin swinging on the creature with their weapons and knock it into a nearby pipe. The lights then go back on, and the group finds Ray dying on the ground, sadly succumbing to his injuries after holding his hand out to a hallucination of Mother Gracia standing in front of him. Tahir, now furious at his friend's death, delivers one final strike to the zombie as it charges Bindi, completely deleting its head in the process. As they grieve over Ray's body, the hooded woman suddenly appears behind Bindi and proceeds to kidnap her. The 3 men then leave Ray behind to look for the girl, but before they can get too far, the final zombie workman appears and pulls Doug to the floor. Tahir jumps in to assist in defeating the creature, while Doug shouts for Ricky to leave and find Bindi. During his search, he finds her crossbow and is confronted by the worker that warned them of the hooded woman, who has now turned into a zombie. After an intense fight between the two, Ricky makes use of the crossbow and fires at the creature to inflict severe damage to it. Meanwhile, Tahir and Doug have defeated the other zombie worker, but before they can look for the others, Ray suddenly confronts them as a zombie. During this, Ricky is unable to reload a second bolt before the zombie recovers, and is thrown to the ground because of this. However, Ricky then manages to regain enough distance to fire once more and severely weaken the creature as the bolt goes straight through its neck. With one bolt left, he remembers Doug's advice and fires directly at the zombie's head, finally defeating it for good. Ricky then presses on and continues his search for Bindi. Meanwhile, Doug and Tahir get ready to take on the zombified Ray, who has taken out his sword to fight them. Initially, the two go on defense, as Tahir wants Ray to be kept alive so they can study him. However, this moment of hesitation is revealed to be a major mistake that gives Ray the opportunity to slash Doug in the side, followed by a slash into Tahir's forehead. Now aware that his friend is too far gone, Tahir finally smashes his mallet into the creature and bashes his head into nearby machinery until he is finally defeated. Elsewhere underground, Ricky makes his way into a large sewer channel and finds Bindi's unconscious body on a walkway. Upon waking up, Bindi reveals that she has seen her best friend named Nanan. With all the zombies eliminated and Bindi found, the team then heads up to the surface and is treated by security and maintenance workers. Gracia arrives and Doug proceeds to alert her about the mysterious hooded woman, leaving her shocked to learn of an apparent intruder in the school. Suddenly, Ricky runs up and grabs Gracia, declaring all the deaths to be her fault. She remains calm and simply responds that he knows nothing about her and the school. The next morning, Chris, Piers, and Mara arrive in their gambit at Bennett University. Asking around the faculty, it is made clear that Doug has been gone for 10 days now. However, the teachers remain unworried, as it is not unusual for him to take extended time off. Piers then enters the office after interviewing students, and reveals that Ricky told a number of people where he was going. The three continue their conversation over lunch at the cafeteria, and conclude that Doug went to the Marhawa Academy to tackle an urgent bioweapon-related emergency. Mara, having prior knowledge of the academy, mentions how it's world famous as the best private school in Asia, revealing that it's in a remote area with limited lines of communication to the outside. As such, they must head to the school in person. Suddenly, the three are interrupted by the chef Yoshihara, who requests that they find his daughter at the school Nanen, as she has not written to him in months. Back at Marhawa, Ricky rests in his bed and reminisces over the food cooked at his university. Doug reveals that there is a monthly tasting party held for faculty and guests at the university, and offers him an invitation to the party when they get back, to thank him for his work. Meanwhile, Gracia meets Bindi in her office and questions the student as to why she was in the basement. Angry that Gracia will not call the police, she reveals that she found Nanan down there. Later, Gracia pieces together what she learned today from Doug and Bindi, and considers the possibility that Nanan is somehow the woman responsible for spreading a virus around the school. 2 days later, the Marhawa School Festival has commenced, and all the students gather together to celebrate. From the rooftop, Tahir surveys the area and smokes a cigarette while thinking about the continued risk of a zombie attack during the festival. Doug and Ricky arrive shortly after upon request, and the three begin to discuss the recent events. Tahir eventually gives the two their own handguns that are a gift from Gracia, which should be used to eliminate anyone who becomes infected. While the two are relieved that she is coming to terms with the seriousness of the situation, Ricky is still confused as to why Tahir is blindly loyal to her, to which he reveals that both him and Ray had lost their families in a war, and were saved by Gracia's father, who took the pair to an orphanage that was ran by him and Gracia, which ultimately became the Marhawa School. Ricky then asks one final question, wondering if he knows a student by the name of Nanan. Meanwhile, two bored male students leave the music festival behind and notice a girl in a cloak standing near them. They quickly become irritated at her silence and decide to pull her hood back, which causes the students to scream in horror after what they saw. Back on the rooftop, Tahir questions Ricky as to where he heard the name Nanan. Doug explains that Bindi saw her in the basement, and that she may be the terrorist they're looking for. However, Tahir insists Bindi was dreaming, and he is under the impression that Nanan has been dead for 3 months. During their conversation, the two boys have since been infected with the virus and begin to close in on the crowd at the festival. One of the zombies grabs a schoolgirl and pushes her to the ground, causing chaos to ensue and get the attention of Doug, Ricky, and Tahir at the rooftop. During the panic, Bindi arms herself with a crossbow and fires a bolt into the neck of the attacking zombie, saving the girl he has pinned down. She then explains the situation to everyone and demands that they go into hiding and tell the other students what they saw. As Bindi fends the creatures off, the hooded woman watches from the roof of a nearby building. Ricky and Doug rush to the courtyard and find that Bindi has successfully defeated the creatures. Tahir meanwhile races to Gracia's office to report the recent developments. Shortly after the incident, Gracia calls for an emergency meeting at Marhawa School auditorium. However, Doug, Ricky, and a bloodstained Bindi arrive, only to find that Gracia has once again covered up the incident by declaring the zombie attack to be a trick by Bindi to stir up panic. As punishment, Bindi is stripped of her presidency, suspended for 3 months, and confined to her room. At Gracia's office, Ricky is furious at her behavior, while Doug begins to understand the reasoning for her actions. Realizing that Marhawa School is cut off from the outside, causing a panic will just allow the outbreak to spread further. Gracia then shows Doug a photograph of Nanen Yoshihara, the girl Bindi claimed to have seen in the basement, who Ricky suggests is not only the hooded woman, but also a zombie. Gracia and Tahir begin to explain that Bindi and Nanen were inseparable friends, and that Gracia is responsible for her death. The next day, Doug and Ricky practice at the security guard's firing range, overseen by Tahir. After some time, they are instructed by another member of staff to meet with Gracia once more. Outside, they find the woman out of her nun uniform, opting to wearing hiking attire instead. She offers the two to go mountain hiking with her, and they all proceed to cross through thick woodlands and streams to reach a large rock with bloodstains on it, which is revealed by Gracia to be where Nanen died. Back at the school, Tahir delivers Bindi her meal, and the two proceed to talk about the recent incidents. While Tahir understands her noble intent to unveil the truth, he proceeds to warn Bindi about her seeking revenge, claiming that it will only bring her trouble just before leaving. Meanwhile, Gracia begins to explain the truth about Nanen, revealing that both Bindi and Nanen were against the way she managed the academy and wanted to change the school's operation procedure, which Gracia did not allow to happen. As a result, Bindi and Nanen made a plan to escape from the academy into the nearby forest. Gracia and the security guards caught up to them by the rock, and during the struggle, Nanen slipped accidentally and smashed her head against the rock, tragically killing her. This was the first time Gracia had to cover up such a terrible event, and it's left a major impact on her ever since. Doug begins to comfort Gracia after finishing her story, claiming that they can terminate the current outbreak and start anew without losing everything. Returning to Marhawa School, Doug and Ricky are led by Tahir up to the rooftop to investigate a sighting of the hooded figure. Upon arrival, the woman finally reveals herself to indeed be Nanen Yoshihara, who appears to have suffered mutations to the left side of her head. Nanen extends her arms out to punch Ricky, but Doug jumps in the way to protect him and gets impaled in the process as he begins warning Ricky to run away. Nanen then swings her arm at Tahir and completely severs his right arm so that he is unable to shoot. Elsewhere on the rooftop of another building, a second hooded figure keeps watch as she records the launch of test subject C-16 to a cube-shaped computer device. Tahir falls to the ground and begins coughing up blood while Nanen inches closer to him. Ricky attempts to save him by firing at the creature. However, this has no effect, and the girl proceeds to kiss Tahir on the lips while blowing C-virus fog into his lungs. Nanen then flees the building while Ricky begins to check his injured comrades. Now knowing that she is the one who has been spreading the virus, Tahir asks to be killed before he turns. Ricky is hesitant at first as he reflects on his other zombie encounters. However, once Doug pushes him to fire, he finally comes to terms with the situation and eliminates Tahir just as he turns into a zombie. Gracia and her staff arrive shortly after and begin to investigate the events that had transpired. Elsewhere at the school, Bindi is sitting in her room reading a book. Nanan suddenly enters through the window, and Bindi smiles as she welcomes her friend. Nanan then presents a security armband taken from Tahir, which Bindi recognizes as her having killed their enemy. After cleaning her friend, Bindi provides her with something she calls medicine that was delivered earlier in the day. Meanwhile, at Gracia's office, Ricky confirms to her that Nanan was indeed the hooded woman spreading the virus, and that she is not a zombie like the others, but something even more sinister. Finally, Gracia decides that the BSAA must be called in to deal with the situation, just as Ricky heads out to talk with Bindi. Back in her room, Bindi has finished injecting the medicine into Nanan and wishes her a good night's sleep. After this, Bindi reflects on her time with Nanan. Told through a flashback, the two meet each other on the first day of their senior year. During this time, the other children begin to bully Nanan and proceed to trash her seat between classes. Nanan nonetheless remains resilient and tells Bindi that she will fight back. Shortly after, she threatens a student and forces her to reveal who ruined her desk. After the girl reveals the culprit to be Alyssa Lynn, Nanan threatens to kick her in the face if it ever happens again. In the days after the incident, Bindi uses her role as student president to check for any official reports on bullying. She quickly discovers that Gracia has silenced complaints of bullying in order to protect the school's reputation. Sometime later, Alyssa and a number of students raid Nanan's room and beat her to a bloody mess while trashing the area. Bindi eventually finds out about the attack and demands Gracia to call the police. However, Gracia denies her request as Nanan won't suffer any permanent injuries from the attack. Later, Bindi finds Alyssa and several students in bandages after entering in a fight against Nanan. Alyssa finally relents to Bindi and offers to cover Nanan's medical expenses and compensation in exchange for keeping the incident a secret. Bindi agrees to stay quiet as she knew that speaking up would have changed nothing. After finding Nanan sitting alone nearby, the two begin to discuss the situation, and after agreeing that they are unable to fix the problem of bullying with the students, Bindi suggests the two run away together and tell the outside world about what's happening at the school. 2 months later, the two friends knock out 3 security guards and finally make their escape from the academy. As they roam through the jungle, a mysterious cloaked figure follows close by. Not long after, the two are blinded by bright lights and surrounded by cars from the school. Gracia and a group of security guards confront the pair and begin to chase them through the forest. Bindi and Nanan try their best to fend off the pursuers, but in the end, the two are captured and suppressed with stun rods. In the midst of the fight, Nanan loses her balance and falls against a rock that tragically kills her upon impact. After shedding many tears, both Bindi and Nanan are taken back to the school, and the whole incident is covered up to prevent ruining the school's reputation. That night, as Bindi grieves over the death of her friend, a mysterious cloaked woman suddenly appears through the window and offers her a case, claiming that it will give her the power to destroy the school. Under the woman's advice, she enters the infirmary and injects the C-virus from the case into Nanan. Moments later, she is encased within a crystallid shell. Outside, the hooded woman takes out a cube-shaped device and records that preparation is complete and that it's time to proceed to phase 2 of the plan. Sometime later, Bindi enters a classroom finding a student studying alone. The student tries to get a response from Bindi after having heard Nanan has been transferred to another school. However, Bindi stays silent, causing the classmate to rage and demand that she say something. She then turns around to find Nanan standing next to her, wearing a black hooded cloak given to her by the mysterious woman to hide signs of mutation. Nanan proceeds to grab her with a pair of tentacles and release the C-virus fog into her lungs, causing the girl to quickly begin mutating into a zombie. A few days later, on the night Ricky and Doug had arrived, Bindi spots Alyssa walking down a hallway on her way to surprise Ricky in his room. However, before she can go any further, Nanan appears from behind and infects her with the C-virus, mutating her into a zombie that bites Ricky shortly after. A few days later, when they were investigating in the basement, it is revealed that Bindi helped Nanan escape through the sewers. Back at the present, Ricky has made his way to Bindi's room, having realized that she is responsible for the attacks alongside Nanan. Opening the door, he finds that Bindi has just infected herself with the C-virus, which grants her superhuman strength to pick up Ricky with one arm and throw him against the wall. Ricky collects himself and prepares to fire, but finds that she is already gone. Heading outside, Bindi sits on the steps of a lion statue, which angers many nearby students as the statue was built to commemorate Gracia's appointment as president, and Bindi is deliberately sitting on the steps as a show of disrespect. Just then, Nanan walks into the square and grabs a nearby student with her tentacle just before impaling him with it. Causing a panic, Bindi declares that it's now time to initiate their destruction of the school. Nanan then removes her coat and releases a large cloud of C-virus that infects all nearby students, turning them into zombies. Meanwhile, Gracia is approached by staff who report that someone has disabled the school's entire supply of vehicles, including the ones hidden in the underground warehouse. After remembering that she told Bindi about the emergency vehicles in storage, Gracia concludes that this must be her doing and that she must be responsible for the attacks. During this, Bindi has since entered the school and begins to slaughter her classmates. After discovering that Gracia is in the conference room in Sector B, she begins to head that way. That night, Ricky wakes up from being knocked unconscious by Bindi and hears strange sounds coming from a nearby room. Upon investigation, he finds a zombified nun ripping a schoolgirl's stomach apart. After noticing Ricky, the nun makes an attempt for his life. However, he is able to fire at the creature in time and continue his investigation of the school to find out what's going on. Making his way downstairs, he finds a psychotic Bindi who claims that he was too late to stop her. Ricky then runs outside to find dozens of zombified students slaughtering and eating their fellow classmates, with only a handful of uninfected students left running for their lives. While witnessing the horrifying event, he gets a flashback of Doug, who claimed that the consequences would get much worse if they didn't deal with the situation quick enough, which is exactly what happened. Elsewhere in the school, a male student watches the tragic mutilations of his classmates from the window. All of a sudden, his girlfriend, now infected, charges and attacks the boy, pushing him off the balcony in the process. Meanwhile, two schoolgirls dash through the school halls, running from a horde of zombies. After reaching the stairway, one of the girls pushes the other down to distract the creatures and give her time to escape. However, the girl doesn't get much farther when she is suddenly circled by a group of zombies and eaten alive. Moments later, a male student named Yang is forced to the ground by his crush, who has just become infected. Just before the girl can attack, another female student named Nguyen arrives and bashes her head with a baseball bat. Both students then run away and begin to search for the teacher's room in hopes to find Gracia. However, it's not long after when they encounter a horde of zombies that begin to chase them into a nearby room. After the creatures break through the windows on the doors and begin climbing inside, Yang and Nguyen spot a nearby vent and begin crawling to safety. During their escape, Yang falls through a vent in the ceiling, and the nearby zombies grab a hold of his legs and pull him down as they begin to feast on his flesh. Outside, Ricky begins to clear out any zombie in his path and presses on through the school in hopes to rescue his uncle from the ongoing nightmare. Nguyen continues to crawl through the vent and eventually finds another survivor being slaughtered by the creatures. Later, she finds the faculty office and spots a teacher that is seriously injured but still alive. She asks him where the teachers are, to which he reveals that they have all become zombies. Just then, two zombie students enter the room, and while Nguyen is ready to beat them with her bat, the man suddenly throws himself in their way to save her, telling her to head to the conference room on the second floor where Gracia should be. Nguyen trips immediately as she heads out the door, having been grabbed by a zombie. The creature bites into her ankle, but before it can do any more damage, Ricky arrives and fires at its head with his handgun, finally defeating it for good. Ricky then asks Nguyen where the infirmary is, in hopes to find and save his uncle from this disaster. Meanwhile, at the conference room, Bindi and Gracia finally meet face to face after all other teachers have been killed. Once Bindi taunts her impending death, Gracia then takes out her handgun and shoots her in the head. However, due to the virus in her body, Bindi survives the attack and she begins to partially mutate in her face. Gracia fires again and hits her left arm. However, Bindi simply grows a new arm in the form of a grotesque mutation and uses her new abilities to grab Gracia by the head. Meanwhile, Ricky and Nguyen hear a gunshot in the distance and realize that Gracia must be in trouble. The two rush up to the second floor and enter the conference room to find a number of corpses and Gracia beginning to bleed out. They also find the now mutated Bindi sitting down nearby, claiming that she warned them that this would happen. Gracia is then picked up by Ricky, and she is heartbroken for failing to protect the academy and students. Just before succumbing to her wounds, she imagines that Doug is in the room, and she reaches out her hand just before dying. Once Bindi mocks Gracia once more, Nguyen proceeds to bash the back of her head repeatedly with a bat. However, due to her new mutation, this proves to be no harm to Bindi, and she proceeds to choke Nguyen and throw her out the second-story window. As she tries to recover from the fall, a mob of zombies rush in and tragically kill her. Ricky jumps out of the window and hopes to save her, but finds that he is already too late. The zombies then turn their attention to Ricky, forcing him to flee and continue his search for Doug. During the investigation, he is forced to fend off dozens of infected, all while being haunted by both Bindi's mocking of him unable to save anyone, as well as Gracia's words of her failure. He then remembers all of the people he was unable to save while at the school, and after believing himself to be powerless against the creatures, he turns the gun on himself as more zombies begin to swarm him. Suddenly, all the infected are decimated by gunfire, and Ricky looks around to see that Chris and the BSAA have finally arrived. Chris then contacts the rest of the team for their assessment of the outbreak. Piers has set up a sniper's perch on one of the building rooftops and is unable to locate any survivors. Meanwhile, Mara is on the stairs headed to the assembly room, also reporting there to be no survivors. Chris then reveals to Ricky that he is the last survivor and reaches his hand out to help him up. Chris introduces himself to Ricky and explains that they need to find Doug immediately. He then hands an earpiece radio to Ricky, allowing him to explain the events that transpired leading up to the current state, which ultimately shocks the BSAA members once they learn that two students are behind everything. Piers then heads into their armored vehicle, hoping to get a radio signal to request reinforcements from the Far East branch. After learning that Marhawa School is out of radio contact with the rest of the world, Piers is forced to drive out of the academy in order to make the call. Mara, meanwhile, is ordered to track down Bindi while she fends off dozens of zombies. This leads her to the faculty office, where she learns all about the psychotic student. Moments later, Chris and Ricky head through the building in search of Doug. Once Ricky remembers his promise of putting a stop to the outbreak, he becomes more determined than ever to save his uncle and stop Bindi. Elsewhere at the school, Doug wakes up in the infirmary with a letter from Gracia on his bedside. He sees a figure standing in front of him, but passes out once more before he can see the person, who is revealed to be Nanin. Shortly after, Chris and Ricky arrive, only to find that they were too late, as Doug has been turned into a zombie that attempts to attack them. However, Chris uses his martial arts skills and quickly brings him to the floor. This tragic scene gives Ricky a flashback from 10 years ago, when he attended the funeral of his mother, and he remembers how Doug has been taking care of him ever since. Ricky then realizes that killing Doug should be his responsibility instead, and he proceeds to fire, knowing deep down that his uncle would have never wanted to live on as a zombie. Elsewhere at the church, a number of students are hiding from the onslaught outside while sitting in prayer. Suddenly, Bindi breaks through the entrance and threatens the students with their lives. She then proceeds to slaughter all remaining survivors inside. During this, Ricky begins to mourn the death of his uncle when Chris spots a note from Gracia that was sent for Doug. In the letter, she expresses her love for Doug and blames herself for the outbreak and deaths of her students. She also gives orders to head to the underground control room and use the emergency helicopter to escape from the school. Ricky claims that he has been to the basement before and offers to take Chris there. Just before the two set off to leave, Ricky takes one last look at his uncle and promises that he will put an end to the outbreak. On their way, the two are forced to evade and fight through hordes of zombies to reach their destination. Meanwhile, Mara discovers that the church doors have been destroyed and heads in to investigate, only to find that all of the students have been slaughtered by Bindi, who begins to taunt and threaten her. Mara offers her a chance to come quietly as a key suspect in the incident, but Bindi quickly refuses and an intense fight ensues between the two. During this, Piers finally manages to get a radio signal out to the BSAA as he drives the armored vehicle through the jungle. HQ reveals that they can provide reinforcements, but it will take the troops a full day to reach the school. They then request Piers to evacuate the rest of the team as they are not prepared to tackle the outbreak, and he proceeds to drive back to the academy. Shortly after, at the school's outdoor swimming pool, Nanan meets with the mysterious hooded woman, who offers the student to leave with her. However, Nanan only responds by attacking the woman with her mutated tentacles. The woman manages to escape the creature with her grapple gun just before it trips and falls into the pool. She determines that Nanan will only take orders from Bindi, and decides to give the creature some more time before she returns again. Meanwhile, at the church, Bindi makes several attempts on Mara's life with her powerful mutated arms. However, thanks to her impressive mobility, Mara manages to avoid all attacks and get a shot off at the back of Bindi's head, followed up by a deadly attack with her combat knife. She then calls Chris to inform him that Bindi is eliminated, to which Chris follows up by ordering her to meet up in the underground control room so they can all escape with the helicopter. During the call, Bindi suddenly rises and begins to mutate even further due to the virus in her body regenerating her wounds. Chris explains that Mara should just forget about her and head to the evacuation area. However, Mara insists that it's her duty to deal with the ringleader responsible for the outbreak and decides to stay behind to finish the job. Just then, the radio stops working and both groups are unable to contact each other. Mara fires repeatedly at the creature, using up the last of her ammunition as she slams her to the ground. As she goes to finish her opponent off with a knife, Bindi grabs a hold of Mara with her mutated arm and begins to strangle her. However, in the midst of the struggle, Mara manages to slash the creature and break free. The two fight once more, with Bindi swinging her arm and Mara slashing with her combat knife. In the end, Mara's combat experience reigns supreme, and she manages to greatly injure her foe, causing the virus in Bindi's body to activate a new set of mutations and grow a crystallid shell. Moments later, Bindi begins to emerge from her crystallid, taking the form of a giant spider-like creature. During this, Chris and Ricky rush through the school and make their way to the roof in hopes to locate Mara's location. Now fully emerged, Bindi towers above Mara, and little is left to show her human nature. With one punch of her mutated arm, Bindi inflicts serious damage to Mara as she is thrown across the church and begins to cough up blood. In that moment, Bindi receives a flashback to 2009 when she is working at a BSAA research center. She is watched by other researchers who discuss the rumor that she got into the job after losing her parents in the 1998 Raccoon City destruction incident. After she completes her latest piece of research, Mara requests to be transferred to the Special Forces unit and proceeds to begin her training shortly after. During this, her progress is monitored by Doug and a teacher who expects that she won't last more than a month. Despite not having the stamina, Mara remains determined and continues training. After a full year, Mara begins to excel in practice matches with the other fellow trainees, which catches the attention of Chris and Piers. Sometime later in her training, Mara is challenged to a spar against Piers and accepts. Despite her training, she is quickly thrown to the ground by Piers. However, Chris claims that she has good technique and that he has never seen anyone last so long in a fight with Piers. She takes this as a lesson in humility, that there will always be someone stronger than her. The flashback then rewinds to 1998, where Mara's parents reveal that they were leaving to a business trip in Raccoon City. Sadly, they never returned home. Back to the present, Mara is weakened from her fight with Bindi, but remains determined and refuses to lose the battle. She grabs up her combat knife ready to attack the creature, but is thrown back before she can do any damage. Suddenly, Piers drives straight through the church walls with his armored vehicle and rams Bindi to the wall. Believing the creature to be defeated, Piers gets out of the vehicle and helps Mara up while providing her with more weapons and ammunition to defend herself. He then contacts Chris to inform him of their status, and that the nearest reinforcements are a full day away, so they must leave immediately. After Piers explains that the armored vehicle has been wrecked, Chris reveals that there is a helicopter waiting for them in the maintenance basement, and the four begin to head that way. However, just when Piers and Mara set off, the armored vehicle begins to shake as Bindi reawakens from her slumber. Unfortunately for the creature, Piers has already thought ahead and arms the vehicle with C4, which he proceeds to detonate. Lifting up his sniper rifle, Piers aims straight for Bindy's face while her body is engulfed in flames, and the two proceed to head out to meet up with the others. Moments later, the mysterious hooded woman reveals herself, having been watching the fight for some time. She is disappointed that Bindy didn't put up as much of a fight as she had hoped, and assures that she will take good care of Nanin when Bindy dies. The woman then swings out of the church with her grappling gun as Bindy screams in anger. Meanwhile, Chris and Ricky enter the basement in search of the control room when they are suddenly confronted by Nanin face to face. Realizing that she is responsible for his uncle's death, Ricky fires at the creature but hits the pipes instead, causing it to ricochet back at him. Chris then warns Ricky that they are unable to fire due to the flammable gas nearby and conclude that they must avoid Nanin for the time being. Outside, Piers and Mara are running from a cluster of zombies, while slowly picking the creatures off one by one. More zombies soon surround the pair, and Mara suggests they flee the area and find Chris as soon as possible. Back underground, Chris and Ricky head for the control room while Nanin chases after them from the ceiling. Once she makes an attempt on Chris's life, he quickly takes out a knife and severs one of the creature's tentacles. He then throws a flashbang to give him an opportunity to fire at Nanin. However, this backfires as it triggers the release of the poisonous gas, causing the pair to flee to a safe distance to prevent being infected. Just then, the mysterious woman jumps onto the raised platform behind them, which grabs Ricky's attention. Believing her to be responsible for the entire outbreak, Ricky runs upstairs to confront the mysterious woman while Chris is left to fend off Nanin. He accuses her of manipulating Bindy into causing the bioterrorist attack. However, she quickly corrects him, claiming that she only gave her the strength to do it, and that Bindy's actions were entirely her own. Once Ricky threatens to shoot, the cloaked woman uses her hookshot to knock him to the ground and attempts to inject him with the virus so he can participate in her experiment. During his fight with Nanin, Chris looks up in panic as the woman prepares to inject the virus into Ricky's neck. During the ongoing battle, Nanin suddenly jumps onto the walkway above and shatters the virus before it can be injected into Ricky. The creature then tries to attack the mysterious woman, forcing her to escape the building with her grapple gun, leaving both Chris and Ricky to defeat Nanin. As Chris begins to fire at the creature, she quickly swats the gun out of his hand and pulls him in close with her tentacles. However, before she can blow the infectious gas, Chris pulls out his combat knife and begins to slice away and free himself in the process. Now furious, Nanin attempts to charge at her foe. However, thanks to Ricky activating the ventilation system, the toxic clouds completely dissipate. Chris is attacked once more by Nanin, but succeeds in slicing off even more tentacles. During this, Piers calls to report that he and Mara have made it to the basement entrance, and they proceed to enter after fending off the nearby hordes of zombies. Bindy, watching close by, follows right behind them into the basement. Back at the ongoing fight, Chris feels remorse for Nanin and the other students, seeing them all as innocent kids that fell victim to bioterrorism. Just then, he uses his knife to cut Nanin in half, finally killing her once and for all. He then orders Ricky to turn off the system and regroup with him. Meanwhile, Piers and Mara are running through the basement when a heavily mutated Bindy suddenly breaks through the nearby doors and begins to give chase all the way to Chris and Ricky's location. Once the four finally regroup, Ricky stares at Bindy in complete shock, as she is no longer recognizable due to the horrific mutations inflicted from taking major damage. Once Bindy finds the lifeless body of her best friend Nanin, she becomes filled with rage as she begins to chase the four agents through the underground basement. Finally reaching the heliport, the four close the door on Bindy, which buys them some time to board the helicopter. Chris hops in the pilot seat while Piers operates the heliport's controls to activate the lifts, allowing them to slowly ascend to the surface. During this, Bindy finally breaks through the door and climbs onto the platform just before it reaches the surface. Now outside, the four regroup and prepare to battle against the monstrous creature. Mara notices hundreds of zombies breaking through the nearby fence and realizes that they must defeat Bindi quickly to prevent being devoured by the mob. The final showdown begins as the four start to unload their ammunition while the creature uses its grotesque claw-like arms to strangle and swat the agents away. Shortly after, Bindi attempts to destroy the helicopter. However, before she can reach it, Piers manages to snipe her just in time, which throws her back on the ground. The agents then continue unloading the remainder of their ammunition on the creature in hopes to finally defeat her once and for all. During this, Ricky reflects on Bindi's haunting words when she claimed he couldn't save anyone. With tears flowing out of his eyes, Ricky realizes that Bindi is the one person he can save with his own hands, and continues to fire repeatedly until her body struggles to regenerate and burns to ashes from the internal heat that was built up. Moments later, the zombies succeed in breaking through the fence and begin darting towards the agents. Chris gets into the helicopter and turns it on while ordering the others to quickly board. As the others enter the aircraft, Piers begins firing at the creatures to buy his comrades some time. Once preparation is complete, Mara grabs Piers and the team begins to fly away from the ongoing nightmare. However, before they can get too far, Nanan regains consciousness and attempts to kill Piers. Just before impact, Mara knocks her comrade out of the way and gets impaled by the creature's tentacle. Piers begins firing at Nanan as she clings onto the helicopter, while Ricky notices a case resting inside the aircraft, which is revealed to be a heavy machine gun. Just then, Nanan reflects on all the horrible insults from the students towards her. Then she has a hallucination of Bindi, who tells her she can rest now and that they will be together forever. Piers then fires at Nanan with the weapon found by Ricky, which completely obliterates her as she lets go of the helicopter, allowing the agents to finally fly away to safety. As Ricky looks back at the school from afar, he reflects on all the tragedies he had to endure. After remembering the commitment he made to his uncle, Ricky vows to keep his promise of putting a stop to the outbreak. Mara, meanwhile, is in bad shape after being impaled by Nanan's tentacles. Realizing that her time is almost up, Mara makes Chris promise to put an end to all bioterrorist disasters in the world. She also requests Piers to continue fighting alongside and assisting Chris just before tragically dying in the arms of Piers. Shortly after, 3 BSAA helicopters full of troops fly to the academy to finally put an end to the outbreak. As they fly in, the mysterious woman examines the bodies of the dead and takes a DNA sample from Nanan's body for further experimentation. Now having what she needs, the woman flees the area and leaves the BSAA to do their job. Sometime later, Ricky watches news coverage of the Marhawa school incident in his room. As Ricky reflects on the aftermath, it is revealed that the outbreak has been covered up by the BSAA and government. It is also revealed that the real identity of the hooded woman fell into mystery and became a secret topic inside the BSAA. As time goes on, Ricky visits the graves of Doug and Gracia while reading the newspaper talking about the incident, which has been labeled as the Marhawa Desire. Meanwhile, Chris and Piers are drinking at a bar in Singapore and discuss Ricky's condition. Piers reveals that there were no signs of infection, so Ricky is no longer under supervision. He has since left Bennett University to pursue a life of his own. Elsewhere in East Asia, the mysterious woman continues research in her underground lab. After viewing recent reports about the Marhawa incident, she concludes that the experiment was a success and that it's time to proceed to phase 3. The person she is talking to on the phone congratulates her by her name, which is revealed to be Ada. Back at Marhawa school, the BSAA, military, and news have left the area behind, with the front gate wrapped in tape reading "Keep Out." In the hallway, a single zombified girl begins to roam around the school. The same year, a mercenary from the Umbrella Corps organization referred to as 3A7 is sent out to various quarantine locations under the command of researcher Abraham Jackson. 3A7's first mission is to infiltrate areas of an Umbrella laboratory and a Tricell facility, with the goal of collecting combat data and collecting samples from killed bioorganic weapons. After the many dangerous trials given by Abraham are completed, the mercenary is then sent to Spain in order to acquire samples from the remaining ganado Abraham and Valdelobos. During this, Abraham suddenly goes missing, and after a month of inactivity, employee Beatrice Bertlin is called in to replace the lead researcher. After informing 3A7 of the new changes, he is then sent to the Kijuju Autonomous Zone to battle against several Machini. Following this, he is sent to a recreation of Raccoon City and the RPD police station to test newly developed weapon prototypes, one of which being a zombie jammer, which is a device that emits electromagnetic radiation to disorient nearby zombies. Upon collecting combat data from the weapon prototypes and sending the mercenary to an Antarctic base for the next set of trials, Beatrice is given a new order by her supervisors to kill 3A7 within the experiment. However, despite all of her attempts to set the mercenary up for failure, he ultimately manages to survive all the rigged missions, leading to Beatrice being dismissed from the experiment and 3A7 being replaced with a new mercenary after being feared by the other researchers. On December 24th of 2012, Chris Redfield, Piers Nivens, and a small group of BSAA soldiers are dispatched into the Eastern European state of Adonia, where the new bioweapon species known as the Jahavo are used as weapons in midst of a civil war. After discussing their plan of attack, Chris provides words of encouragement to rookie soldier Finn just before moving out. Finn asks Piers if Chris is always this awesome before Piers also departs. As the group makes their way closer to the waypoint, the soldiers are suddenly ambushed by a squad of heavily armed Jahavo, having some of their armored vehicles destroyed in the process. The situation worsens when a massive bioweapon known as Ogroman is suddenly released onto the battlefield. As Chris and Piers continue to fend off the nearby infected, Finn manages to use the machine gun on an armored vehicle to injure the giant creature, forcing it to flee the area. After the conflict, Chris and his team press on to the Adonia City Hall. However, the group of soldiers are forced into another major battle once an injured BSAA member is found in the middle of a nearby bridge. After cleaning up the nearby enemies and rescuing the soldier, Redfield orders Finn to blow up the bridge in order to stop the incoming group of Jahavo, and the team continues to press on to the City Hall. Elsewhere in Adonia, Jake Mueller is working for the rebels and is confronted by Dr. Carla Radames from Neo Umbrella, who provides C-virus samples to the soldiers under the deception that they were nutritional supplements. Mueller injects himself with the sample, but doesn't notice any significant changes. The other rebels, however, begin to mutate into Jahavo, with one of the creatures confronting Jake, forcing him to defend himself. Sherry Birkin, now a US agent, arrives right after and reveals that Jake's blood possesses antibodies for the C-virus, and that she was sent in by the US government to evacuate him for vaccine research. Jake agrees to help in exchange for a $50 million settlement paid in cash, and with that, the two begin their escape of the city. During this, they are confronted by an extremely dangerous bioweapon known as Ustanok, which has been given orders by Neo Umbrella to capture Jake. The pair initially flee from the creature, however they are confronted by the Ustanok again shortly after and forced into a battle. After dealing massive damage to the creature, the building begins to collapse, with Jake and Sherry falling below into underground ruins and continuing their escape. Making their way to the Adonia City Hall, the pair run into Chris Redfield and his team. Piers instantly notices that Jake is an insurgent. However, Sherry explains that he is currently under the protection of the US government and is no threat to the BSAA. Suddenly, two Ogremans are dispatched nearby, and the two groups work together to take out the creatures and all the remaining Jahavo, as well as all of the anti-aircraft guns, allowing the BSAA to reclaim air superiority over the area. Following this, Jake and Sherry board a Chinook heading out of the city. However, their escape is short-lived once the Ustanok arrives and attacks the aircraft, still intent on capturing Jake. Despite desperate resistance, two BSAA helicopters and their pilots were lost, and Jake and Sherry are forced to jump with a torn parachute, falling into the snowy mountains below. Meanwhile, Chris and his troops arrive at the city hall and are quickly met with numerous crystallid cocoons that hatch into deadly bioweapons. Shortly after, the team finds Carla Radames, who explains to them that the new bioweapons, including the Jahavo, are created from the C-virus, and that Neo Umbrella is the group that supplied the virus to the rebels. Though suspicious about her, Chris agrees to escort her out of the building, only to fall into a trap. Carla cuts Chris and Piers off from the rest of the group and launches a needle bomb in the vicinity that infects Finn and the other 3 soldiers with the C virus, turning all of them into deadly creatures. Chris is beaten senseless by the mutated Finn before being dragged to safety by Piers. The duo is then saved by BSAA support troops, and the now unconscious Chris is taken to a nearby hospital. Sometime later, Jake wakes up in the snowy mountains to find Sherry injured from a massive shard impaled in her back. Sherry forces him to pull it out, revealing her ability to regenerate serious wounds, which she later explains is the result of being infected by her father William Birkin, who died many years ago. After discovering Jake's research data to be missing, the two begin to explore the nearby mountains to find all 3 data chips. After succeeding in this, Jake and Sherry seek refuge in a cabin shelter to wait out the major blizzard. Once tracked down by the rebels' mountain troops, the two are forced to escape the cabin with some nearby snowmobiles, just as a massive avalanche begins to ensue. The pair successfully dodge the avalanche and proceed into a nearby mine, where they are stalked once more by the Ustanok. Sherry manages to steal the key card, and the two begin to flee the caverns, now being chased by the monstrous creature. Once they ram Ustanok with a drilling rig, the two rush outside the mine, only to be met by Carla and her group of Javo soldiers. Once captured, Carla reveals her knowledge of Jake's father, Wesker, explaining that he had tried to destroy the world. Jake and Sherry are then knocked unconscious and taken to a nearby lab to be experimented on. In June 2013, Ada Wong receives a call from the US National Security Advisor Derek Simmons, who reveals that he has received very important intel on Ada that will greatly impact her future. With Ada's curiosity getting the better of herself, she follows Simmons' instructions and infiltrates a submarine, which is revealed to include a security system with her prints on file. After solving a few puzzles and eliminating dozens of enemies, Ada finds a film of her being ordered by Simmons to capture Jake Mueller, as he was deemed likely to be a source of C-virus antibodies. However, the orders are from more than 6 months prior, and Ada has no recollection of having received them. Ada begins to question if someone else has carried out the orders in her place, or if Simmons was merely lying about the information. After finishing the film, Ada begins to make her way to the escape vehicle. However, once her enemies fire at a nearby explosive, the ship begins to sink. Now racing against time, Ada quickly traverses through the vessel and reactivates power to access her only means of escape. Just before leaving, she is contacted once more by Simmons, who explains that the orders from 6 months ago are a large piece to the puzzle. Further, he reveals that Neo Umbrella will launch bioterrorist attacks first in America, then in China. Not wanting to be Simmons' scapegoat, Ada escapes the submarine and heads to America to assess the situation. 2 days later, Chris Redfield is wasting away at a bar in Europe after suffering from guilt of his past. However, due to severe amnesia, he is unable to remember his past mission where most of his comrades were infected and mutated into bioweapons. After months of searching, the BSAA manages to track Chris down, and Pierce sits down ready to confront him. Once the bartender refuses to fill Chris's drink, he makes a nasty remark before getting the drink thrown at his face and asks to leave the bar. Another patron steps in to help the bartender, only for Chris to snap and physically attack the man, nearly hitting him with a bottle before Piers steps in. After expressing his disgust about how far Chris fell, Piers forces him to confront his past by showing him the images of their deceased comrades and the tragedy in Adonia. Chris is still unable to remember his past. However, once he recognizes the logo on Piers's jacket, all of the bar's patrons reveal themselves to be undercover BSAA operators. Piers then tells Chris that he belonged with him, and that they were taking him back to duty by any means necessary. Chris agrees to return and hopes to gain his memories back, and is quickly dispatched for a new mission. Elsewhere, Claire is driving on her way to Barry's house while talking to someone on the phone, who informs her that her brother Chris is on a mission located in China, and she tells them to have Piers look after him. At Burton's place, everyone is getting ready and waiting for Claire while listening to news reports about recent bioterrorism attacks on the television. Meanwhile, Natalia is upstairs reading a passage of poetry and finishes the page with an evil smile. 2 days later, United States President Adam Benford plans to publicly reveal the government's involvement in the 1998 Raccoon City incident during a seminar held at Ivy University. However, during the seminar, he suddenly mutates into a zombie after inhaling an infectious gas of the newly developed C virus. The gas spreads rapidly, infecting nearly everyone on campus. Leon and his partner Helena arrive shortly after and are forced to take out the president after he lunges at them. Helena, now in distress, reveals that she is to blame for the bioterrorist attack and promises to explain everything once they reach Tall Oaks Cathedral, and they begin to head that way. While escaping the campus, the two encounter a distraught man looking for his missing daughter Liz and decide to help him in his search. Eventually they find Liz, but she succumbs to infection and eats her father alive. Leon and Helena manage to eliminate the zombie and flee outside into a police car. However, they don't get far once a zombie crawls onto the car and causes it to crash, forcing Leon and Helena to now travel through an underground substation to reach Tall Oaks Cathedral. During this, they free a woman trapped inside a subway train. However, in panic, the woman opens a door and walks right into a massive group of zombies that rip her apart. After clearing the enemies and escaping the underground, the pair find themselves in the center of town, which is now completely overrun by zombies. Battling their way through the devastated streets, they save a small group of survivors from a crowd, which is revealed to be a young couple and a police officer. After clearing the area, they all take shelter in a gun shop and are forced to hold the area down from incoming zombies, as the gun owner doesn't let them upstairs. During the intense battle, one of the survivors decides to ditch the group and escape the city on his own. Sadly, he doesn't get far when one of the zombies mutate into a stronger creature and begin to rip him apart. After some time, the store owner shields the building and allows the other survivors upstairs. It's there that he explains a bus is on its way to pick them up and travel to Tall Oaks Cathedral, where many people are being evacuated. After fending off the massive crowd of zombies for a little longer, the bus finally arrives and they escape the city. During the drive, their support agent Hunnigan informs the two that an organization named Neo Umbrella has claimed responsibility for the attack. Shortly after, the bus veers off a cliff when the driver tries to ram a zombie. A nearby zombie horde swarms the bus, killing everyone inside and leaving Leon and Helena as the sole survivors. The two continue on foot to the cathedral, but a survivor refuses to open the doors as dozens of zombies begin to flock the area. After some time, the survivors finally open the church doors and let them in. Meanwhile, Ada arrives at Tall Oaks Cathedral and begins to investigate, looking for a way into Simmons' lab. Back at the church, Helena reveals that there is a secret passageway under the altar, and that they must find a way to open it. After exploring the building and solving some puzzles, Leon and Helena open the passage. However, before they can go any further, a new bioweapon emerges and begins to infect most of the survivors with a poisonous gas it emits. The agents manage to defeat the creature and proceed underground into a Neo Umbrella lab, where they find a mysterious videotape titled Happy Birthday Ada, which shows the confusing birth of a woman who bears a striking resemblance to Leon's former associate Ada Wong. After this, the pair proceed deeper into the underground and begin to travel through zombie-infested caverns, finding Helena's unconscious sister in the process. As they attempt to leave the facility, Deborah, already suffering intense pain due to her infection with the C virus, begins mutating into a grotesque bioweapon with large appendages sprouting from her back. During this, Ada arrives and temporarily suppresses the creature with her crossbow. Leon asks her if she knows anything about the outbreak, but before she could respond, the caverns begin to rumble and they are forced to urgently flee the area. Suddenly, Deborah reawakens and lunges at the group, forcing the three to defend themselves and fire at the creature. With the caverns collapsing, they are quickly separated from the creature and continue on looking for a way out. However, once they enter the nearby minecart, Deborah confronts the three again and forces another battle. The minecart eventually goes off the rails and crash lands, leaving Deborah to attack Helena while she is vulnerable. Leon and Ada shoot at the creature from afar, which weakens her tremendously and causes her to fall off the ledge into a deep ravine. Helena manages to grab her abruptly and says her goodbyes, promising that she will avenge her death just before letting go. She then has a haunting flashback of when her and Deborah were kidnapped by Simmons and held hostage in the laboratory beneath Tall Oaks Cathedral just 3 days before the outbreak. Helena tried her best to keep her terrified sister calm, but unfortunately, under Simmons' command, the men came down to take Deborah away, leaving Helena to futilely beg and plead for them to let her go. Helena offered herself to Simmons in exchange for her sister. However, her pleas did nothing as Deborah was dragged away and subjected to gruesome experiments to test the effectiveness of his virus on a youthful, healthy body. Helena then reveals to Leon that Simmons used Deborah as a bargaining tool to force Helena into helping him carry out the bioterrorism attacks on Tall Oaks and the assassination of the president. Hunnigan then contacts the two, but is quickly interrupted by Simmons himself, who names Leon and Helena as the prime suspects of the president's death and denies any involvement in the attack. Meanwhile, Ada separates from the two and receives a call from Simmons, who urges her to head to the research laboratory. Watching a VHS tape, Ada finally finds out the truth behind Simmons' unusual behavior, revealing that he had successfully used the C virus to turn the human test subject Carla Radames into a genetic duplicate of Ada herself. Now aware that the Simmons who hired her for the submarine mission was just her doppelganger, Ada proceeds to contact the real Simmons and warn him of the recent developments, explaining that Carla plans on destroying the world. After this, Ada destroys the laboratory with a bomb and sets off to China, where the next attack is scheduled. After separating from Ada, Leon and Helena proceed through the catacombs looking for a way out. After fending off dozens of enemies and clearing multiple traps, the agents find themselves being stalked underwater by a dangerous shark-like bioweapon. The creature eventually grabs a hold of Helena and pulls her deep below the surface, with Leon following close by in an attempt to save his partner. After dealing enough damage to the shark, Helena is let free and Leon is thrown into an underground lake. The creature begins to chase Leon through the lake, but with the aid of cover fire from Helena, the two manage to successfully evade the bioweapon and prepare to leave the caverns. However, the shark tries one final time to get its prey and rams the agents into an underwater tunnel. After firing at some nearby dynamite, the agents finally manage to defeat the creature for good and follow the end of the tunnel, leading them into a lake outside of Tall Oaks, where they watch as the nearby city is destroyed, eliminating any evidence against Simmons. Helena and Leon are then contacted by Hunnigan, who informs them that Simmons had already left for his private jet, planning to head to China, where another bioterrorist attack had occurred from the C virus. Leon claims they need to take Simmons into custody immediately. However, Hunnigan explains that they have no evidence against him and that they are the biggest suspects at the moment. Leon then asks Hunnigan to fake his and Helena's deaths, and they proceed to board a plane set for China to confront Simmons. Shortly after, the streets of a Chinese city in Lanshang are under attack by Neo Umbrella. Several Javo soldiers begin to run rampant and slaughter any and all civilians in their path. Chris and his team arrive shortly after to suppress the outbreak and raid a building referred to as the Ace of Spades, where a few captured civilians are held hostage by the bioterrorists. Crossing the streets, Alpha Team immediately comes into contact with the Javo and are forced to fend off dozens of these creatures as they progress to their location. Meanwhile, Riki Tozawa watches the tragic outbreak from the top of a nearby building. As the identity of the mysterious hooded woman has yet to be revealed, the Marhawa incident isn't truly over, and Riki is still determined to fulfill his promise to Doug by putting a stop to the outbreak. Now working as a photographer for the media, he begins to capture pictures of Chris and Piers as they clear the streets filled with mutated Javo. Suddenly, one of the creatures sneaks up and ambushes Riki from behind. However, he manages to evade the attack just in time and fire at the creature, which seems to barely scratch it. Elsewhere nearby, a woman and her child run through the building as they try to flee from their attackers. One Javo attempts to swing at them with a machete, but before it can land, Riki fires at the creature, causing it to fall back and into a lower level of the building. Just then, the other Javo from the rooftop returns and makes an attempt on Riki's life. However, he manages to dodge just in time and knock the creature back into sharp debris, impaling it in the process. Riki then comforts the mom and child and proceeds to begin escorting them to the helicopter. Once outside, Ricky takes one last photo of Chris and Piers as they continue to battle the enemies, and claims that he will leave the rest of the fight to them before continuing his escape with the mom and daughter. After clearing their way through the streets, Chris and his team arrive at the building and work to defeat all hostiles while freeing any hostage that is still captured. However, once HQ orders an airstrike to the area, Chris and Piers' escape route is blocked off, and they are forced to race against time looking for a new way out of the building. Now outside, Chris spots a cluster of crystalids, which triggers his memories from the Adonia incident 6 months prior. Having learned the truth, Chris becomes filled with anger and sets off to lead his team on their new mission to get revenge on Ada for the deaths of his men. Just before moving out, a BSAA soldier is suddenly attacked and kidnapped by an invisible monster, forcing Chris to put his revenge on hold and save his comrade. Meanwhile, Jake is being escorted by several Javo to an unknown location. Suddenly, Jake fights back, taking out the Javo soldier from behind, allowing Jake to free himself and defeat the other nearby enemies. He then deactivates the power in the room to unlock the door and continue on with his escape. During this, Sherry gets out of her bed to explore the area, but is quickly met by a Javo soldier and forced into a confrontation. After defeating the creature, Sherry also begins looking for a way out of the facility. As Jake begins to explore, he eventually finds the security system and uses the attached turrets to assist Sherry in her escape. Shortly after, the two meet in a nearby locker room and reacquire all their gear. After catching up, Jake reveals that their capturers talked about his father Wesker a lot, revealing that he had antibodies as well and used his powers for destruction. Jake believes he acts like he does due to his father's actions. However, Sherry, disgusted with his words, scolds him, explaining that he can blame his father all he wants, but he has to take responsibility for his own actions. Upon exiting the locker room, the two find themselves in a rather lavish living quarters for the facility. Wanting to contact her superiors and inform them of their situation, Sherry and Jake search for a terminal where they could establish a line. Upon finding a computer with data of Jake's biology and a potential cure, Sherry copied the data to a card and took it with her. They also find Sherry's phone, and she contacts Simmons, finding out that he was already in China. After being ambushed by a massive tank and dozens of Javo, Jake and Sherry are forced to escape the facility with a nearby motorcycle, and proceed to ride into the city with an enemy helicopter in hot pursuit. After shaking off dozens of Javo bikers throughout the streets of China, the two are cornered by the chopper and forced to take it out. Luckily for Jake and Sherry, Chris and his team arrive to the area just in time and assist them in the attack, eliminating the chopper and the dozens of Javo enemies that swarm the area. Elsewhere, Ada finally arrives at Langshang and quickly discovers that her doppelganger is a wanted fugitive on the run from the BSAA, who supposedly has evidence that she is responsible for the outbreak. As she begins to explore the city, Ada is instantly met with dozens of Javo and is eventually forced to fight a unique bioweapon armed with an organic chainsaw. Once the creature chases her to a train track, Ada stalls the enemy until a train arrives, allowing her to grapple on and escape while the creature gets rammed and thrown into the streets below. Shortly after, Leon and Helena on their way to China are discussing the ongoing mission to take down Simmons, when all of a sudden their plane begins to rumble. Heading to the front, the agents discover that a Lepotisa crystallid hatched in the plane, infecting all the passengers with the C virus. After luring the creature to the lower level, the agents open the hatch and throw the creature out of the aircraft. They then head back to the front of the aircraft and attempt to operate the plane to prevent a major crash. With the help of Hunnigan, Leon manages to land the plane, and the two agents begin to explore the area. After being assisted by Chris and his team in taking down the enemy helicopter, Jake and Sherry continue to press on to their rendezvous point to meet up with Simmons. While running through the back streets and alleyways, the pair fight their way to a clearing where the chainsaw creature is knocked down from a train by Ada and lands directly in front of them. The enemy lunges at the pair with its razor-sharp arm and attempts to kill them. However, the duo quickly guns it down and proceeds onwards. On the way, Sherry and Jake witness a plane crash and head over to investigate, finding Leon and Helena in the process. After a brief reunion, Sherry tells Leon how she was on protective detail and inquired as to why he was in China. Leon reveals to her that her boss, Derek Simmons, was the one responsible for the global outbreaks and that their mission is to track him down. Sherry is unable to believe at first, insisting it couldn't be possible as she reported to Simmons and trusted him. Tensions rise as Leon tries to pressure Sherry into revealing Simmons' location, but Jake steps in violently. Pulling Jake away, Sherry tells him that Leon was the one responsible for helping her survive during the Raccoon City incident. Their reunion is suddenly cut short as the Ustanok, standing upon the wreckage of the crashed plane, suddenly attacks the group. After doing what they could to keep the Ustanok at bay, the monster finally retreats, but not before a large electrical tower begins to crash down, separating the two parties in the process. Sherry finally reveals Simmons' location to Leon just before parting ways and pressing on through the city. As Leon and Helena proceed to the location, they begin to search through a market for 3 keys to unlock a door, all while they are being chased by a new dangerous bioweapon. After successfully unlocking the door, the creature tries one final attempt at the agent's life. However, they manage to kill it for good by forcing it into a grinder. After this, Leon and Helena spot Carla entering a warehouse and decide to chase after her. Meanwhile, Chris and his team begin investigating a building in search of the massive snake bioweapon that snatched one of his soldiers. While exploring, they begin to hear screams in the distance and turn around to find the kidnapped soldier being ripped apart by the massive invisible snake bioweapon. Once the creature drags its victim away, Chris and his team chase after. During this, the snake begins to pick off the soldiers one by one until only Chris, Piers, and Marco are left. With the assistance of his fellow soldiers, Chris fries the monster using the building's electrical system. Unfortunately, Carla arrives shortly after and shoots Marco with a C-Virus dart just before escaping. Marco rapidly mutates into a Nesdo, forcing Chris and Pierce to kill him and press on to avenge the deaths of their comrades. After fending off dozens of enemies on the docks of Wyatt River, Chris and Piers are eventually attacked by a helicopter and chased throughout. Once the soldiers find cover in a nearby building, they use their grenade launchers to decimate the plane and continue their pursuit of Carla Radames, whom they believe is actually Ada Wong. Seeing her enter a warehouse, Chris and Piers follow in pursuit of her, unaware that Leon and Helena were doing the same. Though they manage to corner her, Leon arrives just in time and prevents Chris from shooting her, resulting in a brief fight between the two before they draw their guns on each other. Leon begins to explain to Chris that the supposed Ada is a key witness and that they needed her alive, while Chris shouts that she was the actual mastermind behind everything, only to be told by Leon that the real culprit is none other than National Security Advisor Derek Simmons. Though Chris tells Leon that he lost all of his men because of Ada, Leon replied that he lost over 70,000 people, including the president, because of Simmons, and makes it clear that he planned on defending Ada despite full knowledge of her allegiance to Neo Umbrella. In the midst of the confrontation, the Ada doppelganger uses a flash grenade to escape from the four. Chris and Piers begin to pursue her, but Leon quickly stops Chris and tells him that they both wanted the same thing. Finally snapping out of his revenge-fueled rampage, Chris resolves to stop Ada in the name of justice rather than vengeance, leaving it up to Leon and Helena to take care of Simmons. Making their way outside, Piers fires at Carla as she flees in a supercar. Unable to stop her, the two board an armored vehicle and begin to pursue the woman throughout the streets of China, while fending off dozens of Javo. Meanwhile, Jake and Sherry continue on to their destination by crossing through the nearby river. Using a raft to travel across the water, the two dangerously sailed into an ambush, where the chainsaw creature that they had seemingly defeated earlier returns for some revenge. Just when they begin to think they are doomed, Ada fires at the creature from the distance. Surprised and unsure if the bullet had come from a friend or foe, Sherry and Jake evade the creature as best as they could, while Ada assists them as they continue to pass through the river. After shocking the creature and knocking it into the water, Jake and Sherry once again attempt to flee using another raft. However, the chainsaw creature barged onto the raft and nearly knocks Sherry into a propeller from nearby debris. However, Ada arrives just in time to save her. Jake and Sherry continue on to their rendezvous point, while Ada spots Chris chasing Carla in the distance and decides to follow them all the way to a ship off the coast of China with the use of a jet ski. Elsewhere, Leon, Helena, Jake, and Sherry arrive at their destination, finding Simmons and his henchmen. Simmons orders Sherry to take Leon and Helena into custody. However, she refuses, instead asking if what Leon had said was true and if Simmons was really responsible for the bioterrorist attacks. Angered by her suspicions, Simmons reveals that the president had been killed and claims that Leon was responsible. Helena and Leon quickly refute his claims, and a firefight ensues, forcing the group to take cover. After coming up with a plan, Sherry then hands Leon a hard drive containing information that can stop the C virus, and the four then rush out into the open, with Leon and Helena providing cover fire while Jake and Sherry escape the area. Sadly, the pair doesn't get far once dozens of Juavos swarm the area, and after being overpowered, Jake and Sherry are kidnapped and taken to an underwater base. During this, Leon and Helena continue to fire at Simmons and his henchmen, when all of a sudden a Javo soldier sneaks up behind and fires a C-virus dart at Simmons, infecting him in the process. Simmons stumbles away to a passing train, with Leon and Helena following right behind. As the agents find him at the front of the train, Simmons tries to divert their attention at first by placing blame on Ada and trying to rationalize his actions. Leon and Helena dismiss his remarks as Simmons becomes enraged and eventually succumbs to the effects of the enhanced C virus, with his body rupturing and granting him the ability to mutate into a large canine-like creature of bone and muscle tissue. A fight ensues between the two parties, and after fending off the creature for some time, Simmons goes mobile, chasing after the train while firing dozens of sharp spikes at the agents. In the end, Simmons tries one final attempt at their lives. However, without hesitation, Helena fires one last bullet at Simmons, causing him to slip from the edge of the train and fall onto the tracks, with the train running him over in the process. Once the cars become dislodged from the rails, Leon and Helena are forced to leap off and into the water nearby. Alive and exhausted, they pull themselves ashore just outside of Tachi and briefly overlook the wreckage of the bridge before walking up off the dock. As they watch civilians being escorted to safety by the BSAA, Helena asks Leon if the ordeal is finally over, to which Leon replies, "Yeah, it's over." Meanwhile, Ada arrives at the ship that Chris, Piers, and her doppelganger are currently aboard. During the exploration, she manages to find documents that finally explain the origins of her doppelganger, explaining that she was created out of Simmons' obsession, sacrificing his own chief researcher, Dr. Carla Radames, with the trauma of such betrayal driving Carla insane. Elsewhere on the ship, Chris and Piers have finally caught up to Carla Radames, where she finally reveals her master plan to spread the C virus all over the world and recreate the Raccoon City incident on a global scale. However, just as she tells them this, one of Simmons' henchmen arrives in a helicopter and promptly shoots Carla in the chest, causing her to fall to her death. Piers begins to search her suitcase, finding a syringe full of an enhanced strain of the C virus. Chris tells him to collect the sample for research back at headquarters, and the two head to the rear hangar of the ship to look for a plane. On the way, HQ confirms that Carla was telling the truth and that there is a fully armed aircraft carrier in open water close by that is preparing to launch C-virus missiles at the mainland. Now racing against time, the pair board a nearby plane and fly to the armed ship in hopes to stop the launch. However, Chris and Piers ultimately fail once a giant bioweapon gets in the way, allowing the missile to fire and decimate the city, infecting countless civilians with the toxic C-virus gas. Meanwhile, Ada confronts Carla on board the ship and begins to pay her respects, unaware that she has injected herself with an enhanced C-virus after the fall, allowing her to survive. Still believing herself to be the real Ada Wong, Carla begins to boast about her Doomsday's projects and pending success, all while mutating uncontrollably, becoming a living embodiment of the ship and beginning to sink it. Running out of time, Ada rushes through the ship looking for an escape route. During this, Carla corners her one final time and forces a battle between the two. However, with the use of nearby liquid nitrogen tanks, Ada manages to defeat her clone once and for all and escape the sinking ship with a nearby helicopter, now having a new goal of taking out Simmons. During the ongoing missile strike, Hunnigan contacts Leon to inform him that Sherry and Jake have been abducted. Confused as to why, Leon and Helena check the file Sherry gave them and discover that the key to stopping the C-Virus actually lies in Jake Mueller. Leon then contacts Chris and requests that he save Jake and Sherry from their imprisonment in Neo Umbrella's underwater facility. During the conversation, Chris is surprised to discover that not only did Jake possess antibodies to the C-Virus, but he was also Wesker's son. However, Chris agrees to rescue the two and sets off with Piers to save the world. Leon and Helena meanwhile begin to help the BSAA operators and look for a way out of the city. After evading dozens of zombies and narrowly avoiding the toxic fog, the two agents reach an armored vehicle and are driven out of the danger zone with the help of a BSAA soldier, who then directs them to the quad tower where evacuees are being taken. Suddenly, a truck crashes nearby and the gas tank explodes, causing both agents to be knocked unconscious. As they came to, infected citizens begin to surround them until Ada suddenly appears in a helicopter and provides them with cover fire to make their escape. Leon and Helena then make their way to a bridge overrun with zombies that would lead directly to the quad tower. However, a plane set inside a building dislodged itself, starting a series of explosions that destroys the bridge. The agents are then forced to run and make their way towards a BSAA helicopter to escape, only to find that the pilot was infected. Leon, without hesitation, takes control of the falling helicopter, managing to keep it suspended enough to crash through the side of the quad tower. Barely escaping the crash, Leon and Helena proceed deeper into the tower, where they eventually meet Simmons, who appears to have survived their last encounter. Still greatly angered, he begins to mutate into a new gigantic form as he witnesses Ada circling overhead in her helicopter. With the help of Ada and the BSAA soldier they met back at the danger zone, the agents manage to bring Simmons down once again. Ada then retreats to the roof with her helicopter, while Leon and Helena follow close behind, taking the elevator. On the ride up, Helena finally speaks up about Ada by pointing out Leon's obvious feelings for her. Before he could respond, the elevator is suddenly blown off course by an explosion, forcing the agents to make a wild leap on top of the neighboring elevator. Together, they begin climbing the support cable, only to witness Ada fighting with Simmons on top of a nearby connecting hallway between two of the towers. Once Ada flees to another section of the tower, the agents find the opportunity to fire on Simmons from afar until the platform they stopped on begins to fall, forcing them to jump back onto the cable. This grabs Simmons' attention and he begins to pursue the two agents as they climb further. However, once Ada provides more cover fire for the agents, Simmons decides to go after her again, giving Leon and Helena the chance to find even ground once more and find a way over to help Ada when she is knocked out by Simmons. After defending Ada from dozens of sharp spikes and giving her words of encouragement, the two begin a brawl against Simmons. However, it's not long after when Simmons knocks Leon to the edge of the platform, leaving him dangling until Ada comes to his rescue. With Simmons dispatched, Ada bids Leon a final farewell before departing, though Helena urges him over their comms to go after her. Leon refuses, stating that he and Helena were sticking together. Reaching the roof, the pair discover that Simmons had survived their last encounter and has mutated further by absorbing the bodies of nearby zombies. Though Simmons briefly blocks their exit, the two agents manage to injure him enough for zombies to begin swarming him and ripping his flesh apart. Continuing on, Leon and Helena spot the helicopter Ada had left for them and begin to head that way, though Simmons, now in his newly mutated form, tries to stop them once more. However, once the agents trick the creature into grabbing a lightning rod, the thunder from the ongoing storm strikes Simmons, causing him to crash through the floor. Now at the helicopter, the pair find themselves still being chased by Simmons. However, with the use of a nearby rocket launcher left by Ada, the pair manage to terminate the creature for good once the blast knocks Simmons back and he falls deep into the belly of the tower. During this, his body mutates back to his human state just as he is impaled on the obelisk, bleeding him out from his wound. After Helena reflects on how she finally avenged her sister, the agents proceed to board the helicopter and find a hard drive left by Ada, which contains all of the evidence needed to prove that Simmons was behind the bioterrorist attacks. Once Leon says it will prove both of their innocence, Helena could only sadly comment that she did not need it. Before he could respond, Hunnigan calls to inform the two that a way to stop the C-virus was found. The agents then escape the city with the helicopter left by Ada. Afterwards, Ada finally manages to track down Carla's lab. Her investigation uncovered clear signs of another experiment underway, believed by Carla to be her greatest creation yet. Now aware of Carla's dangerous motives, Ada destroys the crystallid with submachine gun fire and turns her attention to the other computers in the lab. Suddenly, Ada receives a call about a new job. She agrees after claiming her schedule is cleared and proceeds to exit the lab as it is set ablaze. Meanwhile, Chris and Piers arrive at the underwater facility and begin their search for Jake and Sherry. During this, Chris reveals his plans to retire from active duty and pass his position to Piers after they rescued the captives. Shortly after, the soldiers find the control room and unlock Jake and Sherry's cell, allowing them to escape. However, this activates the security alarm, forcing them to fend off dozens of enemies as they press on to reunite with the captives. Elsewhere, the two captives wake up, and Sherry begins to blame herself for their capture, claiming that she should have never trusted Simmons. Jake cheers her up by saying that she was doing the right thing by trying to save the world. Suddenly, the two are freed from their binds, and they begin looking for a way out of the facility. Eventually finding Chris and Piers, Chris reveals that he was the one who killed Jake's father, leading to a tense moment in which Jake holds him at gunpoint. Chris then admits that he has every right to shoot him. However, Jake manages to stop himself, telling Chris that there are more important things at stake than the two of their conflicts. The four then work together to escape the facility. However, they separate once more when Neo Umbrella's ultimate bioweapon dubbed Chaos hatches from its cocoon and begins to attack the group. Chris and Piers stay behind to distract the creature, while Jake and Sherry continue their escape of the facility. Entering a room filled with hot lava, the pair are confronted by Ustanok once again and forced into a battle. During this, Jake and Sherry are separated by the creature and disarmed. Now without a weapon, Jake decides to fight the creature with his hand-to-hand combat, and after a series of well-timed attacks on Ustanok, he lands the finishing blow and sends the creature falling into the lava. As the facility begins to crumble, Sherry and Jake make their way to the exit and escape with a lift that travels at a fast speed. Somehow, the Ustanok appears one final time, still intent on eliminating Jake. Trying to fight him off, Sherry spots a gun and quickly grabs it, pointing it at the monster. At first, she has a hard time keeping her hand steady, but with the help of Jake, the two fire at the Ustanok and defeat it once and for all as it falls back into the massive explosion. Jake then thanks Sherry for saving his life, and the two successfully escape the facility. Meanwhile, Chris and Piers are being chased by Chaos throughout the facility. The soldiers do a good job at fending off and evading the creature. However, once Chaos is about to grab Chris, Piers jumps in and pushes him to the side as the creature grabs and shakes Piers around. Chris tries to save him by firing at the creature. However, this does more harm than good as Piers is thrown across the facility and impaled with some rebar. The creature then throws nearby debris at Piers, which completely dismembers his arm. It also grabs a hold of Chris in the process, and with no other way to save his comrade, Piers deliberately injects himself with the C-virus strain they had previously acquired, gaining the ability to shoot electrical blasts. Now fully regenerated, Chaos breaks out of its crystallid and begins a fierce brawl with the two soldiers. However, its decreased size and vulnerability allows Piers to shoot electrical attacks that break the creature's cocoon, giving Chris the opportunity to attack its vulnerable organs, which badly damage the creature in the process. After putting Chaos down, Chris begins to reassure Piers that he would be alright and that they will make it out with the nearby escape pods. However, Piers knew deep down that he would eventually lose control and mutate completely, so he decides to shut Chris into an escape pod alone and launch him out, remaining behind to die with the facility. During this, Chaos recovers and begins to attack Chris's escape pod in the water, only to be electrocuted and finally destroyed by an electrical blast from Pierre's transformed arm. Chris then successfully escapes the facility just before it explodes, and is rescued by the BSAA shortly after. He then decides to continue serving in the BSAA as a field captain in honor of Pierre's. Shortly after, he went back to the same bar that he routinely visited in June, though now able to remember his identity and in control of his drinking problem. A BSAA soldier under his command suddenly interrupts his meal, informing him that HQ had new orders for them. He then leaves the bar and sets off for his next mission against bioterrorism. Sometime later, Helena visits the grave of her sister with Hunnigan, Leon, and other agents present. Remarking that it is time for her to take responsibility, she thanks Leon and says that she was ready to be taken into custody for her crimes. With a nod of approval from Hunnigan, Kennedy approaches and takes Helena's arm, though instead of arresting her, he places her gun in her hand. Hunnigan then informs Helena that upon reviewing the evidence, it was decided that it was not fair to hold her responsible for Simmons' crimes, and further said that the findings wouldn't be made public. Helena then tosses Ada's makeup case to Leon so that he can return it the next time he crosses paths with her. Meanwhile, Jake hands over his blood sample to Sherry and departs to go on his own. From his blood, a vaccine for the C virus was distilled, and the outbreak was gradually contained. After the life-altering experience Jake had gone through, he decides to make a change in his life. When he and Sherry part ways, he sends her a message through her phone to inform her that he had lowered his asking price from $50 million to $50. He then drives off into the distance with hopes for a better future. Soon after, a young boy watches out of his window as numerous napalm bioweapons drop from the rooftops around the small building he was in. Stepping back from the window, the boy bumps into a hooded Jake Mueller, who questions the boy if he had what he was asked for. Still surprised, the boy hesitated momentarily before taking out an apple and handing it to Jake. As Jake leaves through the front door, the boy asked him if he would keep his promise. Jake then whips off the cloak and hood as the napalm begin to charge him. Drawing his pistol, Jake takes a bite of the apple and tells the boy that fair's fair, just before opening fire on the attacking creatures. Sometime later, a man in a tribal mask proceeds to decapitate a boar to the beat of drums. Meanwhile, a terrified woman is running through the jungle when she suddenly trips and falls, allowing the pursuer to catch up and impale her with his weapon. The woman dies shortly after, and the murderer begins to walk away as several men cheer in the distance. Shortly after, a large yacht stops near Emerald Beach at Sonido de Tortuga Island, while Takeru Taminaga, assistant director for the Japanese-American reality show Idol Survival, watches as the production crew begins to unload filming equipment into the lifeboats. As the crew sets up base camp, Takeru is distracted by the model Yuki Mayu, and has a flashback when he met her several months earlier back in Japan. Meanwhile, TerraSafe operative Claire Redfield arrives on the neighboring island to investigate reports of unusual bioweapon activity. Arriving to a local fish market, Claire spots a bizarre-looking fish and takes a photo with her smartphone to send to her partner Inez Diaso. Suddenly, the fish reawakens and attempts to attack the island inhabitants, forcing Claire to act quickly and stab it with her combat knife. During this, Inez takes a boat to another nearby island and sets off to find a schoolgirl named Marlalu Mabao, as she may have information about the dangerous fish creature Claire found. Back at the beach, Takeru is approached by rookie actress Julie, who asks if he has seen another model named Coco, as she has been missing ever since morning. Unaware of the disappearance, Takeru decides to find the director and let him know about Coco. On his way, he passes by the comedian named Crazy Alexander, who slams his teddy bear suit on the ground after refusing to wear it for the show. Right after, program director Matthew Espinoza shouts at Takeru for a lighter, to which Takeru responds by asking if he knows Coco's whereabouts. Just then, supermodel Laura Bierce walks by and reveals that Coco seems to have a bad drinking habit, having previously seen her dizzy and passed out on the beach the night before. Matthew then calls in the show's survivalist advisor Brown Anderson to begin looking around, while Takeru sets off to begin location scouting. Later, Matthew takes Takeru, Brown, Mayu, Laura, and 2 other models out to explore Agu Village, as he believes it to be a perfect scene for the show. Moments later, Inez talks to Marilu on the other side of the village, and quickly notices the filming as they begin to scold the crew for being there without permission. Marilu and the show's producer, Mike D. Seaman, get into a heated argument when a masked villager and his tribe suddenly appear and invite them to take part in a ritual to be welcomed to the island. The masked villager then begins to tear apart some chickens as entertainment, which leaves the film crew very disturbed. Takeru believes it to be an act of voodoo, which involves the supposed revival of the dead. Later that night, Takeru proceeds to investigate the jungle with a flashlight when he suddenly finds a woman that he quickly realizes to be Coco. However, she turns around and reveals herself to be a zombie as she begins to chase him out of the jungle. Once outside, he bumps into Laura and Mayu, beginning to warn them of a creature in the woods. However, once Laura sees nothing with her flashlight, she proceeds to slap Takeru and walk off while threatening him. Mayu then takes his hand and invites him to a party being held nearby. Back in the jungle, one of the masked villagers grabs Coco and carries her back deeper into the island. Sometime later, Mike begins to flirt with Julie on the yacht, while the masked villager begins to climb up the side of the ship. The two are interrupted by an alarm coming from the engine room, and make their way over to find that the engines have been destroyed. After thinking it over, Mike tells Julie to keep the whole incident a secret to avoid any problems with filming. The masked villager, meanwhile, has returned to the beach after successfully stranding the outsiders. Elsewhere, Inez and Marilu explore deeper into the island and find a large stone building which is revealed to be a temple used by shamans. While exploring inside, the pair find a grotesque 4-armed bioweapon that is strapped to the wall. Inez prepares to take a photograph of the creature to send to Claire, but is suddenly ambushed by 2 villagers, causing her to drop the phone. The village shaman from earlier then appears behind and takes Marilu hostage, threatening to cut her head off. Inez attempts to fire at the man, but is quickly forced to the ground by other nearby tribe members, who follow up with confiscating her handgun and phone. The shaman then explains to Marilu that the creature isn't a monster, but it's actually her husband. Back at the beach, the equipment has been set up and shooting finally begins, starting by having all of the contestants strike a pose while Crazy Alex joins in, declaring the start of the 4th Idol Survival series. The game then starts, and the idols begin running into the jungle, who are all followed closely by their personal cameraman. After some time, the girls begin to collect hidden cards in the jungle, when one of them is suddenly impaled by a spear from the tribal stalker. The masked killer then locks eyes on Takeru and Mayu and begins to pursue them throughout the island. Meanwhile, on another island, Claire Redfield explores the Kanaho Black Harbor and questions nearby fishermen about the recent emergence of mutant fish. Many of them have no idea what she is talking about. However, Claire finds one man who reveals that a corpse was found recently that was ripped apart by the fish, claiming it to be the work of the devil. Later, Claire visits the Kanaho Black urban area and hopes to uncover more clues. Meanwhile, Takeru and Mayu are running for their lives as they are pursued by the masked creature, who attempts to kill them multiple times by throwing his spear and whipping a long chain towards them. However, the two are able to dodge all attacks and press on through the jungle. Reaching a cliff edge, Takeru and Mayu are forced to jump and land in a pool of water in some wetlands. The creature, unable to catch them, proceeds to head back into the woods in search of a way down. After recovering from the fall, Takeru finds that the electronics aren't working, making them unable to radio for any help. Knowing the creature is still nearby, he suggests the two escape while they can. However, with Mayu being injured from the fall, she is unable to run any further. Spotting a large tree nearby, the two manage to climb up just in time before the creature returns, and they watch as it begins sweeping its spear around the bushes in search of them below. After coming up with a plan, Takeru jumps down and taunts the creature, in hopes to give Mayu a chance to escape. Elsewhere, Mike and Julie approach the shaman's temple and find it guarded by 3 armed men, one with a handgun, one with a rifle, and another with a bat. However, the two manage to stealthily eliminate all hostiles and proceed to enter the building, where they then find Inez and Marilu tied up on the floor, as well as the nightmarish bioweapon strapped to the wall. During this, Claire finally arrives to the library and begins research. She finds a book that has documented the island's history and discovers that there was a US military base established on the island in the 1930s, which later turned into complete ruins. In the late 1990s, businessmen came to the island and bought the derelict military base to turn into a laboratory. Looking closer at the group photograph, Claire notices a man in a wheelchair, whom she discovers to be none other than Umbrella co-founder Oswell E. Spencer. While he has been dead for some time, his legacy continues in the many secret laboratories scattered across the world. After this new revelation, Claire slams the book on the table and attempts to call Inez about the potential danger of the island. Back in the jungle, Takaru is being chased by the deadly creature as it makes multiple attempts on his life with the chain weapon. Leading the masked killer to a cliff, he tricks it into falling over, and the two begin falling into the waters below. Immediately after Takaru pulls the creature off the cliff, he is saved by a rope tied around his waist, which he created earlier during the struggle and fastened around the tree Mayu was hiding in. Suddenly, the masked foe launches its anchor and manages to hook it onto a tree above to prevent falling below. Noticing that the anchor is weakly supported on a branch, Takaru acts quickly and swings himself towards the enemy and snaps the branch to send his foe falling into the sea below. Elsewhere, Mike and Julie explore inside of the temple hall, where Inez and Marilu still lay bound on the floor. The shaman watches close by as Inez receives a phone call from Claire. Startled by the sound, Mike and Julie look over at Inez, who awakens and calls out to Claire. Mike begins to mock her, and he reveals his plan to release the bioweapon in the temple and let it run rampant to slaughter the entire television crew as it is broadcasted to the world. Upon activation, all of the binds securing the bioweapon in place unhook from its body, and it falls to the ground. During this, Mike continues to gloat about his plans, and brings up the reason for producing the Idol Survival reality show. Since there are so many cameramen around the island, their deaths will provide more than enough footage to advise bioweaponry for foreign terrorists. As the weaponry is relatively cheap for the black market, he hopes it will be a success, and points out he was paid considerably for his services. Suddenly, the shaman arrives angered and begins to lash out at them for stealing his supposed wife. He then uses a certain key phrase that allows the bioweapon to begin moving. Realizing he has walked into a trap, Mike tries to halt the computer program and force the creature back to sleep. However, the shaman reveals that it's impossible to manually override it. Unable to halt the creature, it activates the propeller on its arm and slices Mike to shreds. Julie uses the chaos to flee from the temple and escape into the jungle. Inez, meanwhile, manages to free herself from the rope bindings and wake up Marilu. After retrieving her smartphone, she activates the SOS and Track Me features in hopes of getting through to Claire. Right after, the creature rushes towards her and Marilu, knocking away the phone in the process. Inez then draws her weapon and fires multiple rounds at the creature as it dashes towards them with its deadly propeller weapon. Elsewhere, after escaping the masked pursuer, Takaru and Mayu set up camp in the jungle and indulge on coconuts growing from the nearby trees. Suddenly, a zombified model named Kylie emerges from the trees and prepares to lunge at them. Takaru and Mayu face off against the zombified Kylie, with Takaru swatting her away multiple times with his weapon. During this, more infected begin to swarm the area and circle the two. Meanwhile, Laura and her cameraman are lost in the jungle and have lost radio contact with the crew. The cameraman sees a woman walking in the distance and runs to her in hopes to get some directions. However, the other person is revealed to be a zombified Coco, who bites the man on the neck and begins feasting on his flesh. Terrified from what she had witnessed, Laura flees the area and ventures deeper into the jungle, only to bump into two more zombified models. She escapes the creature's grasp and runs off to find base camp on the beach. Back at the temple, Inez enters a fierce battle against the bioweapon. After discovering her weapons are useless against the creature, she instead fires at a ceiling cloth above, which falls on the creature and gets caught up in its propellers, giving Inez and Marilu an opportunity to flee from the temple and hide out in the jungle. Moments later, the beach camera crew are angry and confused as all the cameras have ceased functioning and the cameramen are not responding on their radio headsets. As they try to fix the situation, one of the models returns to base, now zombified, and begins to rip the entire crew apart. During this, Laura continues to run from the two zombified contestants and eventually reaches the beach, only to find that all the other contestants and cameramen have been slaughtered and all turned into zombies. With the last of the crewmen killed, the infected creatures turn their heads to Laura as she freezes in complete shock. After evading the creatures and hiding at base camp, Laura spots and grabs a nearby shovel and attempts to clear a path for her to escape the area. During this, she trips once a zombie crewman grabs her leg. Just before the creature begins to devour her, the show's survivalist Brown arrives, kicks the zombie off her, and fires a bullet straight through its skull. Before Brown and Laura can discuss the current situation, a group of zombies begin to rush towards the pair, forcing them to flee the area and find a safe place to talk. Just then, the show's comedian Crazy Alexander runs past the hordes of undead on the beach and manages to regroup with the two. With the zombies inching closer and closer, Brown suggests they find a way back to the yacht, where he has spare weapons that could be of use. Elsewhere in the jungle, Takaru and Mayu are on the run from the zombies again. After some time, the two spot a cave and are forced to flee inside after being boxed in by the creatures. While exploring the area, they investigate a light in the distance to find a group of zombified villagers working underground. Back at the beach, Brown, Alexander, and Laura reach the small rafts and prepare to escape to the yacht. However, after discovering all of the fuel hoses to be cut, they are forced to swim to the ship. Alexander decides to stay back at first, believing himself to be unable to swim with the heavy costume he is wearing. Upon boarding the ship, Brown and Laura are greeted by Sailor Daryl and some other survivors. Daryl is aware of what is happening on the island, but due to the engine and communications failures, they can neither escape nor call for help. With so many faults having occurred, him and Brown come to the conclusion that the show's producer Mike is responsible for purposely sabotaging their escape. Just then, Alexander climbs onto the ship and has brought a horde of zombies with him. Now running out of time, Brown, Laura, and Alexander race into the ship to collect the spare weapons, being a revolver, a submachine gun, and a shotgun. Returning to the deck, Brown fires his submachine gun at the first zombie, forcing her back into the water. However, over a dozen others take her place and quickly overtake the ship. During this, the other survivors without weapons hide in the engine room. Daryl notices survivor Molly is shivering and picks up a blanket to cover her. Just then, he spots a deep scratch mark on her right shoulder, and she turns around, revealing herself to now be a zombie as she begins to slaughter all nearby survivors. Meanwhile, Takaru and Mayu hide behind rocks, hoping to not get the attention of the villager zombies. The masked stalker arrives in the cave, holding 2 tree branches, and proceeds to add the wood to a shack it is constructing to live in. Realizing the dangers they are in, the two decide to head back outside. However, during this, Mayu accidentally slips on a human skull, alerting all nearby zombies aside from the masked stalker. The two are then forced to fend off the attacking creatures, and proceed to ignite some nearby paint cans to set the enemies ablaze. Back at the yacht, Laura, Brown, and Alexander continue to fend off the zombies. However, they are running out of ammunition. After the creatures overrun the deck, the trio are forced to climb to the top of the ship and make one last stand. Once the zombies follow them up the ship, Alexander concludes that there is no chance of survival and decides to shoot himself in the head instead of getting eaten by their pursuers. Distracted by this tragic moment, Brown is dragged away by the zombies. Laura, meanwhile, runs out of ammunition and decides to jump off the ship into the waters below, still determined to live on. An injured Brown follows close by, and the two swim to shore and escape the area. Shortly after, Claire calls her brother Chris, requesting that he aid them in bioweapon extermination on the island. However, he is unable to assist at the moment as he is caught up in a different mission with the BSAA to deal with an unknown powerful opposition, and instead sends another team led by Parker to assist her. Claire then gears up and sets off to the island in her next mission against bioterrorism. At the zombie village, the masked stalker watches as all nearby zombies burn to death. Just then, a fuel tank catches fire and completely obliterates the recently constructed shack, leaving the creature filled with rage. Takeru and Mayu attempt to make their escape and are quickly spotted by the enemy. However, it suddenly falls to the ground in pain from a mysterious force, giving the two an opportunity to flee the cave and run to the nearby beach. As the two begin to catch their breath, Julie emerges from the jungle and reveals that both the village and beach have been wiped out by zombies. The three conclude that the yacht is their only chance of survival, and they all begin to head that way, unaware that the vessel has already been overtaken. Meanwhile, an exhausted Laura and Brown reach the beach after their dramatic escape from the ship. Expecting another zombie attack, Brown begins to set up traps nearby. Shortly after, Takeru slips and gets caught in one of the traps, sending him into the air with his leg fixed to a rope. The two parties then regroup, where Laura gives them the bad news about the yacht, with Brown adding that their only chance for survival now is to set up a fortress before nightfall. And so the team gets to work quickly and builds their defenses. They start with collecting wood from the beach to use as the base for a shelter and lookout post. Rope is then wrapped around the perimeter with tin cans attached to alert them of incoming zombies. Rope traps are also made around the perimeter to pick up the creatures. At night, once the base is complete, Takeru begins to craft a spear for use as a weapon. When asked how he knew so much about survival tactics, Brown reveals that he used to serve in the BSAA, but left after an incident in Africa 5 years ago, in which all of his comrades were killed. Back at the cave, the masked stalker referred to as Morio begins to mourn the destruction of the village, and now seeks vengeance at the hands of Takeru and Mayu. Sometime later, Brown and Laura take their turns being on lookout for the enemies, while the rest of the group rests. Suddenly, Brown begins to cough aggressively and turns around to reveal that he is turning into a zombie. He attempts to delete himself to prevent the deaths of his comrades. However, the infection takes over and he throws the gun away. Brown then stabs his hand into a nearby tree and hopes to buy the others some time, but the infection takes over once more and he forcefully frees himself. Takeru arrives and forces him to the ground while threatening to shoot. However, he can't bring himself to eliminate his comrade. With the last bit of fight he has, Brown grabs the gun and tells him to look after the others just before pulling the trigger. While the group mourns over his death, Takeru vows to keep his promise to Brown of protecting the others and opts himself to be the new leader. Just then, a tree is suddenly smashed onto the ground, sending Mayu flying. Morio then confronts the group and begins to chase them throughout the jungle. During this, Takeru spots a helicopter flying over the jungle and discovers it to be a rescue party once he spots the BSAA emblem. Elsewhere on the island, Inez and Marlu have set up camp and discuss the tragic events that have occurred. The conversation is cut short when the bioweapon from the temple returns ready for another battle. After running out of ammunition, Inez is forced to fend off the creature with hand-to-hand combat while avoiding the propeller blades fixed to its arms. After some fancy maneuvering, Inez manages to climb on top of the creature and stabs it through the back of its head. Now furious, the creature charges at full speed towards Inez. She tries to evade the attack, but is unfortunately a little too slow, and suffers a major injury to the left shoulder as she drops her knife. The creature goes in to finish her off, but Marlu returns and stabs the back of its leg with a knife. It then directs its attention to Marlu, however, just before it can land an attack, the BSAA arrives just in time and fires at the enemy. The soldiers begin to drop down by rope, while others provide fire support in distracting the bioweapon. Claire arrives and treats Inez's wounds while providing her with more ammunition to defend herself. Agent Parker lands moments later and regroups with the others as they watch the bioweapon jump in the sky and decimate one of the helicopters with its propeller blades, killing one of the teams in the process. With a full squad on the ground, Parker leads the fight against the creature, and after slowing it down with their firepower, a reinforced metal capture net is thrown in hopes to halt their foe. During the ongoing fight, Takeru and his group run out from the trees and confront Claire, begging for her help. Morio follows close by and launches his weapon at Claire. The creature then determines that the BSAA soldiers are the strongest and is determined to kill them first. As Morio begins to impale the troops one by one with its spear, the other bioweapon manages to break free from the net and continue attacking the others. Parker orders Claire to take the civilians away while he slows down the two bioweapons and hands her a map so they can get to safety. During this, this, Marlu is being chased by Morio and is ultimately confronted by the creature face to face when she falls. However, just before it can impale her, a major headache prevents the attack, giving Parker the opportunity to jump in and save the girl. As Takeru and his group flee the area, they grab several weapons and supplies from the deceased soldiers and set off with Claire to an apparent safe house. Meanwhile, Parker engages in battle with Morio and begins to fire multiple rounds at it. However, after deflecting all the bullets with its anchor, Morio charges at Parker and slams him into a nearby pillar, severely injuring him in the process. Just before the creature can finish him off, the propeller blade bioweapon arrives and engages in battle with it. Sometime later, Claire and the others reach the ruins of the apparent safe house and take an elevator down below to an underground Umbrella laboratory. Based on information she has recently acquired from BSAA headquarters, Claire reveals that Spencer had this facility built after the 1998 Raccoon City destruction incident. Once they reach the bottom, Julie whispers into a microphone attached to her earring, telling her operator that she has found the lab they were looking for. While exploring the Umbrella laboratory, the team eventually splits up into 3 groups to search for anything to counter the monsters. Takeru joins Mayu, Inez joins Marlu, and Claire joins Julie and Laura to begin investigation, all while being spied on from the facility's security cameras. Eventually, Takeru and Mayu enter a large room containing a few water tanks, with one of them holding a fully grown hunter bioweapon. As they stare at the creature in complete horror, an alarm triggers and the hunter awakens from its slumber, breaking the glass to confront the pair. Meanwhile, Claire's group finds themselves in a bizarre office and notices the same photograph of 2 people is on every desk, one of whom Claire immediately identifies as Dr. Alex Wesker. The 3 then overhear the intruder alarm triggered by Takeru and Mayu and race over to the large room to confront the pair. Inez arrives before the group and raises her handgun, beginning to fire at the hunter as it darts towards her. She narrowly avoids the creature's claws as it accidentally smashes into another water tank. Inez fires once more after the creature recovers, however, she fails to avoid the second attack and receives a deep cut to her side. As the hunter begins to inch closer and closer, Takeru, Mayu, and Marlu team up to push off one of the water tanks and smash the creature. Believing it to be dead, the 3 check up on Inez just as Claire and her group finally arrive. Unexpectedly, the hunter rises once more and sneaks up on the group to impale Inez with its deadly claws. Now furious, Takeru fires repeatedly at the creature with a BSAA assault rifle, finally killing it for good. As Inez lay dying in Claire's arms, she demands that Claire and the others survive the nightmare just before tragically passing away. As they grieve over her death, the masked shaman suddenly appears and threatens that they will all be joining Inez soon. He begins to explain that the island is a testing ground and how he developed a research experiment dubbed the Kodoku Plan, with the goal of creating the strongest living creature. After creating dozens of their bioweapons, the scientists would have each of them fight to the death in order to find the strongest. The mutant virus strain within the body of the survivor was then extracted, and one of the island residents was infected with the virus to become the ultimate life form. This creature, dubbed Morio, was programmed to kill all strong hostiles and prevent their escape. He then reveals that he took his shaman appearance in order to trick the island natives into willingly taking a dose of the special virus. Finally, the shaman reveals his true identity as Alex Wesker's subordinate Dirk Miller. As he takes his mask off, Claire recognizes him as the man photographed with Alex. Dr. Miller then reveals that the creature dubbed Morio was able to escape from the researchers into the jungle. Recognized as a failure, the researchers had to abduct a second individual to use as a host, which ultimately led to the propeller-bladed creature. Just then, this bioweapon enters the large room to confront Claire and the others. Meanwhile, Julie has snuck away from the group after the hunter attack and successfully gets in contact with her operator, who is revealed to be driving a ship with dozens of soldiers toward the island. Julie then enters Dr. Miller's room to confront him. He attempts to fire at the opposition, but Julie acts quickly, managing to tie him with sharp wiring and hold him hostage with a sharp dagger. During this, the propeller bioweapon begins a fierce battle with Claire and the others. With the door sealed, the group's only chance of escape is with the air ducts above. After the team formulates a plan, Takeru and the others begin to distract the creature, while Claire sneaks up behind to climb up the enemy and jump into the air ducts. Claire then begins to look for a way to escape, while the others buy her some time. During this, Claire hears the scream of Dr. Miller as he is being held hostage by Julie, and proceeds to head in the direction of the noise. Climbing out of the vent, she finds herself in Dr. Miller's office, but doesn't see anyone inside and is completely unaware that Julie is stalking her. Believing herself to be free from harm, Claire uses the nearby computer to open the door in the large room, giving the others an escape route. However, before they can leave, Laura begins to suffer severe pain. She then remembers attempting to resuscitate Brown earlier, and realizes that she might be infected with the virus. Just then, Morio storms into the room and begins a fierce battle with the propeller bioweapon. With both creatures distracted, Takeru and the others carry Laura out of the room and begin to search for Claire. Realizing she is infected, Laura storms off to go on her own. Takeru chases after her, while Mayu and Marulu head off to look for Claire, and eventually find her still in Dr. Miller's office. The three begin to watch as the two bioweapons brawl to the death, with Morio ultimately prevailing as the victor once it beats its opponent to a bloody mess with its anchor. The computer recognizes Morio being the final surviving specimen and asks for one of the researchers with S-level security clearance to proceed to the next step of the experiment, at which point Dr. Miller falls out of a cabinet after being pushed by Julie. Meanwhile, Takeru continues searching for Laura on his own, and eventually finds her in an abandoned room, shivering on a chair and beginning to cry as she slowly mutates. Laura begs Takeru to fire as she wants to die as a human. However, once he fails to comply, she begins to fully mutate into a zombie, and Takeru closes the door on her as he begins to tear up. Once outside, he wipes his tears while remembering the promise to Brown, and sets off to find the others. Elsewhere in the office, Claire and the others look over at the body of Dr. Miller. Julie suddenly walks into the room and shoots a wire out of her bracelet to steal Claire's gun out of her hand. Claire draws her knife ready to fight, however Julie quickly gains the upper hand with her impressive speed and combat skills, managing to disarm Claire and slam her to the ground. Julie then holds the others at gunpoint while dragging Dr. Miller to the computer's face scanner in order to activate S-Class security clearance. With the machinery preparing to extract the virus from Morio's body, Julie has no further use for Dr. Miller and proceeds to snap his neck. As Morio is held down and electrocuted for the virus extraction, Julie begins taunting Claire while explaining the truth about her mission, revealing that she was a spy that was recently hired on behalf of Shangya Pharmaceuticals to locate Umbrella's research data that has been left unclaimed by other bioweapons manufacturers. The show's producer Mike had his own goals and wanted Julie to help him, but was completely unaware that she was a double agent that just pretended to act as his subordinate. After revealing the truth, virus extraction is completed, and she grabs the sample while dragging Claire on the floor, claiming a single drop of the virus to be tens of millions of dollars. Meanwhile, Shangya's mercenaries finally arrive at the beach and begin to eliminate all zombies in their way. Their work is made a lot easier thanks to the experimental zombie jammer devices they carry, designed to blind zombies with the use of electromagnetic waves. Back at the lab, Takeru enters the office to find that Julie has taken Claire and the others hostage. Before he has the chance to fire, Julie dashes towards Takeru and forces him to the ground while disarming him. Claire tries to grab the weapon, but is kicked repeatedly to the floor. Julie then kicks Takeru one last time, knocking him out in the process. Sometime later, he wakes up with his hands tied and dangling over a stairwell that is several stories deep. Rather than just kill everyone, Julie has decided to torture them first, with hopes to get more information on the facility. As she begins the brutal torture, a zombified Laura arrives after breaking out of the room she was locked in, and proceeds to sneak up on Julie, bite her, and push her off the ledge. Seriously injured and bleeding out, Julie decides to inject herself with the virus sample to cheat death. During this, Claire and the others wake up and untie Takeru. Looking down the pit, they watch as Julie begins to mutate uncontrollably and begin to escape the facility after realizing the danger they are in. As the group makes their way outside, they are quickly found by the Shenya troops and held at gunpoint. While Claire attempts to negotiate being let free, Julie suddenly emerges from the trees and begins slaughtering all troops that get in the way of killing her real target, being Claire and the others. During the chaos, Claire notices the mercenary ship to be unoccupied and calls on the others to follow her as they all attempt to make their escape. Meanwhile, the injured Parker rests at the abandoned military base and wakes up to radio communication from a BSAA operator that alerts him to inbound reinforcements. Once Parker hears gunshots coming from the beach, he alerts the operator where the fighting is taking place. Shortly after, Claire and the others have successfully boarded the ship and begin looting all spare weapons left inside. Takeru finds a rocket launcher and suggests using it. However, Claire advises that it be used as a last resort. Once Claire begins to look for a way to start the boat, the last living mercenary is thrown on board, having been brutally dismembered. Julie follows close by and finally confronts the group face to face. She grabs Maru first, who lets out a scream so loud that Morio can hear it in the underground lab. Filled with rage, Morio breaks his bindings with ease and begins to head for the surface. As Julie begins choking Maru, Takeru and Mayu distract the creature while Claire returns to get the rocket launcher. Just before the creature is about to rip the girl to shreds, Morio arrives and aids the survivors in the intense battle, giving the others an opportunity to formulate a game plan. Eventually, Julie impales the creature and removes the mask, revealing him to be Maru's brother Alicio. During this, Claire hands Takeru a machete to cut Maru free, so that she can fire at the creature with the rocket launcher, and the group sets off to execute their plan. Takeru charges at Julie while firing the assault rifle and dodging her attacks. After running out of ammunition, he uses the weapon to block the final attack, and draws his sword to sever one of the creature's arms, freeing Maru in the process. The two then run back to Claire as she fires the rocket launcher, completely obliterating Morio and Julie in the process. An injured Parker then arrives at the beach with some BSAA helicopters, and they prioritize rescuing the injured Claire and Maru first. As Takeru and Mayu watch the first helicopter fly away, the two hold hands and reflect on everything that has transpired since they have visited the island. Once the other aircraft is ready, the two board the plane and prepare for takeoff. Suddenly, one of the pilots is slaughtered by the hands of Julie, who has somehow managed to survive the blast and is still intent on killing the survivors. As the creature goes in to stab Mayu, Takeru jumps in between just in time to endure the attack and cut the tentacle before he can be pulled away. The other BSAA soldier orders the two to stay in the helicopter, while he runs out to deal with Julie, who proceeds to lock on him as he aims his weapon at her. Once the creature impales him with multiple tentacles, he proceeds to dismember all the limbs with his knife just before falling to the ground. Takeru then takes it upon himself to kill Julie, and picks up a grenade as the creature turns her attention back to the helicopter. The two jump out of the aircraft as Julie forces herself in and proceed to run for their lives. However, Julie catches up quickly and manages to wrap a tentacle around Takeru and pull him in. The enemy hoists Takeru in the air, giving him an opening to force the grenade down her mouth. However, Mayu suddenly returns to sever the tentacle with a machete, freeing him in the process. As Julie turns her attention to Mayu, Takeru remembers the hole him and the crew dug in the beginning and quickly formulates a plan to defeat the creature. After saving Mayu from the incoming attack, Takeru pulls the grenade pin and tosses it in the creature's mouth, followed up by a stab to the enemy's face with his machete. As Julie is obliterated from the explosion, Takeru and Mayu jump into the pit that was built just before shooting began. Now that it's finally all over, the two cheer each other up and share a kiss before escaping the island. Several weeks after the island incident, Claire finishes off her report that discusses the Kodoku experiment conducted by Alex Wesker's few remaining remnants, and the attempts by rival organizations to claim the results of the experiment for themselves. Claire then discusses the current whereabouts of all survivors. It is revealed that BSAA pilot Hendrik survived his injuries and was able to call the other helicopter. Maru has decided to study Terrasay following the loss of her family and village. Takeru and Mayu have returned to Japan and immediately became stars. The The yacht has been abandoned and left on the island, and the whole area is under quarantine. An investigative report claims that the area no longer poses any danger, and that the outbreak is believed to have completely subsided. Claire then ends her report with hopes that the island will return to a paradise once more, and thanks her brother Chris for always being there for her. In the end, it is revealed that Laura has survived through everything and continues to roam the island. Sometime later, Chris Redfield is sent to the Mexican state of Querétaro to apprehend bioweapons black market dealer Glenn Arias and to rescue a pair of hostages, being BSAA agent Kathy White and her son Zach. Upon arriving to the location, the squad splits up into 3 main teams and begins their search of the mansion. One team is attacked and infected by a zombified Zach when they let their guard down. Chris's team hears the commotion and quickly heads to the area. However, one of the soldiers is quickly dragged under the bed and devoured, while another is bitten by Zach and forced to be eliminated by Chris when she transforms into a zombie. Elsewhere in the mansion, the squad captain becomes concerned at the loss of radio contact with his men and calls for their helicopter to return so they can evacuate the building. Right after, a nightmarish zombie appears in the room and begins to rip the captain apart. He then orders the 2 remaining soldiers to escape through a door. However, they are torn apart by wires set up as a booby trap. Chris, being the last man standing, escapes the building by jumping out of a nearby window, where he is then confronted by Arias and forced into a confrontation. In the end, Arias prevails as the victor once he knocks Chris down with gunfire, and he begins to reveal that his newly designed virus allows the infected to distinguish between friend and foe. He then introduces one of his test subjects, who is revealed to be the captive they came here for, Kathy White. Arias sends Kathy and other zombies after Chris, but before they could reach him, the army helicopter arrives and blows the place to smithereens. With Kathy dead from the gunfire, Chris holds her in his arms one final time while letting out a defeated yell. 4 months later, Rebecca Chambers is working with her assistant Aaron to create a functional vaccine for a new virus spreading across the Great Lakes. In the search for the cure, many experiments have already been run, and Aaron announces the delivery of over 30 infected bodies to help in the vaccine synthesis. Rebecca sends Aaron to personally obtain samples from the bodies, and after he leaves, one of the experiments on the computer system is registered as a success in developing a vaccine. As Aaron heads down to the morgue, he spots an open vent, and as he begins to investigate, Arias' bodyguard Maria suddenly knocks him out. The laboratory's main power is then cut, resulting in it going into a lockdown state, with the shutters going down. During this, Maria releases an airborne form of the virus into the ventilation system, causing the entire laboratory staff to become infected and transform into zombies. Rebecca, however, manages to fight the infection and head to the vaccine synthesis room, where she then injects herself with a new vaccine and just in time to prevent her turning. Rebecca then leaves the room and finds Aaron devouring a body on the floor. When he notices her, Rebecca begins to fight for her life and ultimately resorts to beating him with a fire extinguisher. She then flees to go hide in her lab as more zombies begin to follow her. Once another zombie appears, she is forced to defend herself again by stabbing the creature with a pair of scissors. Maria then blows up the vaccine synthesis room right before Chris and his BSAA team arrive to rescue Rebecca. Sometime later, at a nearby hotel, Rebecca watches news of recent viral outbreaks and adds the incidents to a map of North America as she struggles to find a pattern. Chris then enters the room and explains his need to find Arias. Because Arias' bodyguard infiltrated her lab, Chris suspects Rebecca's new vaccine will soon be useless, as Arias will no doubt modify his bioweapon to no longer be affected by it. Rebecca then reveals that the new virus's genome is very similar to the plaga used by Los Illuminados in 2004, and the two then head out to meet up with Leon due to his prior experience with these enemies. Arriving at a bar in Colorado, the two agents find him to be drunk and uncooperative. Having lost his entire squad to a bombing in Washington, D.C., Leon has grown tired of his job and decides that he wants no part in the fight. Chris tries to convince him otherwise, explaining how Arias is a major arms dealer on the black market that quickly became a target to the government. This ultimately led to the loss of his wife and those closest to him when the government launched a bombing at his wedding. Being the only survivor, he went into hiding for many years, but has now come back with his own bioweapons ready to get his revenge. Leon still has no interest, claiming both the government and Arius to be at fault. This sparks a heated argument between Chris and Leon, which is quickly stopped by Rebecca, who warns them that Arius's virus is within everyone and is lying dormant until something triggers the transformation. During the conversation at the restaurant, the three are being spied on by Arius, who orders his bodyguard Maria to apprehend Rebecca and eliminate the others. When Rebecca heads to the restroom, she notices blood leaking out from under a cubicle. Upon closer examination, she finds a young woman dead inside and is suddenly grabbed by Maria from behind. During this, a man named Patricio runs in and is instantly attacked by Leon and blamed for being responsible for the death of his unit. Patricio warns him that his wife and daughter have been taken hostage in Spain by an arms dealer, and that the surviving members of Los Illuminados are working with him to create a bioweapon that will decimate the United States. Just then, a van turns up full of soldiers in black armor. Arius's bodyguard Diego follows with a Gatling gun and attacks the restaurant, killing the restaurant worker instantly and seriously injuring Patricio, who ultimately bleeds out. The hostiles then escape the area with Rebecca, as Chris is unable to reach them in time. Sometime later, Rebecca wakes up in an unknown facility, wearing a wedding dress. Arius eventually enters the room and reveals that the various boxes on chairs contain what is left of his friends and family, who he partially revived thanks to his new virus. Rebecca then reveals her research to him, explaining how she believes there are 3 strains to the virus. The first infects the host, the second acts as a trigger, and the third gives Arius the option of choosing who his target will be, which acts as a vaccination virus. Arius confirms all of this and proceeds to propose to Rebecca, as she is revealed to share a resemblance to his dead wife Sarah. After angrily refusing, Rebecca is sent away into a nearby lab and infected with Arius's new virus. Meanwhile, Leon and Chris are looking through Rebecca's laptop for any information that will point to where she was taken. After inserting the SD card from Patricio's phone into the laptop, the agents find that Arius's agents have assisted in the selling of the AGUAG brand mineral water in New York, which contains the latent virus. Once the brand becomes popular enough, the trigger will be released, ensuring maximized spread of the virus. After further digging, the pair also discover Arius's contingency plan to have his own vaccine dispersed over New York to cure the infected hosts and return them control of their bodies. Elsewhere, Arius calls for the attack to happen immediately across the Great Lakes, and the mineral water trucks begin to drive around New York and disperse the trigger into the streets, transforming all drinkers of their water into zombies. With so many becoming infected, the New York Police Department is quickly overwhelmed by the creatures, and the streets quickly turn into chaos. During the ongoing destruction of the city, the agents finally arrive and split up into groups to look for the tankers. After spotting one of the vehicles, Leon throws a grenade and successfully destroys it. This causes Arius's agents to take notice of the attack and investigate. However, they are quickly taken out by the BSAA. Suddenly, Soldier Damien is attacked and killed by zombie dogs kept in the back of their van for security. Leon opts to distract the zombie dogs from Chris and has them chase him on the motorcycle into a highway, giving Chris the opportunity to locate Arius's lab and begin his search of Rebecca. During this, he is met by dozens of zombies and forced into an intense battle. Leon arrives shortly after in his motorcycle, and the two team up to take out all nearby enemies and press on deeper into the lab. Chris eventually finds the room Rebecca is being held in, but is quickly ambushed by Arius's bodyguard Diego and knocked to the ground from the creature's immense strength. However, with the use of an incendiary grenade, Chris manages to halt the creature, and he proceeds to hold the doctor at gunpoint, demanding him to reveal the location of the vaccine. This leads the pair to the top of the building, where they are met by Arius and forced into a firefight. Chris sneaks around and begins an intense close quarters combat battle against Arius, which ultimately ends with Arius being thrown through a glass panel and falling to the bottom of the building. However, Diego finds him shortly after still alive, and is ordered to release the final stage of his infection. Diego then mutates further and infects Arius, and they both soon merge to become a new tyrant-like creature, with Arius still able to retain retain his intellect in spite of his transformation. Before Chris and Rebecca can escape, the creature arrives to the top of the building and commences another fierce battle between the two. Just as Chris is about to be strangled to death, Leon arrives just in time to aid him and distract Arius. Chris then leaves to try and find the vaccine, while the BSAA come to Leon's aid and provide cover fire. Angered, Arius jumps onto the helicopter and injures one of the soldiers with his retractable claws. While the creature is distracted, Leon gets on his motorcycle and drives it straight towards Arius, jumping off just before it rams into the creature and explodes. Chris then returns and launches a grenade directly at Arius's heart, finally defeating the creature for good. Rebecca is then treated with the inactive form of the virus and manages to make a full recovery from the infection. The agents then fly off in the plane and disperse the inactive virus on the ground below to completely cure the city, finally completing their mission. Shortly after, Maria is revealed to have survived and becomes filled with rage after finding the mask of Diego. In October of 2014, a woman named Mia Winters is tasked with handling a bioweapon known as Evelyn that was created by a crime syndicate specializing in the production of bioweaponry known as the Connections. Alongside her colleague Ellen Droney, she is tasked with transporting Evelyn on the cargo ship Annabelle to a facility in Central America. During the voyage, Mia sends a heartwarming video message to her husband Ethan, saying that she misses him and that she cannot wait to be finished with her babysitting job. Once the ship's course falls in the path of a hurricane, Evelyn starts to become unstable, attacking Alan and infecting the crew members, who all quickly turn into new creatures known as Molded. Arming herself with a submachine gun, Mia tracks down and pursues Evelyn throughout the ship, and quickly realizes that Evelyn has bonded with her and thought of her as her mother. After briefly reuniting with Alan, Mia witnesses his horrific death via Evelyn's mold before she herself is infected by it. Realizing her impending doom, Mia desperately tries to send Ethan a second video message, urging him to forget their relationship and wishing him a good life. Shortly after, she is thrown from the ship into the waters as the tanker continues to be destroyed. Once the ship washes up in the bayou of Dulvey, Louisiana, Jack Baker discovers Mia amongst the wreckage and brings her back to the Baker estate, housing her in his daughter Zoe's trailer. During this time, Mia writes a frantic letter thanking the Baker family for their kindness, as well as warning them to not approach Evelyn and cautioning them about the possible consequences. However, the family would never be able to read the warning letter, as the situation would begin to escalate once Jack sets off to explore and look for more survivors. Shortly after, Zoe begins to watch the news, which reports about the imminent destruction of the strong hurricane which flooded Louisiana, as well as a search for a missing ship. Right after, Jack arrives at the house, having found the young Evelyn. Thinking that there was an oil spill, Marguerite tells Zoe to get fresh clothes from the laundry room, and offers to let Evelyn stay in Lucas's old bedroom. Lucas complains about the decision, but Jack tells him that he has outgrown the room, and he begins to head upstairs with Evelyn while Zoe gets clothes and Marguerite cooks soup. Once Zoe arrives to the room, Jack tells her to help the little girl while he leaves to go check on the boathouse. Zoe then brings clothes to Evelyn, who suddenly awakes and says they're mine now. A lightning strike then shuts down the power, and Evelyn suddenly disappears. As Zoe searches the house for the little girl, she makes her way downstairs to find an unconscious Lucas. Right after, she hears the faint sound of her mother rambling in the bathroom and begins to head upstairs to confront her. Once there, Marguerite tells Zoe to look at the gift given by Evelyn, and she quickly turns around and grabs Zoe, beginning to spew insects from her mouth. Jack then comes to her rescue and wrestles with his wife, ordering Zoe to get some rope from the garage. As she leaves, Marguerite begins to ramble that Evelyn is now part of their family. Returning to the bathroom after finding the rope, Zoe finds her father attempting to drown Marguerite in the bathroom. It turns out Jack has also gone insane and stabs himself in the chest to show Evelyn his devotion and love. Zoe then flees from Jack and navigates around the house to escape her father, who eventually finds Lucas and drags him to receive Evelyn's gift. She eventually finds her way to the living room where her mother is searching for her, but is clearly struggling with the infection. Sneaking past her, Zoe heads outside to the trailer and finds Mia's letter thanking the Baker family for saving her, but also warning them about Evelyn and the possible cure to the infection by creating a serum. After this, Evelyn suddenly appears behind and calls Zoe her sister just before she passes out. The next morning, Zoe wakes up at the dining table and everything seems to be normal in the family again, making her dismiss the previous night's events as a nightmare. However, once the whole family sits down to converse, Zoe's vision begins to pale and she quickly sees Evelyn in her view. The child suddenly appears in front of her saying, "Hello, sister." Zoe would now struggle for survival as she evades her insane family in search of the serum in Mia's letter. In 2015, two young nurses named Abihara and Abe begin to frantically run and fight their way through hordes of zombies until the two reach a mansion and shut the door behind them. After collecting themselves, the girls look around the building and find 11 bodies inside. Due to Abe's paranoia, she asks Abihara to go check one of them, to which she discovers the person to still be alive but unconscious, and realizes that all of them were forcefully captured and taken to the building. Suddenly, one of the captives wakes up, causing Abihara and Abe to run and hide in fear. Right after, all the others wake up as well. Confused and scared, some of them try to call for help, but have no success. One of the men notices the entrance door and opens it and hopes to escape. However, a nearby zombie blocks the path and makes an attempt on his life. Abe and Abihara then return to eliminate the enemy and shut the door, explaining that these creatures are zombies. The captives begin to question where they had come from, to which the girls explain that they were sent to check on their conditions by the men who kidnapped them. Abe suddenly remembers something that the leader of the kidnappers had said, that only the chosen ones could go on to the next stage. Believing themselves to be contestants in a twisted survival death game, the group begins to panic and discuss plans to escape. One of the men reveals that he is a survival specialist and realizes that they were chosen to be in a selection test for the mansion. He then splits the groups into teams to begin looking for a way out. It is decided that Jino will lead Teriyama, Doi, and Okunuki. Zama will lead a group consisting of Bando, Suzuki, and Ando. Karasawa's group will contain Ebihara, Abe, and Aihara. The groups then set out to look for clues, supplies, and weapons, with plans to rendezvous back at the main hall later. After hours had passed, the groups return with each of their findings, which includes a medical box containing herbs and a case containing weapons. During this, Doi finds that his arm has traces of an injection, prompting everyone to check theirs as well. Okunuki then angrily questions the nurses about what they have been injected with. Teriyama suggests that it could be anesthesia that was used to knock them out. Suzuki suddenly remembers that he had saw another man before he woke up, who walked through the front entrance and never came back. Just then, the man begins to bang on the other side of the door, begging them to let him in. Jino opens the door, revealing a man wielding a chainsaw, who tells them of his nightmarish experience with the zombies. Ebihara notices a wound on his neck, prompting the medic team to treat him while he finally introduces himself as Hashimoto, an economics teacher. Not knowing what they're up against, Jino reluctantly hands out weapons to everyone and urges them not to shoot each other. The group then splits up, agreeing to meet back at the main hall in half an hour upon finding any new discoveries. After separating, Jino tells his group to stay behind while he scouts ahead. During this, Doi voices his interest about the zombies, how he thought of this place as a research institute for the creatures, and talks about the potential of gaining immortality to advance the human race. Okunuki, having heard enough, accuses him of being a supporter of the kidnappers and proceeds to lunge at him. However, Teriyama quickly separates the two. Jino returns and tells the others that an iron gate is blocking them from getting to the main hall. The group then collects themselves and presses on through the mansion. Meanwhile, Zama and Bando have been separated from Ando and Suzuki. Zama questions Bandu about his true profession, as she suspects that he works for FBI. However, he quickly denies the accusations. Later, the two regroup with Ando and Suzuki, and they all continue their search. Elsewhere, Abihara receives a message from Umbrella on her phone detailing about herbs and their usefulness. Abe raises her suspicion about her being the only one receiving the text. However, they quickly drop it and press on through the mansion. Shortly after, Zama and his group encounter a horde of zombies and are forced to flee. Zama concludes that the creatures are being used as biological weapons just before the group continues their escape. Later, after having separated from her group, Ebihara mixes the herb and drinks it. Once Karasawa returns, she reveals to him that she was bitten by a zombie and is fearful of becoming one. Soon after, Hashimoto begins to display further symptoms of the virus. Ebihara suggests that they use herbs to treat him, leaving her to be questioned by Abe as to why she knows so much about the herb. Karasawa then reveals that Ebihara was bitten by the zombie and had used the herbs to treat herself, thus knowing of its healing nature. Suddenly, Hashimoto fully loses control of the infection and makes an attempt on Aihara's life with his chainsaw. However, he manages to evade just in time. The creature goes in to attack him again, but Karasawa pushes him away. Aihara attempts to run from Hashimoto, however the creature ultimately manages to grab a hold and bite him. He then returns again and tries to attack the group, but is shot by the hesitant Karasawa, who proceeds to grab Abihara and Abe and flee the area. Despite being shot numerous times, Hashimoto is still standing, and Aihara begins to reanimate. Meanwhile, Ando and Suzuki have been separated from their group. Ando begins to express her desire of leaving the mansion, and Suzuki firmly agrees that they should leave together. They then open the door to leave, only to be met by the zombified Hashimoto. Ando and Suzuki try to escape, only to find that they are now surrounded by zombies, and the creatures proceed to rip them apart. Shortly after, all the groups rendezvous back at the main hall, with each of them informing who they have lost, and revealing that Okunuki is now infected. They begin to discuss the symptoms of the virus, and speculate that they are involved in an experiment to test if they have a natural immunity against the virus. Okunuki's symptoms begin to worsen, and after arguing over what they should do with him, Karasawa carries him to the next room, where Jinu plans to put him out of his misery. The survivors then press on, leaving Doi, as he wants to become a zombie in hopes of becoming immortal. The now zombified Okunuki suddenly returns and begins to feast on Doi's flesh. Later, Jinu, along with Karasawa and Zama, fight against a horde of zombies, and are ultimately forced to put Aihara out of his misery once they find he has turned. Ebihara meanwhile takes out the medicine from her bag and drinks it. Abe arrives and begins to question her, however, Ebihara merely taunts her, explaining that she will become a zombie just before running away. Elsewhere, Hashimoto is about to carve Jinu up with his chainsaw. However, just before he can land the attack, Bandu appears and fires at the creature. He proceeds to thank her, and they quickly move on throughout the mansion. In the room, Ebihara treats the now infected Zama and Teriyama, who begin to question Abe's whereabouts, to which she reveals that Abe has been bitten and slaughtered by a group of zombies. Jinu and Karasawa eventually find a key hanging above, and gather the others to retrieve it. However, Teriyama and Zama, now infected, opt to stay behind and delete themselves with their own hands. Bandu shoots down the key, and Karasawa retrieves it, finding it to be electronic. The survivors try to unlock the door, but discover it also needs a password. Suddenly, Ebihara reveals that she knows the password, and is surprised to see that 3 people have made it this far. She then explains that her leader needs the strongest survivor, and won't open the door until only one remains. Infuriated by this, Bandu prepares to shoot her. However, before she can pull the trigger, Jinu stabs her from behind as he wants to be the victor of this twisted experiment. He then reveals to Karasawa that he had known about the plan from the beginning, and was recruited as an elite ranger to participate in the experiment. The two then enter a brawl to the death. Once Karasawa gains the upper hand, Jinu grabs the knife and attacks him. However, his opponent manages to redirect the attack towards Jinu, and ultimately manages to slash his throat, making him the victor of the experiment. Ebihara congratulates Karasawa and reveals that he was injected with the T-virus in the beginning, explaining that the test wasn't meant to create a vaccine, but a new tyrant instead. Ebihara then opens the door, and Karasawa proceeds to strangle her and break her neck just before shutting the door. Suddenly, Bandu stands up and reveals that she was in on the experiment as well, explaining that they have been kidnapping people that have a high IQ and would be able to understand the tyrant's strength and enlightenment. Bandu then informs him that she works with a private company that ships out tyrants to military structures around the world, with Karasawa being their latest model. Karasawa then picks up a gun and fires at Bandu, putting an end to the tyrant's production. Once Karasawa turns the gun on himself, a man named Amamoto appears from behind the door and attempts to persuade him to join his cause. However, Karasawa chooses death over being a pawn in his empire and ultimately pulls the trigger. In 2015, Leon travels through San Francisco, California, tasked with rescuing and taking Dr. Antonio Taylor into custody after the man sells classified information to foreign entities outside of the US. Learning of his last location, the local police department deploys SWAT to retrieve him, only to encounter firepower from an unknown group who kidnaps Taylor and transports him in a van. During the mission briefing from Hunnigan, Leon catches sight of the van and chases it down the freeway. During this, he is confronted by a female biker working with the kidnappers, who tries to take him out. At the end of their altercation, the woman jumps onto Leon's bike to pull the brakes, sending him rolling onto the road. The motorcyclist is then revealed to be none other than Maria Gomez, who jumps back to the kidnapper's truck and flees the area. Meanwhile, Claire arrives at San Francisco Beach to investigate the mutilated carcass of an orca that is washed ashore. After closer examination, she determines that the bite range and force is too large to be a shark, hinting at bioweapon involvement. To make sure, she takes DNA samples and brings them back for further analysis. Later that night, Jill Valentine explores a nearby homestead in an attempt to find a lead on the BSAA's current investigation into the city's new zombie outbreak. After finding the slaughtered corpse of a woman, she is suddenly ambushed by a zombie and wrestled to the ground. Once the creature is eliminated, Chris breaks into the home with SWAT backup and berates Jill for her reckless conduct. The house is then cleared and the corpses are brought back to the lab for further examination and analysis. Elsewhere, Leon flies over Alcatraz Island after learning that Dr. Antonio Taylor may be at the popular tourist site. After discussing the mission with Hunnigan, Leon is launched out of the aircraft with a small pod and plunges into the waters below. Making his way to the shore, he begins to search for Taylor throughout the island. The next day, Chris visits BSAA advisor Rebecca Chambers, and she updates him about the 12 cases of the recent infection that is plaguing the city. The corpses of the infected are revealed to contain an advanced strain of T-virus, which cannot be transmitted through airborne or saliva. Every victim bitten by them succumbs to their injuries and dies shortly after. Additionally, all of them had needle marks on their body, indicating a direct means of infection. Following their conversation, Chris visits Jill in the shooting range and requests her to stay off this case and get some rest. However, Jill firmly declines the notion and begins to recount her years under Wesker's control, where she wanted all of her friends dead. Chris then tells her of the soldier he took under his wing during her absence named Piers Nivens, who ultimately sacrificed himself to save Chris. He begins to reiterate they must be careful that they don't become numb to their mission. Jill, however, looks only at the present mission where innocent people are being made to kill as she once had been, and wants whoever is responsible taken to justice above anything else. Meanwhile, on Alcatraz Island, Hunnigan directs Leon to a hidden underground research center. As Hunnigan works on opening the locked door, Leon questions her unwillingness to be on the field with him after years of cooperating together, to which she replies that being in the field isn't her specialty. Leon then enters the facility and begins to explore, only to encounter a nightmarish lion bioweapon that begins to give chase. In hopes to escape the creature's grasp, Leon sprints to the nearby entrance and requests Hunnigan to shut the doors on his command, and she manages to trap the creature just in time. However, the lion still manages to grab a hold of Leon and is about to rip him apart. However, he manages to pull out his knife and stab the creature just in time, followed up by a slash through its abdomen, which ultimately kills the enemy. Knowing the shortest route is now compromised, Hunnigan tells him to search for another one on his own. Just before leaving, Leon sends Hunnigan a selfie with the deceased bioweapon, followed up with a text saying, quote, "Fieldwork can be a lot of fun too." Elsewhere in the facility, a deranged man named Dylan and his accomplice Maria check over Dr. Taylor's recent work on developing prototype bioweapons and orders it to be moved to mass production. Dylan toys with Taylor by playing Russian roulette with his revolver. Both of them survive, convincing Dylan they are fated for other things. Back at the BSAA laboratory, Chris and Jill meet up with Claire and Rebecca to discuss their findings. Claire reveals that several whales near the National Marine Sanctuary in Alcatraz have disappeared recently. Additionally, the orca that washed up on shore was found to be infected with the same strain of T-virus found in the human corpses, confirming a link. Rebecca also finds that all of the recent T-virus victims have visited Alcatraz recently, and with that, Chris, Jill, and Claire head out to Alcatraz Island posing as tourists, while Rebecca begins work on creating a vaccine for the new T-virus strand. As the tourists arrive on the island, Dylan finds that Dr. Taylor has escaped and went into hiding. Looking at the camera footage, Dylan spots Chris and the others, and claims that it's time to release their new creation. Suddenly, a zombie appears before the tourists, and a social media influencer named Zach catches Chris shooting the creature just before being attacked by another zombie and turning. Soon, more and more people become zombies, making it difficult to protect uninfected tourists. Claire brings people into a cafeteria for safety, but they quickly begin turning anyway. Chris and Jill meanwhile fight outside the prison cells, backed up by a single armed guard. Jill and the guard fall down a hole into the sewer. However, the guard is now infected and she is forced to take him out. Meanwhile, Chris moves to an upper level, shooting the zombies from a higher vantage point while protecting any remaining tourists. During the chaos, Dylan finally releases their new bioweapon project, being a new species of liquor with amphibian DNA. As Dylan watches the security cameras, he contemplates suicide once more as he recalls a haunting memory from Raccoon City. In a flashback during the Raccoon City incident, members of a private military firm were hired by Umbrella to help with the evacuation of high-ranking Umbrella executives and government officials. Unit 6 is deployed with 10 members, which consist of Dylan, Carl, JJ, and 7 others into the city to extract remaining officials that are still trapped within. During the operation, most of the unit suffered maulings from the zombies, with Dylan and JJ being the only 2 that remain free of T-virus infection. The pair dialed HQ to request extraction for immediate medical attention, but are told to quarantine the rest of the unit and await further orders. As the 2 await, HQ orders the surviving pair to kill their infected comrades, and only then will the extraction come. Dylan argues with JJ about the morality of killing their own comrades, which the latter justifies as a necessity. As the 2 argue over a gun, the infected soldiers smash through a dividing window. JJ successfully gains back control of the gun and defends against the horde, with Dylan crouching down begging JJ to stop. After all the soldiers are eliminated, it is revealed that JJ was bit during the attack. The 2 begin to fight over the gun once more as JJ seeks to prevent his inevitable death, but finally gives up when the gun discharges into his leg. After realizing the weapon is out of ammo, Dylan chooses to beat his comrade to death with a nearby briefcase. Back in the prison, Chris and Claire discover their radios are being jammed and they cannot call for backup. The 2 discuss the possibility of leaving, but Chris relents as Jill is still around somewhere and may be in trouble. During this conversation, they find what seems to be the only uninfected survivor left on the island, being Tony Davis. Jill meanwhile continues exploring the sewers where she is suddenly ambushed by Leon. The 2 are initially confronted by zombie tourists, but they are quickly killed by the new species of liquor. Leon keeps silent, hoping the blind bioweapon will pass them entirely. However, it brushes past Jill and is alerted. As the 2 make their escape, more liquors take notice, but they are all quickly killed by explosives. Back upstairs, Chris and Claire travel with Davis, who goads Claire over TerraSave's supposed actions in the Harvardville airport incident. As Claire is distracted, Davis walks off and is attacked by a zombie, suffering a small injury but showing no sign of infection. Suddenly, the Redfields are pricked in the neck by drones, which incapacitate them. Davis begins to run in fear but is quickly cornered by Maria. Advancing in the tunnel, Leon and Jill share information on their respective missions and determine that they have the same motives. Sensing a draft, Leon breaks open a nearby wall, exposing a secret accessway which takes them to the facility where the liquor larvae are incubating. Back in the city, Rebecca discovers that Leon is also working on the case related to Alcatraz and quickly contacts Hunnigan, who informs her that someone hacked into the Department of Defense's server and stole information about previous bioterrorism cases dating from Raccoon City, which involves Chris, Jill, Leon, and Claire. Having no contact with the team for 2 hours, Rebecca decides to pursue after and is accompanied by SWAT officers to the island with a case of the newly created vaccine. As Leon and Jill investigate the armory, they discover blueprints for the mosquito drones that have been infecting people. Knowing they are nearby, Dylan beckons them to the prison cells where they will find their colleagues and Davis. Upon arrival, the 2 discover Chris, Claire, and Davis. However, Leon reveals that Davis's real name is Antonio Taylor, and that he is responsible for leaking national secrets to the enemies of the United States. Suddenly, the nearby lights turn on, and Dylan appears with Maria to infect Leon with one of his prototype drones. Introducing Maria, he confirms what is now clear to Leon and Chris, that Dylan has taken over Arius' crime syndicate for his own ends. While Maria seeks vengeance for her father's death, Dylan seeks vengeance for Raccoon City and the War on Terror, seeing the defenders of the world as the true guilty party. He describes Leon as the agent who aids in government cover-ups, Chris of the BSAA as a corrupt organization owned by the very pharmaceutical companies propagating the war, and Claire from TerraSave as the organization that does nothing and pat themselves on the back for it. During his speech, Leon throws a flashbang, allowing Jill's escape. Dylan then leaves to prepare for the release of his bioweapons. After being shot by Dylan, Antonio gives Claire information on how to access Dylan's computers just before succumbing to his injuries. Elsewhere, Rebecca's rescue party is killed by the bioweapon shark named Megalodon as they cross into Alcatraz, though she succeeds in bringing the vaccines into the facility. She finds Jill in the sewers and the two explain their current situations. After discussing, Jill heads after Dylan in the armory, while Rebecca heads to the prison to treat the others. Leon then rushes to the facility and is quickly met by Maria, where the two begin a brawl. After a long showdown, Maria is pushed into a metal pipe and impaled, leaving her to fall in defeat as Leon whispers that she can now be with her dad again. Meanwhile, Jill confronts Dylan, who infects himself and falls backwards into the water, emerging as a giant monster after he fused himself with a megalodon. Chris, Claire, Jill, Rebecca, and Leon fight Dylan, but even with the use of a rocket launcher, they are having trouble taking down the creature for good. Leon then orders Claire and Rebecca up to Dylan's computers to stop the release of the drones, while the others fend Dylan off. Commandeering a fuel truck, Leon rams it into Dylan and tosses a grenade to make it explode, wounding him in the process. As Claire gains access to Dylan's computers, the others continue to fight the massive creature using nearby weaponry, with Jill recovering an experimental plasma rifle. Chris and Leon take a jeep out to distract Dylan while the rifle charges, and although Jill is successful in firing, Dylan is not killed immediately and continues his rampage. As Leon and Chris come to her aid, Dylan attempts to flee the facility and escape into open water. Rebecca, meanwhile, has taken control of the drones, and instead of shutting them down, she orders them to infect Dylan with massive quantities of the T-virus, causing him to begin deteriorating and becoming weakened. Jill distracts Dylan to prevent him escaping the submarine pen, giving time for Leon and Chris to prepare another rocket. Carrying a bag full of explosives, she deliberately allows Dylan to grab her so she can force the bag into his mouth, swimming away just as the rocket strikes and obliterates the creature for good. With Maria and Dylan gone, the five meet up on the island surface where they await rescue helicopters. Chris congratulates Jill for her efforts and is happy she is back to her old self. In 2016, 10 competing organizations use each of their special forces to begin collecting Umbrella Corporation's lost research that has been left behind following the company's collapse in the early 2000s. This search for the top bioweapons technologies inevitably brings the organizations into direct conflict with each other. As a result, these global corporations send mercenaries into several zombie-infested sites to search for Umbrella's lost secrets. Many of these settings that have been destroyed in the past, such as the Spencer Mansion and Raccoon City, are revealed to be recreations that are used for training purposes. In June of 2017, a television crew heads to the Baker estate, which is rumored to be haunted, and they begin to record a rehearsal tape for their show Sewer Gators. Making their way to the entrance, they decide to break into the house and investigate. During this, crew members Andre and Pete begin to converse about the house's history. However, Andre quickly wanders off and disappears, leaving crew members Clancy and Pete to begin frantically looking for him. After some time wandering, they find a secret passage, revealed by activating a lever hidden in a fireplace. The secret passage leads to a ladder and to an underground area, and Pete sends Clancy down first to, quote, get a nice hero shot of him coming down the ladder. Clancy reaches the bottom to find Andre facing a wall on the other side of the room. Moving closer, it becomes clear that Andre is dead, and his corpse falls on top of Clancy. Jack Baker then comes out of the shadows and decides to hold Clancy captive while killing the other two crew members. Soon after, Clancy wakes up in the basement and is forced to fend off hordes of molded enemies and survive until dawn. During this, he is forced to defend and evade Jack as he pursues Clancy throughout. After halting Jack one last time, Clancy manages to survive till 5 AM, and he begins to make his escape of the house. However, he is quickly captured again by Marguerite and imprisoned in the master bedroom. Here, Marguerite serves him human entrails as food, and mentions that their daughter likes him just before leaving the room. Clancy, however, easily frees himself and looks for an escape route somewhere within the room, eventually discovering a hatch underneath his bed. Using the puzzles around the room, he manages to acquire the hatch's key in the storage room, but before he could leave, Marguerite arrives and lunges at Clancy in an attempt to kill him. Clancy manages to stab her in the throat, which briefly incapacitates her. He then unlocks the hatch and escapes the room as Marguerite's threats can continue to be heard. Making his way through the house, Clancy eventually gets knocked unconscious by Lucas and is taken to a room with another person named Hoffman, where the two are then forced to play a fatal game of blackjack in which the winner will be freed while the loser dies. In the end, Clancy emerges victorious, causing Lucas to kill Hoffman with his torturing machines. However, to torture Clancy even further, Lucas decides to challenge Clancy himself in the game. In the end, Clancy outsmarts Lucas in the game, but this doesn't stop Lucas from further torturing Clancy, as he wants to play another game with him. Lucas brings Clancy to one of his trap rooms with a camera attached to him. Releasing his binds, he tells Clancy to figure out a way to escape the room, which Lucas claims would be from placing a candle in a cake. After enduring several torturous obstacles, Clancy manages to place the candle on the cake, which is revealed to be an explosive. Clancy had earlier used the tap of an oil barrel to uncover a clue, thus spewing oil around the room. With the exit closed and the room flooded with oil, the fires triggered by the explosion begin to consume Clancy, ultimately leading to his death. When the flames have finally burned themselves out, Lucas enters the trap room and grabs the camera to wish the viewer a very creepy happy birthday just before ending the recording. 1 month later, another victim captured by the Bakers wakes up in their house and begins to look for a way out. After fending off some molded enemies and finding a key to escape, the man then heads up to the attic and climbs the ladder to unlock the window, allowing him to successfully escape the Baker house. Later, the man is interviewed by authorities to explain his nightmarish experience. However, most of what he shared was discounted after a small amount of drugs was found in his possession. Shortly after, Evelyn, seeking to expand her family, influences Mia to email her husband Ethan to lure him to the Baker farm, planning to make him her father. Ethan would receive the message and make his way to the Baker ranch the next day to begin searching for her. Making his way through the woods, he finds the abandoned van of the now deceased Sewer Gators crew. He is also stalked by Jack Baker throughout as he inches closer and closer to the house. Eventually making his way inside, Ethan begins to explore the now trashed house, and quickly finds the Sewer Gators tape that reveals the secret passage hidden behind the walls. Making his way down, he eventually finds Mia asleep trapped in a cell. Using the nearby bolt cutters, Ethan breaks in to reunite with his wife. Mia wakes up and explains that she has no memory of how she ended up here, and that she doesn't remember contacting him. Mia then begins to quickly escort him out of the house, claiming that Jack Baker is searching for them. However, the two are quickly met by a dead end, forcing Ethan to begin searching around for a new way out. During this, Mia is kidnapped and a hidden door is now opened. Ethan begins to follow, but is now met with a mind-controlled Mia that begins to attack him. After seriously wounding him with a knife, Mia begins to fight Evelyn's mind control by hitting her head against a wall, causing her to be knocked unconscious. However, not long after, she wakes up again and continues to attack Ethan. Forced to defend himself, Ethan grabs a nearby axe and presumably kills her with it. Right after, he receives a phone call from Zoe Baker, who tells him to escape through the attic. Making his way there, he is met by Mia yet again, who is now wielding a chainsaw, and she begins to cut off his arm just before leaving. Ethan chases after her and is eventually forced to defend himself again in the attic. After incapacitating his wife, Jack arrives and knocks him out, and begins to drag the two of them back to the main house. Shortly after, Mia escapes from the Baker family and begins to head to the old house. During this, she records a videotape for Ethan to watch, and she tries to explain that the monster is not her true self, while running away from Marguerite. After exploring the old house and looking for an escape route, Mia is soon cornered by Marguerite in a crawlspace. As she is being dragged away, Mia begs Ethan to save her. Meanwhile, Zoe staples Ethan's hand back and equips him with a genome codex before he regains full consciousness. He soon after wakes up bound to a chair at the dinner table, where he meets and is harassed by the entire Baker family. Jack eventually begins to force feed him, but Ethan spits the food out immediately, causing Marguerite to have a panic attack and storm out. Now angered, Jack begins to carve out Ethan's face with a knife, but is quickly distracted with an unexpected phone call. Jack and Lucas then leave the room to answer the phone, enabling Ethan to free himself and try to escape. Making his way out of the room, he is eventually met by Jack, who begins to pursue him throughout the house until Ethan uses a hatch key to escape below. Making his way to the laundry room, he is called by Zoe again, who tells him to escape the house through the main hall and informs him about the codex on his wrist. After this, he meets Deputy David Anderson at a nearby window and begs the man to help him escape. The two then meet in the nearby garage, but Anderson is immediately killed by Jack. The two then begin a fight in the garage, which concludes with Jack forcing Ethan to shoot him in his head. Making his way to the main hall, Ethan is called by Zoe, who explains that he needs to find 3 reliefs to unlock the door and escape the house. During his search, Ethan is cornered by Jack in the bathroom and thrown to the ground, now being pursued by the deranged man. However, he is able to escape by solving a nearby puzzle and squeezing through a small opening in the wall. Eventually making his way downstairs, Ethan is met by numerous molded enemies that begin to attack him throughout. After making his way past the boiler room, he witnesses Jack talking to himself, expressing his jealousy once he found out that Evelyn wants to replace his father role with Ethan. He explains that he will make Ethan suffer just before leaving the room with the last relief. Ethan, now forced to follow him, makes his way into the next room and finds the relief hanging on a chain. Upon grabbing it, Jack sneaks up behind and throws Ethan to the ground, trapping him in a small arena and forcing a battle against him. After dealing enough damage to Jack, the two then grab nearby chainsaws and begin to brawl to the death. In the end, Ethan manages to gain the upper hand and defeat Jack, where he then takes the final relief to the main hall door and escapes the house. Making his way to the trailer outside, Zoe calls Ethan and tells him to look for the serum in the old house, and he begins to head that way. There, he is met by numerous bug enemies and hives that must be taken out with the use of a flamethrower. After clearing a way forward, Ethan heads downstairs to find Mia imprisoned. He demands her to give him an explanation for everything, but before she can talk, Lucas sneaks up behind and kidnaps her. Ethan then heads back upstairs and is immediately greeted by Marguerite, who tells him to stay away before attacking him with her bugs. Later, he is confronted by the deranged woman again, who slams him through the floorboard and begins a battle with him. However, Ethan manages to quickly eliminate her and press on further into the house. Making his way upstairs, he is met with a locked door that requires Marguerite's lantern to unlock, forcing him to backtrack to his confrontation with her. However, upon arrival, he finds the woman gone and witnesses an abnormally long arm grab the lantern, forcing him to go after the creature through an underground tunnel. Making his way to the greenhouse, he is quickly ambushed by a now mutated Marguerite and forced into one final confrontation. After defeating the woman, she calcifies to rubble, and Ethan grabs the dropped lantern and makes his way back to the old house to unlock the door. After venturing deeper and deeper into the house, Ethan is finally able to retrieve the D-Series arm, but is right after met by Evelyn, who summons a group of molded enemies to attack him. Ethan successfully clears the area and calls Zoe, who tells him to meet her at the trailer to make the serum. However, once there, Zoe is nowhere to be found and he is quickly called by Lucas, who explains that he has kidnapped her and that he has the D-Series head, which is the other part needed to create the serum. With no other option, Ethan makes his way to the barn in pursuit of Lucas. At the entrance, Lucas appears through a TV and begins to show his devotion to Evelyn by ripping off his nails. He also reveals the D-Series head and taunts Ethan to get it just before the TV explodes. Ethan then makes his way through the building and is met by various traps and enemies along the way. He is then trapped into a room by Lucas and forced to participate in the happy birthday puzzle that had recently killed Clancy. However, since Ethan found Clancy's lost tape, he is able to bypass the errors and successfully solve the puzzle. Now angered, Lucas throws some explosives into the room in hopes to kill him. However, Ethan manages to clear an opening in the wall and throw it back, causing it to explode and create an even bigger opening for Ethan to escape the room. Outside, he finds the D-Series head, as well as surveillance footage of Mia and Zoe trapped at the boathouse, and he begins to head that way. Once there, he frees the two, and Zoe begins to make serums to cure herself and Mia. During this, a now heavily mutated Jack breaks through a nearby wall and grabs Ethan, forcing the two in a battle. During the fight, Ethan is forced to use one of the serums on Jack to calcify him, leaving just one left. The three make their way to the boat dock, and Ethan is forced to pick who he wants to cure. Ultimately choosing Mia, the two board the nearby boat and begin to escape the Baker residence. Angered, Zoe stays behind, believing herself to be doomed. Later on the boat, Mia, still suffering from amnesia, fails to explain to Ethan what's going on as they come across the wrecked Annabelle ship. Right after, Evelyn attacks their boat, causing them to both be thrown off into the water and pass out. Mia soon regains consciousness outside the wreckage and desperately hunts for Ethan, who is quickly captured by Evelyn and taken deeper into the wreckage, forcing Mia to chase after them. As she makes her way through the ship, she begins to regain her memories of Evelyn and her origin through a videotape which relived the fall of the tanker, giving her even more determination to free Ethan. Soon after, Mia discovers where Ethan is being held through a security camera system on the bridge and begins to make her way down there to free him. During this, Ethan encounters an archive of Jack's mind due to being embedded within a pile of mold. Here, Jack explains that Evelyn took over his family's minds and turned them into killers. He then begs Ethan to save his family in the real world by killing Evelyn. Ethan then wakes up to Mia breaking him free from the mold, and despite his confusion, Mia quickly hands him Evelyn's tissue samples in hopes that he might be able to craft a sample necessary to kill the girl, and she shuts him off in a nearby corridor, urging him to leave as quickly as possible before Evelyn regained control of her and separated the couple using the mold. Spurred and angered by losing Mia once again, Ethan follows the path he's on, which leads out of the ship into the mine office. Making his way to a small shack, he overhears a radio report from Blue Umbrella stating their findings, their plans to meet up to search for Lucas in the mines, and to kill Evelyn if she is encountered. Ethan chooses to go through the mines himself, and eventually winds up in Lucas's lab. With the tissue sample, he synthesizes a toxin that can destroy Evelyn, who quickly becomes aware of this and begins sending Molded to kill him. After successfully escaping the mines, Ethan arrives at the basement of the Baker's guest house, where he engages in a psychological battle against Evelyn until he injects her with the toxin. This mutates her into a gigantic monster that starts consuming the property and attacking Ethan. After dealing enough damage to the creature, it then knocks Ethan through the wall of the second floor onto the ground outside, where he then begins one final grueling battle with Evelyn while crippled and immobile. Just then, the Blue Umbrella soldiers arrive by helicopter, and Chris Redfield drops down an Albert 01 handgun loaded with ramrods, telling Ethan through the codex to use it, which finally results in Evelyn's death. Chris then retrieves Ethan and boards him on their helicopter with Mia, while several soldiers remain to clean up the mess. Happily reunited and safe now, Ethan expresses an optimistic future, and requests Blue Umbrella to search for, rescue, and cure Zoe too. Having rescued Ethan and Mia, Chris continues the operation, looking for his missing unit in the salt mine and pursuing Lucas with the objective of detaining him, as he could be their only link to the connections. While venturing through the mines, Chris finds one of the soldiers with a bomb attached to him. As Chris approaches, Lucas sneaks in to attach a bomb to him as well, and kills the soldier right after to set an example of what will happen if you mess with him. Lucas then leaves the room right after releasing deadly spores in an attempt to stop Chris. However, his mask quickly switches into rebreather mode, allowing him to press on and pursue Lucas. Eventually finding another captive soldier, Lucas releases more deadly spores in the vicinity, and Chris is forced to take the soldier's mask just before watching him being brutally decapitated. Continuing on, Chris finds yet another severely wounded soldier, who is soon after decapitated from a bomb on his neck. Lucas then contacts Chris and activates the timer for his bomb attached to him, claiming that he's tired of playing games. Chris frantically contacts support for solutions to disarm the bomb, and she quickly locates nearby liquid nitrogen which can be used to freeze it. After fending off a deadly molded creature, Chris shoves his hand in the canister and quickly throws the bomb just before it explodes, now continuing his pursuit of Lucas. Later, Lucas traps Chris in a room and activates a trap that is planned to burn him to death. However, Chris breaks out and presses on, eventually finding Lucas and chasing him to an open research room. Here, Lucas catches Chris off guard backyard and begins swinging at him with a knife. In defense, Chris fires at the foe, which causes Lucas to mutate uncontrollably into a massive creature. After a long, intense battle, Chris manages to come out as victorious, and he quickly fires at the nearby hard drives to prevent the transfer of Lucas's data. Later, Blue Umbrella sets up a perimeter wall around the Baker residence to contain the mold outbreak. Chris then returns to the main house and laments on his inability to save the Bakers, just before heading back to camp to take a phone call. Meanwhile, a helpless Zoe begins to travel through the woods near the Baker residence, and is quickly calcified by Evelyn and knocked unconscious. Weeks later, 2 soldiers find Zoe in the swamp, calcified but still breathing. However, they are confronted by Joe, who mistakenly believes they're responsible for Zoe's condition and assaults them, taking one captive. Now at Joe's cabin, the imprisoned soldier explains to him that they have a cure located in a nearby shack, and Joe begins to head that way to retrieve it. Making his way back, he finds his cabin in flames and quickly rushes inside to use the serum on Zoe. However, the cure is ineffective as it is a partial dose, and the soldier volunteers to lead him back to their base for a full dose. However, before he could reveal the location, he is quickly attacked and killed by a newly mutated version of Jack Baker. Joe then rushes Zoe on a boat to look for the base and escapes the cabin just in time to witness Jack let out a nightmarish scream on the dock. Traveling through the swamp, Joe spots an illuminating light and decides to dock nearby and explore. He eventually finds the base and retrieves a cure, but is quickly met by Jack and forced to fight him in order to press on. After defeating the creature, Joe makes his way to a vaccine synthesizer, where he is then met by Jack again and forced into another duel. After decapitating the creature, Joe makes his way back to Zoe ready to cure her, but before he can do so, Jack emerges from the nearby waters and kidnaps the girl, forcing Joe to go after him. Eventually stumbling upon a nearby church, Joe finds Zoe inside but is quickly ambushed by Jack, thrown in a coffin, and quickly knocked unconscious. Later, he awakes washed up on shore in the swamp and overhears a distress call from Blue Umbrella explaining that they are under attack by Jack at the Baker mansion. Joe, still determined to save Zoe, begins to head that way and quickly locates a technological advanced gauntlet and uses it to break through a barrier to reach the family property. Once there, he finds Zoe and battles Jack one last time, using the gauntlet to finally end his misery. He then administers the dose to Zoe, who awakens just as Chris's team arrives. After moving everyone to a Lab 10, Zoe is fully cured and expresses relief to Joe that her nightmare is finally over. Chris then calls Ethan to inform him of Zoe's rescue and hands the phone to her so the two can reconnect. Ethan then reminds her of his promise to get her help, and Zoe proceeds to thank him, genuinely touched that she wasn't forgotten. 3 years later, a maiden awakes in the dungeon of Castle Dimitrescu, where she finds a note from a previous prisoner that gives her clues on how to escape before the rulers of the castle come looking for her. While exploring the area, the maiden learns of Alcina Dimitrescu and her 3 daughters, the current owners of the castle. Discoverable notes detail how previous maids had come to the castle to work and suddenly disappeared, along with how Lady Dimitrescu produces a high-quality wine known as Maiden's Blood. From the torturous devices in the castle dungeon and the blood evidence in the main hall, it is revealed that literal Maiden's blood is used in its creation. Upon learning all of this, the maiden frantically continues her escape of the castle, but is quickly met by one of Dimitrescu's daughters, Cassandra, who begins to hunt the maiden down using both a sickle and her strange powers. Though the maiden is able to reach the courtyard door and unlock it with a key, Lady Dimitrescu herself appears to block her path. She comments how it's nice to finally meet the maiden before she grabs and impales her victim using large claws sprouting from her hands. Shortly after, it is revealed that Mia and Ethan have relocated to parts of Eastern Europe, courtesy of Chris Redfield, where they have been laying in cover for years. Mia sits down with her newborn child Rose and begins to read a local story called Village of Shadows to her. After Rose falls asleep, Mia asks Ethan to put her to bed, and he proceeds to do so by taking the child upstairs and into her bed cradle. Making his way back downstairs, he finds Mia cooking dinner for the two, and they begin to have a small argument about the events that had happened in Louisiana and how Mia wants to forget about it. Suddenly, Mia gets shot in the shoulder and is quickly gunned down. Ethan quickly realizes that the attack was carried out by the rogue BSAA Houndwolf squad led by Chris Redfield, who finishes off the weakened Mia in front of him. Chris then takes Ethan and Rose as captives. However, Ethan fails to comply, so the squad is forced to knock him out. While unconscious, Ethan recalls a time that he argued with Mia about their fears over Rosemary's true nature and the effects she might have inherited from both of them. Their argument ends when he answers a call from Rosemary's doctor. Shortly after, Ethan wakes up deep in the woods to find that his transport truck has crashed and the soldiers are now dead. On top of this, his daughter Rose is now missing. Ethan picks up a nearby ringing phone and demands the caller to reveal Chris and Rose's location, but before he can get an answer, the phone cuts out. With no other option, Ethan sets off into the dark forest in search of his daughter. Following a nearby trail filled with blood and dead carcasses, he eventually stumbles upon an old shack and starts to explore inside. Once in the basement, he begins to hear loud banging and destruction happening above him. Making his way upstairs, he finds the place trashed and filled with blood, as well as a massive hole in the wall, implying that someone or something very dangerous is lurking nearby. Continuing on, Ethan makes his way out of the woods to find a huge mountain region with a nearby village, and begins to head that way. Upon entering one of the houses, he encounters a villager named Gregory, who is hiding and armed with a shotgun. The man begins to question Ethan, but before he could respond, the house becomes surrounded by werewolf-like creatures known as lycans. Gregory offers a handgun to Ethan before he is grabbed by a nearby lycan and ripped apart in the attic. Right after, Ethan is dragged down to the basement by another lycan, where he then finds several corpses of the deceased villagers. The lycan attacks and throws Ethan out of the house to finish him off. However, Ethan uses the pistol given to him by Gregory to take out the creature and press on deeper into the village. As he manages to hold out in one of the houses, he overhears a radio transmission telling any survivors to come to Louisa's house. After this, a large pack of lycans led by the giant named Urius flock the area and begin to pursue Leon, but before they can kill him, the bells from the castle lead them away. Shortly after, Ethan comes across an old hag who reveals that Rose was brought to the village by their leader Mother Miranda and warns him that his daughter is in great danger. Ethan sees the nearby castle and assumes that he might find his daughter there. However, the path is blocked, forcing him to look around and search for the key. Eventually, he comes across two surviving villagers, Elena and her injured father Leonardo, who are hoping to join the rest of the survivors at Louisa's house, but no one is letting them in. As the lycans start to lurk nearby, Ethan manages to climb over the fence and open the gate for Elena and Leonardo before sealing it. Although they are given a cold greeting by villager Lulian, the group is then welcomed into the home by Louisa. Once inside, Ethan questions if this is all that remains from the village, and one of the residents angrily responds that there's no one left before insulting the survivors and chastising Louisa for letting in outsiders. Louisa responds that her house has been protecting her family for generations, and she reassures him that all are welcome and safe here. Suddenly, Leonardo roars in pain before attacking and instantly killing Louisa with his machete, as well as knocking down a lantern that causes a fire. Ethan beckons Elena to escape as her father begins to slaughter the rest of the survivors. Leonardo then lunges at Ethan, but before he can reach him, Elena fires at her father with a shotgun, allowing the two an opportunity to escape. Making their way to the garage, Ethan manages to get a nearby truck working and hopes to ram their way outside. Once he instead crashes the car, the two decide to escape upwards to the attic. Leonardo, somehow still alive, manages to climb upwards and calls out to Elena in pain. Despite Ethan's warnings, Ethan quickly runs to him and the wooden plank providing her way back collapses, separating the two in the process. Despite Ethan offering help, Elena tells him to go and save his daughter before the floor collapses and she falls into the fiery depths below. Ethan angrily leaves the burning house through the window and steps outside to witness Mother Miranda killing Lillian. Soon after, he encounters the old hag from before, who happily states that death has visited them all. He then heads to the stone door leading to the castle to unlock it with the key he found, and begins to press on, continuing his search for Rose. He eventually travels through an underground cavern, where he is quickly captured by Carl Heisenberg and pulled deeper and deeper into the cave. Later, he wakes up in the middle of a meeting with Mother Miranda and the other house lords, where Dimitrescu and and Heisenberg begin to argue who should have him. Miranda ultimately decides that Ethan's fate belongs to Heisenberg and gives Ethan a 10-second head start before sending Lycans after him. After escaping the numerous creatures and traps, Ethan manages to flee the area and make his way to the front of the castle. Here he meets the Duke, who appears to be a merchant that sells various weapons and supplies. As Ethan enters the castle in hopes of finding Rose, he is instead captured by Dimitrescu's daughters, Bella, Cassandra, and Daniela. They proceed to drag him to meet their mother, who is surprised that he survived Heisenberg's game. She begins to taste his blood and orders her daughters to hang him up with hook chains, while she goes to inform Miranda of this development. While they are gone, he manages to break free and continues his search. Later, he encounters Cassandra, who begins to chase him through the area, forcing him to jump down below to the wine cellar. After clearing the area and reaching the torture chamber, Ethan is met by a group of Marhawa that begin to attack him. Right after, Ethan is attacked and caught by Bella, but a stray shot by him breaks a nearby window and lets the cold air in, which reveals her weakness. After an intense fight, Ethan manages to kill the weakened Bella, who calcifies and crumbles to the ground. Making his way outside, he spies on Dimitrescu through a window and eavesdrops on her conversation with Miranda, which ends with her angrily throwing her dressing table. He sneaks in to retrieve a key but is caught by the woman, and she proceeds to violently slam him against the ground, sending him to the dungeons below. Ethan navigates the area and eventually finds the lever to escape, but before he could activate it, his hand is cut off by Dimitrescu's sharp claws. Miraculously, Ethan manages to elude her long enough for him to reattach his hand and pull the lever, allowing him to flee from the woman. Later, he finds Cassandra in the arsenal room, where he manages to weaken her by throwing a pipe bomb to a cracked stone wall and letting the cold air in, allowing him to ultimately defeat her. Shortly after, he comes across Daniela in the library, where he opens the overhead skylight to let the wind in to defeat the final daughter. Dimitrescu, saddened by the loss of her daughters, decides to confront Ethan herself. However, before she is able to attack him, he manages to access a special dagger laced with poisons and uses it in self-defense against her. The reaction of the dagger mutates Dimitrescu into a grotesque dragon-like creature, and she begins to battle Ethan in this state. After landing several fatal shots on the creature, Dimitrescu then grabs Ethan and falls below a massive tower in hopes to take him down with her. However, Ethan miraculously survives, and Dimitrescu begins to scream in agony before finally succumbing to her injuries and calcifying to rubble. Ethan then retrieves a glass flask that emerges nearby and proceeds to head to an underground cave. There, he meets the old hag again, chanting the same prayers as before, and demands her to tell him where Miranda took Rose. She begins to laugh while explaining that Rose will be sacrificed as a life for a life, and points out that the crest of the four families may open a path that he seeks. After their conversation ends, Ethan presses on and travels to the altar, where he then meets the Duke once more, who reveals to the horrified Ethan that the glass flask he received contains the head of Rosemary. He begins to explain that Rose can be saved, and points him to a house with a red chimney on the western side of the village. With no other options, he reluctantly traverses there, only to find its owner killed by a lichen. However, Ethan is able to secure the winged key and bring it back to the Duke, where he then explains that he can use it to reach the other three lords and obtain the other flasks. Ethan's first trip is to House Beneviento, and on his way, the plants near the graves of Beneviento's parents emit a pheromone that affects Ethan. He begins to hallucinate Mia holding their daughter Rose, who begins to lure him to the house. Upon entering, he starts to explore around and finds the second flask sitting on Beneviento's doll Angie. Before he can grab it, the doll disappears and so do his weapons. Realizing he's trapped, Ethan begins to explore and solve puzzles around the mansion in order to find a way out. After some time, all the lights in the house are cut and he begins to hear cries from a baby in the distance. Shortly after, Ethan comes face to face with a grotesque baby that begins to pursue him throughout the building. Once he finally restores power, Ethan escapes to the top side of the house with the elevator and barely evades the creature's grasp. Once on the main floor, Ethan is quickly greeted by Beneviento and Angie, who begin to plead with him not to leave while sending dolls to attack him. Ethan manages to repel the dolls, and Angie disappears while demanding he find her in a game of hide and seek. After finding the doll and stabbing it multiple times, Ethan finally comes to his senses and realizes that he has killed Beneviento, who begins to calcify and crumble. He then retrieves her flask of rosemary and another piece of the winged key just before leaving the house. From there, Ethan heads to Moreau's reservoir and manages to retrieve the flask from the unsuspecting leader. Moreau begins pleading with him to give it back, but Ethan rejects and leaves the area. Later, he takes a boat to a small tent near the reservoir, where he is then attacked by Howlin' Wolf squad member Night Owl and confronted by Chris. During this, Night Owl notices motion readings near the area and advises Chris that they should move on, fearing that Miranda knows their location. The three then notice a massive mutated fish heading their way, and Chris warns Ethan to stay out of their path just before they are separated by the creature and thrown into the water. Ethan climbs on a dock alongside Moreau, who tells him that the exit is underwater and that Miranda is preparing for the ceremony. He begins to vomit up acid while he stumbles back into the water, revealing himself as the large fish creature. After narrowly avoiding many attacks from the enemy, Ethan finally manages to escape the lake and opens the dam to drain the water. Making his way back to the entrance, he is forced into a final confrontation with Moreau and is ultimately able to emerge victorious after dealing significant damage. From there, he heads back to the center of town and makes his way to the stronghold and pulls up 2 levers to gain entry inside. There, he is met by endless packs of lichens and eventually confronted by Urias and forced into a battle. After defeating the creature, he retrieves the final flask and has a disturbing vision of the 4 lords extracting Rose's body parts. Heisenberg then praises Ethan for his efforts and directs him into putting the 4 flasks back at the altars. After doing so, he takes the giant's chalice to the other pedestal, allowing him to descend below and reach Heisenberg's factory. Once inside, he is quickly greeted by Heisenberg, who tells Ethan that he is being used as a pawn to see if he's strong enough to be part of Miranda's family. He then suggests the 2 of them team up to save Rose and use her as a weapon to kill Miranda. Ethan rejects his offer, and Heisenberg responds by kicking him down to the bottom of his factory, where he is then met and pursued by a creature with a propeller as a torso. He manages to flee from it, but finds himself deeper into the factory, where he is then met by several of Heisenberg's mechanical soldat creatures and forced to defend himself. After exploring the area, Ethan eventually encounters the propeller enemy again and engages in battle, finally putting it down for good. Later, he finally catches up to Heisenberg ready to fight the man, but before he could attack, the enemy mutates into a massive biomechanical creature and knocks him down to the bottom of his factory. Here, he is subdued and disarmed by Chris, who has infiltrated the factory and is in the middle of planting explosives beneath it. Chris begins to explain that the Mia he shot was a disguised Miranda, who has shape-shifting powers from her status as a bioweapon. He also reveals that the monsters and village were Miranda's life's work, as they were her experimentations with the mold. Chris then provides Ethan with a metal tank that he can use to battle Heisenberg, and sends him to ride the elevator up to the surface to meet the mutated creature. During the intense battle, Heisenberg overturns the tank and is about to kill Ethan until he is momentarily distracted from the explosion at the factory. After this, Ethan is forced to fight Heisenberg on foot before the latter creates an electrical storm that enables his foe to reacquire the tank and use it to fire at a weak spot to finish off the creature. Ethan is then called by Chris, and he explains to him that he managed to defeat Heisenberg and plans to go after Miranda next. Chris demands Ethan to wait for him, but before he could respond, he is suddenly confronted by Miranda, who taunts him with her Mia form before reverting to her true form. She begins to explain that Rosemary is not only Evelyn's successor, but her true, complete form, and that she will use her to control the masses. Miranda then begins to shift to several forms, and reveals herself to have been the old hag all along. With Ethan enraged, Miranda finally makes her move and attacks him, ripping his heart out in the process. Ethan dies at her feet, and she leaves to start the ceremony to revive his daughter. Shortly after, a member of the Howlin' Wolf squad confirms Ethan's death to Chris, who begins to recap the situation to his team, admitting that he and the team were careless and thinking they killed Miranda under the guise of Mia, which resulted in the woman faking her death, attacking Ethan's convoy, and kidnapping Rose. When he last contacted Ethan, he had heard Miranda's voice and knew she was responsible for his death. Knowing that Miranda needs to be put down after their 3-year investigation, Chris proceeds to initiate a full-on attack with Howlin' Wolf against Miranda in order to avenge Ethan. Once regrouped, he instructs the team to stick with the mission to terminate Miranda and save Rosemary, while K9 is ordered to investigate the BSAA's sudden arrival. Making their way to the now burning village, the squad is faced to force off against numerous lichens to clear a path forward. After arriving to the other side of town, Chris heads down an underground tunnel where he encounters Urias' old brother, the Urias Straw Hair, which he manages to kill with the help of his comrades. Venturing deeper deeper into the cave, Chris manages to find the large mold root before attaching a bomb to it. The team suggests that they all escape and blow up the whole village with the bomb. However, Chris explains that they must take down Miranda and save Ethan first, and proceeds to make his way to Miranda's lab. Once there, Chris learns the truth about Miranda and her experiments with the mold. Long ago, her daughter Eva died from the Spanish flu. In her grieving, Miranda decided to venture into the nearby caves, where she discovers the mold root, which is revealed to break down and absorb the consciousness of those that perish. Due to the regenerative abilities brought about by the mold, she began experimenting with it by developing the Code parasite and managing to give herself supernatural powers. Over the years, Miranda's experiments with the mold were performed to find a host for Eva to revive in. The four lords were candidates who managed to bond with the Code, but were unable to be suitable hosts for Eva. Miranda posed as the village deity alongside the four lords, while secretly using the villagers for her experiments. Those who had a negative reaction to the Code parasite became lichens and Marhawa. She also collaborated with the Connections to create Evelyn by lending the mold and some of Eva's DNA. However, Evelyn was yet another unsuitable host. During her collaboration with the Connections, Miranda learned of Rosemary's existence, who she decided to use as her host. Upon further examination, Chris also discovers that one of Miranda's students was none other than Oswald E. Spencer, who would go on to found the Umbrella Corporation. Though they remained on good terms, they parted ways because Miranda simply wanted to resurrect her daughter, while Spencer believed that the widespread human infection through virus was necessary for human evolution. He informed her that they had found the progenitor virus in Africa, and that he would begin a new company, Umbrella, with its logo inspired by the symbol of the four lords in the cave. After discovering the truth, Chris then finds the real Mia and rescues her, informing her of Ethan's death. Mia then explains that Ethan really isn't gone, and that she had been trying to keep it a secret of how special Ethan truly is. Meanwhile, Ethan finds himself wandering on a cold wasteland, where he is taunted by Evelyn, who tells him that he is dead. Ethan assumes it was Miranda who killed him, but Evelyn reveals that he was killed years ago by Jack Baker after his fight with the infected Mia up in the attic. After this, the mold recreated him, explaining his supernatural healing abilities. Ethan then wakes up inside the Duke's carriage, who explains that he rescued him and is bringing him to Miranda, knowing that he would want to fight her one last time. Upon arriving at the ceremonial site, the Duke warns that Ethan is at the point of no return and cannot come back to his old life any longer. However, Ethan remains determined and begins to battle his way to Miranda, who finds that Rose has been reborn instead of Eva, and her powers begin leaving her. After a distraction caused by Chris, Ethan and Miranda wrestle over Rose, but Miranda's desperation wins out and absorbs the child within herself as she mutates through several forms to fight him. In the end, Ethan manages to emerge victorious and defeat her once and for all. Miranda shouts for her daughter one last time before calcifying and crumbling to dust. Rose then emerges from her remains, and Ethan begins to cradle her while his body begins deteriorating due to his mold dying off following Miranda's death. Chris manages to reawaken Ethan, and he helps guide him and Rosemary outside the area, as they need to be in a safe place before he could detonate the bomb. Knowing he is dying, Ethan apologizes and confesses his love to Mia before handing Rosemary and his coat to Chris. He tells him to keep Rose safe and to teach her to be strong before grabbing the detonator when the mold separates Ethan from the other two. Ethan says one final goodbye to his child before heading to the fungal root and detonating the bomb. Chris boards his transport with Rose and Mia, and once Mia realizes that Ethan had died in the explosion, Chris explains that he tried to save him, but Ethan sacrificed himself to save everyone else. Hound Wolf Squad member K9 then informs Chris that the BSAA sent bioweapons dressed as soldiers to fight Miranda's army, having recovered a body from his recon. Chris then orders K9 to pick up the rest of the squad and plot a course to BSAA Europe HQ, demanding that someone has to pay. In the year 2037, it is revealed that Rose has been raised in protective custody under the US government, seeing her mother Mia and Chris only sparingly. Over her life, she has suffered from persecution over her nature as a superhuman. Children bully her constantly for being a freak, and even her teachers must be reassured that she isn't dangerous. These experiences have left Rose traumatized and self-loathing, blaming her own nature for causing the bullying in the first place. One day, she meets with Agent Charlie K. Graham, who who reveals that he has discovered a way to remove her powers. Kay then brings her to a government lab which is handling a surviving piece of Black God recovered from Eastern Europe, and instructs her to mentally link with it and find a purifying crystal which can remove her powers completely. After bonding with the fungus, Rose finds herself in the realm of consciousness, which is a mental representation of the Black God's archived memories of people that it has consumed over the centuries. Making her way through the dungeons of Castle Dimitrescu, she finds a number of trapped girls who are duplicates of herself, where they are soon after killed as the ground beneath them turns into mold and consumes them. Rose manages to escape upstairs while being chased by face eaters in the process. As she reaches the castle's halls, she stumbles upon the masked Duke, who is in the middle of preying on another Rose copy that tried and failed to recover the crystal. Once the Duke spots the real Rose, he orders his face eaters to hunt her down. During the chase, Rose is offered advice by a mysterious entity named Michael, who acts as her guardian angel, alerting her to dangers by writing instructions on the wall. Later, Rose finds 3 metal masks and places them on a statue to retrieve the crystal. However, it's quickly revealed to be a decoy, and the Duke appears to send her down to the dungeons to face off against the strongest face eaters. After defeating the executioner creature, Duke sends dozens of face eaters at Rose to take her out. However, Michael arrives and guides Rose to jump off a cliff to escape them. She then wakes up just outside the garden of House Beneviento. With the suspension bridge destroyed behind her, she is lured in by a number of stuffed monkeys based on the one she had as a baby. As she boards the elevator, her connection with Michael is severed by an unknown entity, and she is taken to the basement of the property. There, she is robbed of her possessions and forced to solve numerous puzzles to escape the area. Rose soon gets a phone call from the dark-haired girl, who teases her that Mia will be mad if she knew they were playing together. As she searches for a way out, some nearby mannequins come to life and begin pursuing her whenever she turns her back. Through careful planning, Rose manages to flee from the creatures and finally reach the elevator. Once on the ground floor, she finds herself reduced to a few inches in size, and is forced to evade numerous dolls and a full-size Mia mannequin while navigating the hallway. After successfully escaping the creatures, Rose finds herself in a house, which is revealed to be the one her parents had when she was a baby. With brief help from Michael, she is led through the house and shown memories of her father caring for her as a baby. She eventually finds a letter from Ethan explaining that he will always be there for her. This bittersweet moment is cut short once the remnant of Evelyn's consciousness reveals herself, which had survived through Ethan and made its way into the Black God. Evelyn expresses her disgust and jealousy over Rose's parents wanting her and not Evelyn, and proceeds to use her illusionary powers to bring the two back to the entrance of House Beneviento for a showdown. Although Rose manages to suppress the bioweapon with her abilities, Evelyn proves to be much stronger. However, before she can kill Rose, Michael makes his appearance and throws himself in front of Rose, who is then thrown out of the house and into the next stratum. She wakes up in the village and realizes that Michael is in fact the fragment of Ethan's consciousness preserved within this realm. Fearing he is gone for good, Rose continues on her own, passing the corpses of many more duplicates of herself who are preyed on by the face eaters. She eventually finds the Black God itself growing new Rose duplicates, and reads nearby notes to learn that Mother Miranda's consciousness is still alive, and has spent the past 16 years trying to escape the realm and try once more to bring back Eva. However, after numerous Rose copies failed to be a fit vessel, Miranda decided to lure the real Rose into the realm of consciousness. Eventually, Rose finds the real purification crystal and begins to lose her powers. However, she is quickly met by Miranda, who reveals that she manipulated the megamycete within the girl to make her believe she was talking to Kay, who is revealed to be an illusion used to lure her into the realm of consciousness, where Miranda would then relinquish her powers with the crystal and hijack her body. With the help of her father Ethan, Rose escapes Miranda's clutches and finds herself in an open plain. Ethan begs Rose to use the crystal and escape while holding off Miranda. However, Rose, desperate to save her father, shatters the crystal to regain full control of her powers and begins an intense fight against Miranda. After some time, Ethan lends his powers to Rose, which she uses to defeat the creature once and for all. Now having a moment of peace, Rose shares one last moment with Ethan as the stratums dissolve, and returns to the real world having chosen to keep her abilities. Sometime later, Rose takes a bus to visit Ethan's grave and celebrate his birthday. However, their meeting is cut short once an agent arrives to pick her up. He explains that she is needed for an urgent situation and jokingly calls her Evelyn. Angered, Rose demands that he never call her that again, threatening to use powers even Chris is unaware of. The two then get in the car and drive down the road, where they are quickly stopped by an unknown figure. Thank you so much for watching my attempt at covering the entire Resident Evil timeline. I honestly had such a great time reliving this beloved series, and it gets me even more hyped for what's to come in the future for Resident Evil. But if you enjoyed this video, be sure to leave a like and subscribe for future content like this. Also, if you would like to support the channel further, then consider becoming a YouTube member today. Thanks again for watching, and I hope to see you on the next one.